Hello everybody, welcome back to the UKEL 4 Nations. My name is Trajan. I'm pleased to be back on your desk for the day. I'm joined by Rail. You've seen plenty of Rail so far, but we've got a special guest here today. We've got Synergy, the co-founder and current ops director of the UKL. Welcome, Synergy, to your own product. How does it feel?
It's cool. It's really cool. I haven't been on a broadcast in about 8 years, so I'm sure it's just going to be a bit rough around the edges. But I do love me some League of Legends, especially UK and Ireland League of Legends. So very glad to be here, and thanks myself for getting me on. I guess if it's my own thing.
Yeah, good job, me. Great decision by me. Excellently done. Well done. Okay, Rail, how about you?
Obama meme,
Yeah, you've got to be on point today, Rail, because the boss is in the room. Okay, so we've got to keep the analysis on point, right? You prepared for us here today, the UKL, the Four Nations?
I'm always prepared.
Always prepared. That's what we love to
Don't
see.
need to
The
worry
top
about
lane.
me.
He's always been studying the matchups, and we've already got plenty of, as I say, you've been on desk a lot for me so far, so we know you're up to speed. Right. Before we get into something we've got planned for you in just a few moments, let's take a look at the Four Nations standings of what we have in front of you here. Let's get the standings up. Let's see the nature, the state of the league as it stands. And I think one of the main things to see, Rail, so far is we still have that defined order. We still have Tempest with no losses, Arcadeia with no wins. But has any of this mid-pack kind of shuffling around surprised you? Is there anything we can take away from this over the last couple of days?
Well, I mean, there's been a few surprises in the pack. People didn't expect to be with DMG to be as strong as they are. They're looking like probably one of the top contenders to even take a game off Tempest. And then you got Belfast and Ruddy, teams what you didn't expect to drop games in the early stages. So they were big surprises. And then Venomcrest rose from the ashes. They looked like a team what was probably destined for the bottom half of the table. But then all of a sudden, we started to see more depth to them. We started seeing more strategies. And especially from that top side, they've been playing really well.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And Synergy, looking at this crop of rosters, of course, you as part of, UKEL management went through these teams, these rosters, evaluated them, looked at them, at their rosters, at their plans. How do you feel like the league is running so far in terms of previous splits, right? You've been around with the UKL since the beginning in terms of the operations and the team and the performance, the gameplay. How do you feel we stand up so far in this split?
I mean, I think I've been really pleasantly surprised in that we always had always a solid level, but I think we've really been seeing a little bit better than that now. I think there's teams here that could make a serious run at the RPS, maybe make it to Division 2, or NLC Division 2, I should say. And overall, just really impressed. I'm looking forward to a lot more, seeing more from these people. There's a few teams, maybe quite haven't lived up to what they can do, especially from what we've seen from some of the open qualifiers. Arcadeia might be a good example of that. They haven't really found their footing yet. So, hoping to see a bit more from them and make the mid-table a little bit more interesting as we get towards the end of the split.
Yeah, for sure. We know they're trying stuff for sure. We'll get onto them in a bit more detail just a little later as they are in our first match of the day. But before we do that, I want to take a little bit of time now that since we've got the co-founder of the UKL on here, we've got someone who should know this league top to bottom, back to front. Let's test that. Let's put it to the test, because let's just make sure that he knows what he's talking about, all right? And then Rail as well. You've been around here for so many years, so many splits. I trust you'll be able to do well as well. So what I'm going to test you guys, we're going to ask you some questions. We're going to do a bit of trivia. We're going to have some question time, all right, to see how well you guys know this league. And everyone in the chat, feel free to follow along and join in as well. Let's see how well you know this wonderful league of ours. So if we can get the first question up here, production, and if we're going to come that up, here we go. Right. Easy one. I can see the problem here. I'm just gonna stop right here. I'm just gonna stop everybody because the answer's in the text of the question. All right. I'm sure that now they've realized this. I did provide them with the answers just for completion's sake, right? But let's skip the first question, I guess. Which team won the first split of the UKL? It was Viperia.
It was Fnatic, right? It's got to be Fnatic.
Yeah, of course. Best UK team for sure. Super committed to the UK scene, as they have been. But anyway. But yeah, so the Viperia roster that won through there in that first split over Clique Esports in second. That's a name that maybe not many people will remember. But let's move on to question number 2. And now, production, don't show the question. Okay, nice. They fixed it. Nice. Okay, production, thank you for showing the question. Okay. 2 players have more than one UKL title under their belt. Only 2 in the history of the league. Who are they? And now for you guys, you can work together or you can go in opposition to each other. We don't have buzzers necessarily, but if anyone wants to shout out a potential answer, feel free to do so.
No, I know one of these. I'm thinking about the second, though.
Yeah.
One of them is definitely Vanguard.
Yeah.
Definitely. I know, because I spoke to him before the split, and he was looking for that three-peat, 3-time champion.
Yeah.
Wants to make it his own, but that's definitely one of them. I don't know if Rail, maybe the other one? I'm guessing are probably on the same team. I'm guessing, I think.
I'm thinking, yeah, because I'm pretty sure he's always played with Zerg. The other one, what I'm thinking of is Rengus has been a mainstay in that team as well. They haven't switched top for a long, long time, and I know they're all top laner. So I'm leaning towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Are we allowed to
probably lean towards Rengus as well, yeah.
It is an ex-team. It is an ex-teammate of Vanguard. So you're definitely on the right track here. It might help to know that this player did name change from one victory to the next. They used to be known as something else. But to reveal, you got an idea? A last guess before the buzzer?
No, I was. It was Rengus.
Tricked. Okay, the answers are Vanguard and Wilhelm, the jungler.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Okay, we're trying something a little new with this trivia section here, so bear with us. We're trying new things, okay? But it is Wilhelm, used to be known as Unknown Swede, back on
I remember the name.
Now
I won't lose in my head. That was Rengus. Yeah,
that was Rengus's old tag. Yeah, for sure. We've seen a bit of the return of I Won't Lose, I think, in this play. He's been cracking some skulls. But the next question, I don't know how close you guys are paying attention to potentially see the answer here. But the next question is, who is the current kill leader of the UKL? Now, anyone who probably clipped it probably saw it, but
I think I saw a couple of those names in the.
Yeah, I think we maybe... So, Rail, I don't know if you saw them. Maybe we could all just know the answer, but Rail didn't spot it. Do you have a potential guess? We'll not spend too much time on this one, as chat probably saw the answer already.
I mean, I won't lie, I did kind of see it. So.
Okay, right. So, we'll reveal the first tops here. The winner is, in fact, Vanguard as well himself, with 38 kills. And interesting that this is Belfast Storm, a team that is 3-2. It's not Tempest, it's not DMG, who've been having these long blowout games, and there's actually, I always thought there would be at least one DMG representative on this list, but it is Vanguard, Sin, the Ruddy AD carry, and then Kusai, the Tempest mid laner, close behind at 35, and there are a lot of players hanging around that mid to high 20s into 30s, so we're having a fair amount of bloodiness in this league for sure.
Now, if you asked me who had the highest KDA overall, that would have caught me off a lot more, because there's so many players who have got like so many assists and not died in a game, or like stuff like that. So especially some junglers as well.
Yeah, this you can really bring in the junglers and the supports a little bit more for the ones who've been making the most valuable plays, not giving away that free gold across the map for KDA. But let's move on to the next question, which is, what is the most picked champion in the UKL so far over 5 weeks? Bearing in mind there have been 20 games.
I think I know.
Shout it out. Give it to us.
It's between two for me. It's either Kaiser or Rel.
Yeah?
They've both been picked so often, either like first rotation or...
One of those classic B1s.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that might be an easy Kaiser angle to go there, I'm pretty sure. I think every team has been absolutely rinsing her. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? But I think that we've seen a little bit of Rel because she's been played jungle as well, right? I think we've had one jungle Rel game at least, and quite a few support games. I would lean to in the Kaiser camp, but
sure.
I think that seems like maybe the answer.
Kaiser, both locked in for both. You are both correct. It is Kaiser. 16 times has been picked. Rel is second with 10. And then Ornn is third with 7. So it feels like we've seen a lot of really exciting top lane matchups, but there has also been plenty of Ornn, keeping us balanced, keeping us grounded up there. People still going to this option time and again. So next question, our second last question. How many unique champions have been picked over those 20 games? And I'll give you nearest 5, multiple of 5 answer here. We don't have to get the nail on the head.
Okay.
Well, there's the answer. Lads, you're gonna have to throw me a bone here, okay? Let's just stop clicking the buttons. We got the question up here. and just don't do anything else, okay? Production,
if it
please.
helps,
Thank you so much.
I didn't see it because I was actually thinking of the champions.
Okay.
All right,
did,
Rail.
so-
Okay, Synergy, unfortunately disqualified for having eyes. Rail, what is your thought? What's your rough guess?
So,
Everyone in chat's watching now, because they all know. So
there's been a lot of different champions picked. That's the problem.
we have had a lot of interesting stuff.
I was thinking of the most obscure ones. I was thinking like Utalia, Kindred, Karthus. They were the first ones what came to my mind.
Yeah, Tryndamere, for some reason.
Tryndamere, yeah. Had Set, Kaiser.
Yeah. That's so much set. Just not too much set, if anything.
Zaya.
But over 20 games, I have to push you for an answer. Closest multiple of 5?
Let's go for 46.
46. The answer.
5 Rail?
No,
Yeah, he's going for the perfect. He's going for the perfect. You know, we don't round up here. The answer is 68 unique champions in 20 games.
Right.
We're pushing the limits.
I'll take that. I wasn't that far off.
We're pushing the limits right here, okay? We're making full use of the roster that we have, these champions, not just better slaves down here, and that's what we'd love to see. Okay, now the last question I have from you, let's see, I know I've been testing production here, I gave them this trivia on the day, okay? I don't want to flame them too hard, I gave them a new thing to do, and let's see if this last one can work out. Okay, so I have a quick question for you guys, and we'll roll the clip after, but I want to know from you guys, what do you think is the most viewed Twitch clip from this season? There's two parts to this question. Is it a gameplay highlight or an analyst highlight? And then the question for the soul of the UKL fanbase, I guess, is it a highlight or is it a lowlight? Is it a clip of something good or a clip of something bad? So what do you think we are savoring in as the Four Nations audience so far over these 5 days?
I mean, we do have a lot of memers in chat, so I'm leaning more towards the low light because I know when someone slips up, they love to catch them with a pants down.
I mean, in my head, I remember I can't remember which day it was. We had that week where we just had a little bit of an issue with one of the observer PCs, and camera was having a pretty good time. Yeah, is that gameplay? Because there was a lack of gameplay in a way. So
it's in game, I guess. We'd give gameplay for that one.
And I would definitely say it's a low light, but maybe chat found it like it was a highlight in the end. They were making the most of it.
They had a good.
I mean, either that, maybe there's the quadra kill from Ruddy's mid laner, right? Yeah, Crisis. Yeah, that was maybe a highlight.
We've had some good gameplay highlights. You know, we've had these bot laners. Screams had a couple. Vanegod's had a couple. The Kai'Sa really a bit of a highlight machine as it's always been. You know, the Kusai Akali as well. We've had some big plays
as well.
Yeah, for sure. We've had some big plays already in just 5 game days. But let's roll the clip production. Let's show everybody what is the most viewed clip from this split of Four Nations so far. What is it the audience really loves? It is Bear Tree killing Wilhelm on set. And now the sound, the audio visual element of this is Ijun saying, "Grr, I'm a bear," and Maokai going, "Ah, I'm dying." So I think we might have the audio version of this for production. They might run it again just because it really is. It's a 3D experience, you know.
The icing, the icing's the cake.
Fight over here. Wilhelm caught out. Bear Tree is an absolute bear. He's growling and crazy like that. And Wilhelm, get away from me.
So, props to Ijun. So it's gameplay for one thing, and I'd call it a highlight, you know? And that's actually probably not what many people would have expected. As you say, we love to meme on the bad plays, but respect to Ijun for actually grabbing the top clip with his casting, all right? So that's hard to do at the low levels, to have casting highlights that actually get to the top of the clip. So golf claps for Ijun. We've loved the casting he's been doing so far, and we hope to hear much more from him. So, okay. That was our trivia section. Just a bit of fun to kick us off right here, just to recap some of the things we've seen. I think we can now get the upcoming matches up. Let's get the schedule up and see what we're actually looking at today. Let's look forward. Let's get presently minded here. And here we have our schedule. So Arcadeia versus DMG, Tempest versus Verzik, Belfast Storm versus Ruddy, and Lionscreed versus Venomcrest. Now, Rail, do any of these matches stand out? If you had to pick a match of the day out here, what are you thinking?
Oh yeah, it's game 3 again. Like last time it was literally game 3. This time it's game 3. I'm seeing a trend coming on right now, but I mean, just the other games don't stand out too much to me. Maybe the Lionscreed Venomcrest one could be a very interesting one with how much both teams have improved lately. But I mean, the other two, there's not much words to say.
Yeah. How about you, Synergies? Is game 3 take your fancy, or does anything else stand out?
Yeah, so I think it's going to be game 3 as well. I mean, Belfast and Ruddy are like absolutely like the teams I would be expecting to compete for some of the top spots. You know, I think we've seen them both falter slightly at points in the split. You know, we may be expecting them to be up there with Tempest right now, but they've obviously both picked up 2 losses each, and so that's going to really decide potentially who's coming second, who's coming third for exactly. The rest, I think the other one I maybe would also say Venomcrest, Lionscreed. Like Lionscreed, they win last week, and Venomcrest kind of have picked up their form a little bit in the last few weeks as well. I think maybe had a bit more of a rocky start in the first week. Everything else, I think there's a favorite in each match for sure in the first 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. We're expecting DMG and Tempest to come out swinging to be able to take what should be kind of cut and dry wins to keep themselves up at the top lane, especially how they've been top spots, I should say, especially how they've been playing. And yeah, game 3, both 3 and 2, both really contesting for those top spots. And then the last match as well, we'll see specifically if both Lionscreed and Venomcrest can show us more of the positives that we have seen, those flashes of brilliance that they've shown us over the past few weeks. For now, I think we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes to take a little bit of a deeper dive into DMG versus Arcadeia. So we'll see you all in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations. Let's get into it. Our first match of the day, DMG UK versus Arcadeia. As we'd said in the pre-show, expected to be DMG UK favored, right? They're 4-1. Their momentum is massive, but Arcadeia are really just struggling to find the direction, it seems, right? Rail, this roster keeps changing. We're not really necessarily seeing... Are we even seeing much improvement from these rosters, or is it just still a bit muddled?
It's still a bit muddled. They still haven't found a defined playstyle to play around. When, I mean, a lot of people behind the screens is kind of just screaming, play around blank, which honestly isn't a bad solution. Get him out of laning phase, he becomes pretty good in team fights. Obviously, recently had a roster change with the top lane last week. Had Shader come into this one. But it was just unfortunate because he's playing into Lars's Fura, which is just not a fun time.
Yeah, no one wants to do that. No one wants to go against Lars Fiora, man. Like they had so much going for them in that Verzik game, right? Synergy, like they had the Fed Zeri, they had this mid lane match, or they had Brixton on the Azir, right? Like it seems like the only constant on this roster so far has been Brixton and Blank. Everything else is chopping and changing. So how do you feel about the performance of these two carries, and I guess Arcadia's choice to center and pivot around them as a carry duo?
I think that's kind of a good strategy from what I've seen. I think Brixton especially has been pretty actually consistent and almost flying under the radar a little bit because of how much they've struggled elsewhere. So, there's, I think I've distinct highlight. I remember there was hit a very nice 4-man Orianna Shockwave. I think it was in week 1. Completely turned the team fight around for them. They didn't end up getting the win in the end, but it was a pivotal moment that could have really come for something else. I think Blank's been playing in the UKL for a long time. Used to be on London United when they were having a great run in the UKL. I think he's always been a very consistent performer. It's just the inconsistency of the rest of the roster that is kind of, holding them back. And it's hard for them to build any real, synergy and teamwork there, I guess. If you're constantly having to deal with those little changes, even if the players are the same, but in different roles,
Yeah, for sure.
I said the word. I got my own name in there.
You got it in. He's going to get it in for sure. But I mean, you're absolutely right. The roster synergy is something that we spoke about a lot in the early weeks, right? Some of these new rosters that had been patched together from names that we know, people like Tempest Gaming, right? We just didn't know how well it was going to work. And then rosters like DMG, we saw the synergy noticeably increase week on week. The longer you give them as time together, the better it gets. And Arcadeia, we don't have a stable foundation to build on, right? As you've said. So let's see if they can find some sort of solution that works. They are shooting for top 6 in playoffs. I think last week I spoke incorrectly and said it was top 4. It is in fact top 6 out of 8 that makes playoffs, as we have a double elim bracket. So they don't have to make a huge gap up. They're 2 wins behind 6th right now. It's definitely not over for them. Let's see if they can find some of that stability to make that work. But let's take a look at DMG instead. I know you, Synergy, seem to be prepared for DMG. You've gotten kitted out for us to talk about our kind of Chinese import roster that we have here.
Yeah, just so I can get this up on stream a little bit. It's my hoodie that I bought at the LPL in China, in Shanghai, in 2017. So I like that they brought that little bit of LPL flavor. A little bit more skirmishy, a bit fighty, more fighting heavy, and it's something we've always expected, like when we watch Worlds and so on from the Chinese teams. Now it's nice to see our teams here in the UK being pushed a little bit more in terms of mechanics and stuff like that. And honestly, I've been very pleasantly surprised because I didn't really know the players when I saw when I first saw the roster. There weren't names that stuck out to me like some of the previous or other rosters would have done from previous iterations. But they've been surprised massively. They're currently fighting for that top spot, and honestly, they could cause some even more upsets. I'm ready for them to play Tempest again in the second round robin because I think they could do it.
Yeah, for sure, right? We can't even really call them upsets anymore because they just look so good. Oh man, they've upset Belfast, they've upset Ruddy, and they've upset everybody now. So I guess they're just on top, and we just have to wait for Tempest. But Rail, something that has been so impactful, it feels like, for DMG is that the way they're able to use the draft, right? We worried if they were just kind of solo queue, one-trick ponies with the Kiana coming out again and again, the Ashe coming again and again, and not finding as much success. But now we've seen them get pushed around in the draft, and yet they're not doing any worse.
Yeah, they're absolute dirty drafters. It's so difficult to do anything against them because they have Rumble in their back pocket. They have Kiana in their back pocket. They have Kindred and Talia in their back pocket, and also Norelia. Yeah. They have so many things you have to think about, while also not even thinking about meta, because most of them aren't even high meta right now. So you've got that to constantly think about when you're drafting against them. And it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse. If you let the Kiana through, are they going to play it? Or are they going to play Tristana? Or are they just going to bust out something different?
Yeah, like they've not even been allowed to play the Aurelia yet, right? And no one's even let it through bans. And I think this would probably just be properly sod's law just as soon as Rail's off the cast. Now suddenly, let's let the Aurelia through. He doesn't get to cast that one. Now we'll let it through for Pickett only then. But it is great to see how they're able to adapt and bump up our unique champion picks while also still being like, well, okay, you forced us into playing meta, so it's not like we can't do that. We just didn't want to. And now you've made us, so we're just going to win even harder. But going into this matchup against Arcadeia specifically, we do have, I believe, Monge in top lane, Synapse in support, as we saw last time, back with Blank, and then Pridestalker in jungle, Brixton in the mid lane. It says Sheeta up here. I was told Monge. We'll see who it is, right? It doesn't make huge amount of difference to me.
I can definitely confirm
it is Monge, as we have had confirmed by production. So for this iteration that they're running with here, this does kind of speak to me, Synergy, that they are looking to play around the bot lane, right? Synapse and Blank are two of their players that have stuck around through this whole time, even in different roles. And I guess, do you feel like, as Rail had said, this is potentially a good idea? Do you agree that Blank is the one to go through? Would you like to see maybe Brixton get a bit more of a shot? Who do you think is really the most reliable to carry to play through here?
I mean, I think both Brixton and Blank are equally as reliable. It's very much that both of them are going. If both of those players are doing well, it's maximizing their chances of doing well. And I think, kind of as I made the point a little bit earlier, was I just want to see them shore up the other, the jungle and in the top lane. I think top lane's kind of been where we've seen the most inconsistency in terms of the player itself, the actual player that's playing the game. So you can't find a level of consistency if it's changing all the time. So if they're going to stick with this iteration of the roster, we don't know yet. It could change again. But that would definitely be if once that consistency's there, you could actually start to develop that teamwork and really then start to play off Brixton, play off Blank. I might lean on to the side of going for Blank if I had to choose one person, but I think both of them are equally as adept at carrying. And Brixton's been playing for a long time, so got that experience on his side. Yeah,
it is. We would be loath to forget Brixton's Forge of Champions runs from back in the day. And this is a guy who has been around.
Even played in the original Four Nations tournament, which this one is named after. There you go. Fact for you.
that is a
2014.
Ooh, 14? No shot. That's actually 9 years ago. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't think any of us were alive in 2014. That's too long ago. But okay, so Brixton definitely has the history, and we've seen that he does have the chops on the Rift. He is making some very aggressive plays when needed, and is very good in the team fights. And Blank, he can get to that late game stage. He just needs to be allowed to play the game at that point, and we'll see if he's allowed to be. Now, I'm worried whether he's going to be allowed to be, because Rail, Yang down in the bot lane for DMG has been super strong, right? The Ashe has been very impactful, as you've seen, but even when they push him onto other things, they don't seem to suffer there. So in this bot lane matchup, Blank and Synapse versus Yang and Steven, would you favor either side in a 2 versus 2? There's a lot of history on the Arcadeia side, but we've loved what we've seen out of DMG.
Yeah, I'd easily favor Yang and Steven. It sounds horrible to say because I've always been a fan of Blank.
Oh no.
It's just not been going his way, and you hit it. No. You hit the nail on the head with what you said earlier. It's just the synergy hasn't been there across the board for the team. There's been some shining lights, which has been Blank in the later team fights, and Brixton did look a bit better. Granted, with Synapse in the bot lane, didn't have a great time with Galaxy at the start. So it just seems like Blank's been missing that support to sort of make plays for him and be a bit more aggressive. So we'll have to see if Synapse can be that for him. We've only seen one game, so it's not really enough to judge.
Yeah, it was a good start. Let's see if he can keep it going here. DMG certainly going to be a tough opponent as we are into the draft. And immediately they've banned out Brixton's Azir. So potentially trying to focus on those consistent carries to keep them out of the game. And let's see if Arcadeia want to throw as much focus towards Saber Avalon 13, otherwise known as Shinyu, with the Aurelias and the Kianas. But I think with Brixton playing a lot of mages, the Aurelia's coming back again. So at least, Rail, you haven't been denied. They haven't just done you that dirty to let the Aurelia through on this day.
Why they gotta bully me like this? I just want to watch Aurelia be played. It's just a fun champion.
It is. It is that one of those champions that is just entirely draft warping. If you have an Aurelia player, you go, we just can't give it to them. I don't care what the matchup is. You just can't give it to them. as the Poppy denied away from Pridestalker as well. I liked his Poppy game, honestly, so I'm sad that he's not going to be able to play it again, but he did get a lot of early stuff done, did get a lot of damage onto Hollow from Verzik in the mid lane. And then for a potential B1 pick for damage, if we're going to see these same focuses, Synergy, I don't know if there's a particular role that you think they would be good to focus. Is it grabbing a bot lane carry? Do we try and get something high prio for Shroudy in the jungle? What do you think is the best option there?
I think, given that Arcadeia are on red side, I think that's you're naturally looking towards if Brixton's going to be kind of one of the carries, you're kind of looking to get him a good matchup. So that's definitely likely to come later in the draft, I think. I would say securing early on blue side, solid jungler to make sure you have the map control, because I think Arcadeia, as Pridestalker, had a good showing last time, but we haven't seen much of him yet, just purely on the number of games. I think that might be an angle if they can make sure that that new person in there is kept down. Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, potentially just some all-round solid something like Jarvan or something like that. A good, strong early pick that's just going to perform well regardless.
Absolutely not, I'm afraid.
I just saw the ban. That's unfortunate timing.
And Rail, Talia again for Shroudy left open. What are we thinking?
Yeah, just trolling. Like, if you want this man to play Talia and bully you with rocks while having 3 voice lines in game saying throw another rock, you're putting yourself at your own doom, because he's not going to hesitate.
He's not. He just slams it right in. Man took out Tyrant's Karthus. Well, it's very true. Pridestalker. It's bold. It's bold.
It's not that fun.
People want to see it. He's called Pridestalker, Come on.
Give them what they want, okay? I find it interesting that DMG have just banned the 3 highest performing members of Arcadia's last comp, where they looked like they would have won, bar from top lane, which is pretty rude. And Brixton goes onto the Orianna here, blind potentially. So this is a very cold mid laner right now. Kind of Azir and Orianna have risen to the top, Syndra as a third. This trifecta of really strong mages on this patch. Combined with the Rel, I like this mid jungle duo. I love the teamfight influence it has, and that's where Arcadia might be able to flex Brixton a little bit. DMG now with the answer. Let's see if Steven wants to just lock in the Alistar. Classic Rel counter, right?
Yeah, I think Alistar's just solid here without a doubt. Like, gives you a good dive setup. It's just that front line for you. And yes, has a rough level 1, but as soon as you get to that level 2, it's like, okay, they could actually kill us right now, so we have to be careful. And I actually really like the bans by DMG, because one of Blank's best performing champions so far has been that Zeri. So just taking it completely off his hands.
Yeah. And I do wonder here with the, that Alistar pick, whether they kind of expected Arcadia to pick that Rel early, knowing that they can then get this good Alistar matchup into it. So preemptively, they're banning Poppy to ensure that when they do pick Alistar, that they can guarantee that engage. If that was the plan, big IQ going on there. And on the side of Arcadia, those first 2 picks, they've set themselves up pretty nicely for Brixton to just have a solid lane. We've seen him be very good on Orianna. Rel obviously just incredibly strong right now, and I think putting Synapse on someone who can engage like that is gonna pay dividends for them. Yeah,
I think Synapse, generally speaking, is going to be more suited to the engagers. Someone who can call a shot, call a fight when he sees it, judging by his previous top lane play. We did see the blind Xayah coming out of Yang, so didn't go back to the Ashe, instead went to something kind of generally fine. It's a good answer into the Kai'Sa if that was open, but the Ezreal answer comes out for Blank, and this is something that more and more of our AD carries have been going back to now. It's not got the late game scaling we'd associate with him, but we have seen a lot of those strong mid games out of it, Real.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of strong performances from the Ezreal, and it's one more Zika had water. It might have been Zika, might have been someone else. Apologies if it wasn't Zika. They said about the Ezreal not going to probably do so well in this game, and ended up Kumikun just having a masterclass in that game, just having absolute fun with Heathen. Yeah. The only thing I'm leaning towards here is DMG are hidden their mid laner right now, so it just tells me that they're going to bring something different out, and it wouldn't surprise me if they go for something heavy AD in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we know they've had the Qiyana in the past, and they have this AP jungle that can stand up so many times, and we're bringing it back. We're bringing back the Qiyana. Okay, now I want to see better out of it, okay? Because it's 1-on-1 so far for him, but it tends to fall very far down in lane. It doesn't have the most impactful performances over the 2 games we've seen, but that was week 1 DMG. They're a bit of a different beast now, so I want to see if he can make a bit more of a headway into Brixton. DMG were focusing on those junglers. The Kha'Zix locked in for Pridestalker, so it's not Rengar, it's in fact the arch nemesis, and we'll see if that's able to have any better. Of course, it still potentially suffers to the Talia, but can be a bit more subtle about the approaching angle. And then we're back to the Ornn for Pighead, and we'll see what the last answer is going to be for Monge, a new player we've seen play once in support and up in top lane, and I've got the free matchup for him.
I mean,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry, I was thinking that Ornn, I quite like the Ornn here. I was thinking they were going to take that Rumble, and I was like, I would love to see them play Rumble with that comp just for the all-out aggression of it. But they would have been very lacking if that Kha'Zix ever gets any kind of lead. You know, a lot of squishy members, and they would have suffered. And their only engage at that point obviously would have been kind of an Alistair combo. Not the easiest one to get off all the time without great positioning. But the Ornn here, I think, really rounds out DMG's comp nicely, gives them a lot of ways to engage, and obviously provides that beefy front line while you look for Talia and Kiana just to assassinate kind of towards the back line. This Arcadia comp, I'm liking the way it's rounding out though.
It did kind of meme on Twitter saying Pigheaded is going to be stuck on Ornn duty from now on, so the poor man might actually be stuck on Ornn. And to be honest, I also agree, I like it, because the bans for Arcadeia throw at them, it kind of set him up for success. Said, alright, you've banned Fiora, you've banned Camille, like, as your counter options, it's very few and limited. And Ornn does okay against Gnar. It's not the most fun matchup, but you'll generally live through most of it, you'll generally be fine. And it's all about who gets the bigger team fight presence. The Gnar, obviously, just managing that rage bar.
Yeah, that is something that we'll need to track how well Monge can do it. If he is someone, a Gnar player who is able to get pressure at a side lane while keeping the Gnar bar where it needs to be around a Dragon fight, around a Herald fight, or a Baron play, see if they can get the best use out of this champion in both of its strengths, you know, in the split push and in the team fight. So for DMG, they've gone back to this. We've mentioned the Ornn duty for Pighead. It seems like we're playing to win here today. We're not playing to have as much fun for him, sadly. But we still have the Kiana, right? So in terms of just across the map, in terms of winning matchups to see who's going to get a better chance in this early game, we have Kiana versus Ori in the mid lane. I don't know if anyone knows. Does anyone know who wins this matchup? Just offhand, has anyone played this matchup in the last 5 years? I don't know. People don't play Kiana anymore.
However, it's one of those ones that obviously range advantage and stuff is in favor of Ori, and that's something she has to take massive advantage of until try and stop Kiana from getting to that point where she can just like dash through the wave, one shot you. You know, yes, the assist or gank setup with Kiana is huge, so that's something that needs to be super careful of. If that Kiana snowballs, it's a dangerous lane for sure.
Yeah, you got the LPL hoodie, you know, potentially some Beifang energy that you can come in and support and see if the Kiana can get it to work. But I'll be here. Yeah, we're always here for a bit of Kiana for sure. So top lane, Rail, this is kind of, we've spoken about the Gnar is fine, it's going to be comfortable to Ornn, but Ornn's not going to be too far badly. But bot lane, Xayah Alistair into Rail Ezreal. We don't often see too much engage paired with Ezreal unless it's just going to leave him alone, it's just going to roam away. Do you feel like the 2v2, especially considering the Ezreal range, is this going to be something they can actually abuse from Arcadia, or is it going to be a roam and leave Ezreal to just be on weak side kind of angle?
I think they should roam and leave Ezreal on weak side, because you don't pick Ezreal to put all your eggs in the Ezreal basket, because he takes still time. Even if you do get in them kills, still needs time to get the Mana Moon online to be like that disgusting champion where he starts to actually shred people for free. So I feel like they need to roam, but at the same point, if you roam too much, Alistair is one of the greatest champions for setting up dives. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. It's if they can get these roams for the Rel to work in the mid lane, that's where I want to see it. I want to see like an early level 2 or level 3 roam by Rel onto the Kiana, get some kill pressure there. If that happens, you can have Brixton start to be one of the main forces in the game and be one of the big factors of stopping Kiana ever roaming.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely in agreement there. What I'd love to see is, like, in the kind of first 10 minutes or so, is having kind of Kha'Zix and Rel like pairing up a lot and kind of forcing stuff, because Kha'Zix obviously early game super strong. If you can catch someone isolated, we all know what happens. If they can get a little bit of a lead and control in that bot, like especially the bottom river, control the dragons, get Kha'Zix strong, it's going to make DMG's life a lot harder in then allowing the Kiana to, you know, roam and do what she wants to do. If she's always going to be met by, by the Rel, by the Kha'Zix, and obviously it's going to benefit Brixton as well, because she's going to get a bit more of a free lane. Ori's obviously a great pusher of waves, so, you know, it's going to be turret plates if Kiana ever dies, and if they lose control of that, lose jungle control, so on and so forth. So I think actually this Kha'Zix in a way is quite pivotal, and then naturally with that, the Rel is going to really be impactful in facilitating Kazakhs, because everyone on the other team is quite squishy, aside from like Ornn and Alistair, but they're not priority targets, right? Kazakhs is strong.
Ignore them.
Gets on Kiana, gets on Xayah, gets on Talia.
Yeah. That jungle matchup, I think, is going to be super pivotal for sure. Like, the fact that Shroudy Rowdy has been doing so many of our strong junglers so dirty on this pick, like, taking Tyron's Karthus to town is not an easy job. We'll see if Pride Stalker now on a bit more of a carry pick can take the fight to him. But for now, let's fire it over to our casters to get on to the Rift for game number 1, Arcadeia versus DMG UK. Our casters today, Milky Cereal and Doctor. Take it away, lads.
A fun one. DMG, very, very dominant in the league so far, Doctor. And, well, Arcadeia, yet to win a game.
Lads, boys, lads, boys, lads. We're in. Yeah, it's not looking great for Arcadeia. All right, it's not. It's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. DMG, on the other hand, going crazy with it, and putting out some very nice Twitter posts as well. If you ever saw that one, they just put out a little like, "Oh, thanks guys, we're having a really good time" type post.
Okay.
Which was lovely to see. What's not going to be lovely is probably what's going to happen to Arcadeia in this game. They have had, as we said before, or as the desk said, a couple of little roster swaps coming through here and there, but I don't know how much any of that is really going to help out up against, you know, such a menace as this DMG side.
Yeah, and we saw, Rail and Synergy trying to kind of break down these comps. One thing that I don't want to get your thoughts on, because I'm looking towards if Arcadia can get this Kha'Zix ahead and he can start to pose his jump on the back line, I then start to look at what is this Kha'Zix actually going to do. You know, you've got a Xayah with a lot of self-heal, you've got an Alistair there who can just headbutt a Kha'Zix away, and, well, if Shroudy Rowdy can play with the Unraveled Earth really well, it makes things really difficult for Price.
I mean, it does and it doesn't, right? Because on the one hand, like, yeah, you can't like jump in, right? You can't get in. But on the other, like, what if you just don't jump? What if you just go invisible and you just go wee and you just like sneak in, right?
I like that.
What if you're simply built a little different, you know?
That's the same kind of energy as if you go to the theme park and you're not old enough or you're not tall enough to go down the water slide.
I can't relate to not being tall enough.
True, neither can I.
Know your audience.
But instead of going down the slide, you're just like, hey, what if we just jump off and jump into the water?
I've never had that. Many times in my life have I had the thought of, I'm not going to leap towards a Talia E. I've never had the thought, what if I just jump off when I'm at a water park?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I've not been to many water parks. We live in England. There's not that much sun. Water parks, not really that much of a thing. We are seeing, though, that Brixton is using that kind of range advantage that was mentioned by our analyst. That's just keeping Saber Avalon at bay for now. But we are still in the early stages of laning phase. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map.
All right, we'll see where is the end I'm going. Of course, they've made their way nice and comfortably down to bot. We're seeing, what's Steven doing? What's he lurking on over there? Moving on into his own jungle alongside Shroudy. Helping out? Are they worried potentially? Yeah, they're worried that Synapse and Blank were going for a bit of an invade. So he just goes to cover, make sure that one can all be picked up nice and safely. As you say, that there's not really a lot of anything going on the map. Saber getting absolutely ruined in terms of the old CS department. But that is sort of to be expected when you're playing a... whatchamacallit? What's the champion? Kiana versus a mage, especially before like level 3, you're not really having a good time of it, and that's okay.
And all of those health potions have been used by Saber Avalon, otherwise they would have a lot less HP. They're going to get that wave shoved in, and maybe look for a quick reset.
Alrighty, well, get that on through. Get your way on out. We've got a bit of a wave building up on bot. Shroudy may want to path down and use that to go ahead and get Drake. It is going to be the opposite side of the map, of course, to where all of his camps actually are.
Yes.
But he may well decide it's he just wants it that bad. He wants to go ahead and help the boys, but no. Halves his way on up. Gonna get another full clear off before we think about that Drake. And again, so far, I mean, it's not like we have like a Lee Sin or a Xin or anything. It's not like we have anyone going crazy with it. So we'll just wait and see what the plan is going to be.
And again, we kind of expected there to be not much action. You're looking at Ornn against Nara in the top lane. You're looking at an Ezreal in the bottom lane. There's not a huge amount of gank setup. And again, it's a Kha'Zix, so he doesn't really want to do too much stuff too early. Maybe Shroudy could look for a way in if you can get some CC. But before Saber Avalon hits 6, it's just going to be a case of trying to power farm up, getting those waves into the right states, and maybe trying to punish just a bad recall timer and sneaking away an early Drake.
Well, nothing being snuck quite so far. We got... I don't know. I mean, fellas, let's just get on the board. Let's get cooking. Come on. It's been 5 whole minutes. I'm normally 0-4 by this point. I've made the game exciting by now. Maybe Shroudy might be about to. Oh, puts out the old knock-up. Does not quite connect. Won't be finding out a kill on that one. But now we finally have got ourselves a little bit of control around the river. Oh, look at that. Steven's... This is why Steven's my GOAT.
Right.
Does 3 hits on the pink and then walks away. Let's Shroudy get the last hit. You know, I don't know why. I just love... Oh, hang about, Steven. Oh, hang on.
Hey, really nice 2-man knock-up into a double knockback from the Talia Seismic Shove. Flashing away is Synapse. And Arcadia are forced on the retreat to that shockwave. Brixton in for the kill, and it is Blank who picks up first blood, but in goes Saber. Brixton locked down, a 1-for-1. Alistair falls as well, 2-for-1 in favor of Arcadia, and they will have to back away. They haven't got hugely healthy health bars, and no one will be able to pick up the Drake, but it is Arcadia who win the fight.
Okay, see. Now we're getting there. Now we're cooking. Arcadeia do end up coming out ahead. They just have a slight numbers advantage. Yang a little bit slow on the draw there. You like the engage coming out from Shroudy and Stephen, but again, it was just sort of onto Synapse. It's just a little bit too tanky. Not going to be able to find that kill. But as we have a little bit of a replay down there in the corner, it's 2 kills going on over to Blank. So there is now a bit of an opportunity. We've seen Blank 1v9 a couple of games in his time.
Yep.
And, well, there's a pretty good chance for this one is no different. As he comes, admittedly, into the game with a Sheen and Tier, which is not what you want to see.
No.
You know, when you're, what do you call it? Queuing up and you're, what is it? Yeah, your Ezreal gets for double kill, and you're like, great, you've got like a BF sword, right? And they say, no, I've got something much better.
Infinite
No
use.
combat stats. You're like, ah,
Yeah.
excellent.
Oh, well, there's a
your service.
half-bound axe, so, you know, a few extra combat stacks now available for Arcadia. 1k goal lead as well over to the red side. That first Drake still on the cards, and we will be getting a Rift Herald up soon, and a very nice CS lead as well for Brixton in the mid lane.
All right, let's see which one it's going to be then. Are we going for the Herald, or are we going for that first Drake still there on the table? As you said, you know, might want to go for the Herald, might want to move things away from Blank down the bot lane. Oh!
Monch died in the top lane.
Huh?
There was a solo kill.
Oh, he did!
And it's under the tower. I think Monch dived Pighead, tried to ultimately get a kill.
Divey-wivey.
And, well, he dived, and then he died. I don't know. It's first game of the day. The jokes are going to be bad, Doctor.
It's the thought that counts.
Thank you. I didn't put much thought into it. I'll be real with you.
Yeah, I've never put thought into any of my lines. They just come out. So, bit of a younger 1v1. Shroudy doesn't get the stun.
Shroudy stepping a bit too far forward. The Ornn is here just to help Shroudy stay alive. And Pride Stalker is forced onto the retreat.
All right, okay. Gets away with his life, however. Shroudy manages to make it out that one. Just a little clip extra was needed from Price Talk. Just the also even smite if he had it up, but he didn't. But it's okay. He has forced Shroudy off the map and is going to go ahead and grab himself a cheeky little Rift Herald. Gets that one relatively inconsistent. Steven is in the area, but he's not going to do anything too much about this one. Going on in 1v4, probably not a great idea. So we hand over the Herald and we see where we want to take that. In terms of your lanes, it's not like we have some super scaling Menace or like a Camille or a Jax, a Gangplank, something like that, who you want to just go, yeah, funnel it and go dominate your 1v1. So we may see Pridestalker just yoink this for personal use and try to snowball himself, or we'll just spread out the love and get that very far across. As the ult does connect.
But the other ult doesn't.
The other one
Brixton's trying to sidestep everything, and in comes Synapse to be the hero for his mid laner. Brixton is still alive, but not for much longer. Lockdown is Synapse as well, but no further follow-up from DMG. And for a second, I thought Brixton would be able to survive. Didn't have a flash available, couldn't get over the Weaver's wall.
Okay, that was a little bit of a custom combo. Didn't quite work, but the idea is there. Yeah, we love to see the attempt be made.
So as you said, it's a thought that counts, right?
Oh,
Big
Ed. Oh, he's got flash, but he's Wing back. Probably gonna have to use that flash here, but it's
Another
auto.
auto.
He goes down anyway. Oh,
The hype
no,
proc
he's
just too big.
Just like me. Oh, he's just like me for real, for real.
What do
He
you mean
can't
he's
just walk
like
away.
you? What do you do?
I
Oh,
don't
right,
walk.
okay,
I walk away, but I'm like, I can get that extra ability in. And he dies for it. If he just doesn't W there, maybe he can walk it out, but he takes like 2 extra autos. It's a whole thing. Look, if he just doesn't W, like, I've been mean, but it's just because I've been there. If instead of Wing here like that, that's like an extra 2 autos. He could have just kept walking. Maybe he lives it. Again, I say this because I've done it 50 million times. I simply do not improve. Yeah. I'm really good at it. Check my Quinn stats.
Oh dear lord, you play
My
Quinn
Quinn
top lane.
KDA is impeccable.
I'm going to be honest. If you're playing Quinn top lane, you deserve all the deaths that come your way. Rift Rider has been dropped in the mid lane. As Arcadeia, not only are they pushing in the mid lane, they're able to sneak themselves a Drake. And I'm going to be honest with you here, Doctor. I've not been able to cast any of the UKL games up to now. So I come into this game, I'm like, right, let's do a little bit of prep. DMG Esports second, 4-1. Arcadeia 0-5. Fair enough. Got to be a clean stomp. 10 minutes in, why are Arcadeia winning?
I don't know.
You're the color caster.
I don't know. Turn up.
You have all the answers.
God, people just expect me to know everything because I usually do.
Yeah.
It's true. I set such a high standard for myself.
Exactly.
I mean, so far it's because they got a double kill onto the Ezreal, and DMG got a little bit scared after that one. The thing about the DMG for me is that I've only cast one DMG game, and it was the first one, and it culminated in basically them sort of not really like losing. They weren't getting stomped, but they were pretty behind. I think if I remember right, they had like a decent early, but then sort of like kept doing the same thing over and over and over again, just losing a little bit more each time they did it. Yeah. And then Tom Kench stole Elder Drake with a tongue, and they won the game. And so I'm not 100% sure how they've, from that point, moved on and managed to pick up the 0 losses situation, or 1 loss that they have so far. And I'm also at the same point, like Arcadeia, I don't really know why they're bottoming out the table, because these are UK players that we've known for quite some time, Blank, Synapse, Brixton, all that jazz. Yeah, saying on the desk about the sort of legacy of Brixton, how long he's been here. Oh my god, Pigger gets stunned on his own Q. He's got Ghost. He hopefully gets out of this one. It's going to take a while. He might not get out of this one. He's working on it.
Oh,
he might turn it around!
Here comes the ult. Can Monge get out of it? Yes, he can. Flashes away, but cannot land the Q. It'll be a trade then of ult for ult, but Monge uses the flash as well, and Pighead laughs in the face of adversity.
My god, that's a classic. It's like, oh, the Mega Nars run out, and you're against a fully ramped Sunfire cape. Gotta be a little careful. Of course, Monge has to recall to actually get items, but he'll just TP on back. Pighead's gonna build one, but he may end up losing the turret if he recalls here. Monge does, of course, have the Triforce and probably a Demolish as well. Not too sure about that one. So he may be about to pick himself up the first Blood Tower up there. As Shroudy will be spotted on a ward down in the bottom lane, but he's still going to give it a go anyway. Blank shifting out.
Could you imagine, though, if that seismic shove had landed? Despite
I'd be
being
really
on the wall?
mad at Blank. I would be both mad and disappointed.
Yeah.
A lethal combo. As if we can get over the top, what's Monge doing? Oh, perfect timing on that. Yeah, he splits himself up 2 plates. He's not gonna quite get the the whole turret itself, but he's got another 4 minutes to go ahead and get that one, so he's pretty happy.
And so far for Arcadeia, it's been really good.
Oh, he doesn't
starts
have
in
4 minutes.
All of their lanes. Doesn't have. Wait, what?
No, the thing with the top's plugged.
Oh, okay, right.
It's 14 minutes. Plates just fell off.
We're literally stuck in time right now. I think there's a movie where that happens, but I can't remember what it is.
Fashion to the gate.
I'm all for bad jokes, but bad singing is just that's
You
just
love
stupid
Steins
when you know.
Gate.
I do love that was Steins Gate.
I don't know the words.
Please don't mess up.
The gate.
Just stop. You're only digging yourself a hole here.
Great show. I gotta say, the epitome when people talk about like, oh, you should watch this anime. Trust me, it gets really good after episode like 14.
It does.
It's the same with Steins Gate. It is like episode 13 out of like 27. Like, yeah, you kind of just have to like tank the first half of the show, but it gets really good.
When you think about it, it's very similar to a game of League. You die over and over again, and then you eventually realize what you have to do.
No, I don't realize what I have to do. I just continue to run it.
Yeah. Your teammates realize what you have to do. And
yeah, what they have to do is report me. They've figured that one out very early into the game.
Well, another Rift Herald has been started. Arcadeia making their way up towards the top side of the map. Both ADCs are on the bottom side, and we are seeing Steven just on that bottom side of the map as well, which means Arcadeia should be able to pick themselves up a second Rift Herald. They're about 2,000 gold ahead of DMG, and they are looking to extend this a little bit further. First tower of the game as well, still on the cards.
Alright, well, it may be for not much longer. Okay, that was a bit overkill, Price Stalker. The turret was on 1 HP, but it's fine. He'll get himself the first blood turret.
Ooh.
As you say, once that charge goes off. No, there it is. Nailed it. That's the turret picked up, and that should hopefully
that Herald's going to keep on charging forward as well.
Yeah, because nobody's going to go stop that on the tier 2. So that is going to buy up a lot of space around here for a potential Drake.
I do have to say, Arcadeia here in week 3 are starting to look very good. They're taking the fight to DMG. They're starting up on the second Drake. And can Arcadeia contest this? There are going to be 2 teleports coming in. The Drake's already been secured, and Arcadeia make their way out. Peace, sayonara. And Arcadeia have been taking everything this game.
Oh, that is a rough one for DMG right there. What's Arcadeia get? They get 2 turrets. They get 90% of the mid turret. They get both the TPs from DMG, and they get the Drake as well. DMG got to be decisive on this one. Got to be quick. Pretty much the most important skill that you can have in League. Acting fast, and there they sort of dilly-dally a little bit too long, try to get that perfect reset off, you know, for Saber and all that jazz. Doesn't quite come to fruition. They just sort of lose everywhere on the map, and now of course they're going to have to be careful. You know, we're coming up to a Baron spawn when there's not going to be teleports available. It's not the fastest Baron in the world, but that is a Kha'Zix who's probably got evolved Q, I think. Yeah, he does, and he's gone ahead and got the spikes as well. Now he hits level 11. So wait, no, does he? I can't tell when they have skins, dude. I can't tell if they have the ult evolved or not. I'm pretty sure he had big meaty claws there, but I don't know. Point is, if he does have big meaty claws, much like, you know, Larry the Lobster or whoever it was for that line was about, Mr. Krabs, he's gonna tear it up at the Baron. Yeah, and that could be a bit of a threat for the TP-less side of DMG. You know what I'm saying when I'm on about the big meaty claws?
No, I don't.
It's a SpongeBob. I think it's Mr. Krabs. It's a line in SpongeBob. He's got big meaty claws.
Are we quoting random obscure lines from SpongeBob now? Is that where we've got to with this broadcast, Harry?
I've never not been doing that. I'm 25 years old. I've been doing it for like 23 of them, all right?
Yeah.
So you may have just got here, but I've been here a while. Oh, that looked like a 2-second long ult from Pride Stalker.
Well, Pride Stalker has to be careful. Forced to go over the wall. Synapse. Oh, was that a little kind of Rel Alistair switcheroo there? That looked kind of fun.
Cheeky older got ult.
Yeah.
The good old days.
Yeah, I never actually played against Older got, you know, before my time.
No one did. It was not popular. Shout out to Keen.
Shroudy Rowdy into the bottom lane. There's teleport coming through. Really nice seismic shot. Brixton is already dead before Monge can arrive. Great pick for the side of a DMG.
Yeah, it's a nice little pick. There's no response coming through from Arcadeia. They actually end up losing out on a TP of their own, but they don't get anything mid. However, Pride Stalker, he's zooming his way on in.
Shroudy Rowdy, he's feeling rowdy, and well, a little bit shroudy. Pride Stalker, oh, pardon me, Pighead now caught. Monch doesn't want to aggress it too far forward, and Arcadeia will take 1 kill back in vengeance for their fallen comrade in the mid lane.
I at least managed to trade 1. I think Pride Stalker might have been able to get 2. You know, he did dodge all the CC coming through from his Dustblade. Maybe if he tries to turn it, he can just get a good bit of damage before ulting off again, but doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to risk going down. Wants to get out there alive and, you know, keep the tempo going, keep his farm and gold high, and sort of keep it as a nice 1-for-1. It's weird because a lot's committed. We're committing TPs, we're committing Talia ults when there's not like an objective around, but it hasn't, you know, caused any harm for anyone, right? This is ultimately just 2 kills going on over.
I want to take a quick look at kind of item points for some of the members, because I'm looking over to the side of DMG, and Yang has been on 2 items on this Xayah for a while and is looking relatively strong. Saber Avalon having picked up their first item with that Dustblade, first item for Shroudy Rowdy as well, looking decent. Big shockwave though for Brixton. Can he get the kill? Mid laner versus jungler. The autos are enough, but here comes the Kiana. Makes it a 1-for-1. Sign-ups on the run. Teleport though from Pickett, and his 4 members of DMG showing up to the party. True Shot Barrage will not land, but over the wall it goes. Pardon me, Sign-ups out to safety. Pride Stalker here hops over the wall. 2 kills for 1 in favor of Arcadia.
Wow, it was a bit crispy clean from Saber though there, even though he ends up going down. He managed to get the grass off in time to go invisible. Try to buy a bit of time. You know, he's proving that he can be kind of quick with it on the Kiana, which is what you need, so keep an eye on that. Again, the play was ultimately in favor of Arcadia, but it's still important to note, you know, that's an option, right? Saber, we may well have the Beifang mechanics at his disposal. But once again, it's sort of just kills, you know? It's a kill's sake for a kill's sake. You know, let me know when something exciting happens. Let me know when it turns on into a Baron, when it turns into a, you know, into a Soul, which we're getting closer and closer to, as we do now have the Cloud spawning. And how come, for these guys, the neutral objective timers work and it says it's a Cloud Drake because it's a Cloud Drake? But for the last, like, 17 games that I've done on my stream, it always gets the map wrong and says it's a different Drake.
Yeah, you've got to command the game. That's what my presence is here to do. The game doesn't fear you. The game does fear me. A little bit like DMG should be fearing Arcadia. In comes Yawn from the side, but it's a big engage though from Zaina. No follow-up from Arcadia. 2 kills already to the side of DMG, and 4 members as in goes Mong, but he can't find the engage. Can Arcadia find any more and more cues? Missing shots being fired out by Blank, but DMG are able to get the Drake, and they get 2 kills for 1.
No jungler, no problem. Big Ed smiting that one away with his spellbook, but unfortunate fight for Arcadia there, with Price Stalker just not really able to get in, not able to get involved, having used his ult before the fight started. He ended up getting, I think it was Yang, or maybe I think it was Avalon, really low. But it couldn't keep following. You didn't have Evolved E, didn't have any ults available. So he can't chase that down. Aveni scared, doesn't want to run on into the Ornn, so he is sort of struggling in these fights. You can also see it is a full lethality build coming out from that Kha'Zix. So really, if ever Steven or Pighead exist, he's not too happy about it. He's going to be scared in these fights, and it might end up being to quite the detriment of Arcadia later on if you have this assassin player who can only try for the backline, who can't even reach them, as we see now.
Kha'Zix going too far forward. Very desperate, and it's what we mentioned before. You're going to try to go in on an Alisson. You don't have your teammates around as well. It does not go well for you. Weaver's wall into a 2-man knocker. Brixton able to find one. Is the shockwave available? It's used, and it is Arcadia who are winning the fight. Blanket cleaning up a double kill for Brixton, and the Baron is on the cards now for Arcadia.
Wait, where did everyone go? The fight's just like, what? I feel like I blinked and I missed it. I was still recovering from the Kha'Zix being in there, and suddenly there's a Talia wall blocking in every member of Arcadia. They said, that's fine by me. Turn it around, just one-shot everyone. That's the power of the 2 item spikes coming through, with Blank finishing up that mirror mana, and, you know, tier fully stacked for Brixton as well. I wonder if we get a replay of that one. That'd be nice. I really am not sure, like, what even happened in that fight. I'm reeling. It was just over so quickly.
Well, Arcadia, 7,000 gold ahead. I would just like to remind everyone, Arcadia have not won a game this split, and they're only currently winning against the second best team in the league, statistically anyway.
My God. Well, I mean, again, I've seen DMG steal an Elder with a time catch tongue. I'll never count them out.
Okay.
I'm not. Well, I mean, we'll run it back.
They're on the
Arcadia
right.
still.
They're on the right side of the map as
They're
well
working
to
on it.
steal an Elder.
True. Fighting Baron was their big mistake. Clearly, a Dragon team was. Oh, we see it. We're a little late in. So what even? Actually, I don't understand how everyone got this low. Was it just a massive shockwave? Is that all it was?
I think so.
It's just
because I
Brixton
was getting
going
ready for the
crazy with it.
shockwave, and then it was already on cooldown. We've got
Yeah, we just missed
a
it.
potential fight on the live play as Steven just being zoned away. Pride Stalker doing a lot of damage.
God, it's
with
Price
those
Stalker-
void spikes.
I don't know. I'm still scared especially after that, where you basically see Pride Stalker feel like he can't get involved in a fight, and then instantly after that, be like, oh well, I've got to do something, and then just run through 3 people to try and assassinate 1 person. That is
he was
sort of my
baiting
main
Copium.
concern. It's because things like every time you've seen
Yeah.
competitive Kazakhs, it's usually a bit more bruisery. They get like the cleaver second item instead of the edge of night, stuff like that, right? Like they're accepting that they can't get through the front line. There's
Oh, big engage coming through from Saber Avalon and the follow-up from Steven, but Steven has already fallen Featherstorm into the Flash Blade Caller. Synapse still alive, and out come the auto.
Hang about.
Somehow Yang is still alive. The
Ooh,
Ignite
Pride
ticking
Stalker.
down. Blade Caller flash forward for Pride Stalker, able to get
Oh.
1 with a Void Spikes, and it is a 2-4-2 even and squares. All the while in the top lane, Monch just split pushing and able to pick up an inhibitor.
Yeah, he's gonna keep doing this. I mean, he's got the Hullbreaker, he's got the Triforce, he's got a lot of damage onto Pighead as well. So Munchie going to be a menace up in the top lane. So you understand why DMG want to force fights elsewhere, but at the same time, you want to force the fight with your own ult, preferably. No better place to do that than when both your inhibs are being pushed. You're basically already in range then as the Ornn, but there still isn't the advantage that you need. So how does this fight actually break out? Because once again, I'm in these fights just sort of tunnel visioning on Pride Stalker. I'm always trying to see if he can go for an assassination, but really it's just Brixton gets a little caught. Avalon goes in for a crazy big ult, which gets a fair bit of stun lock, and whilst that's going on, Steven is trying to just control everyone else, but we end up seeing that, the Talia gets completely zoned out, has to run all the way back, gets just not involved in the fight at all, and now, apparently Synapse is taking damage. Ooh.
Being a bit too aggressive, but
scared.
Pride Stalker is here hovering around, trying to zone away the members of DMG. Arcadia are going to be forced to reset. Drake about to spawn. It would be the 3rd Drake for Arcadia, but they're backing away, and all the while, Monch is going to be pushing in the top lane, forcing members of DMG to recall as Blank and Pride Stalker also pushing in the mid lane. DMG are not being allowed to take this Drake.
Oh, a lot of pressure coming out from Monji. He's actually going to get that turret if he keeps hitting it. No, he's walked away. Doesn't want to risk it, and that's actually pretty understandable. We see Arcadia not wanting to risk it on the Drake either. They say, yeah, back off. Just go mid, go push. And now, DMG tried to force it out. They do land a knock-up.
Pride Stalker has been hit, and Pride Stalker will fall. No jungler now for the side of Arcadia, but I don't think Arcadia mind too much. They're just going to keep on pushing these waves forward. Blank is doing so much damage with these Mystic shots, and Brixton is just soloing Drake at the moment.
I mean, this is a pretty good dance, right? Like, we draw people over to the Baron or to the Dragon. Whilst that's going on, Nar's pushing top, so we're then going to go move mid to shove down mid so that they have to come respond to us or respond to Nar. And whilst they're doing that, we'll run back to Drake. It's not, it's not overly complicated. We've seen it before, but you end up often seeing the execution fumbled a little bit, and that is not happening here with Arcadia today. They're more than happy when it comes to dragging DMG around the map. The inhib was secured as we saw that tier or that Nexus turret taken down as well. So now there's a real threat that Munji could just end the game on one of his next pushes as he makes his way over onto the bot side.
And that Hullbreaker is going to be very useful when he just sits in the side lane against Pighead. Got Black Cleaver to get through some of that extra armor. And we got Baron up in 1 minute's time as well, so you can already see on the minimap, Monch heading down to the bottom lane. If you answer him, he's probably just going to win the 1v1. You send 2 members towards him, and Arcadia say, okay, fine, we'll do a 4v3 at Baron.
And pretty much, they're... But would they even take the fight? I think they're... As we saw before, they're pretty happy to just sort of dance around, draw people, and just let Nar do his job as Pride Stalker again. Zooming on him, bring back old Kazakhs, one that would be able to just run that whole thing invisible between the bushes. But yeah, they're just walking up, just buying time, not forcing anything, and allow Monji to keep his push going. Right now, nobody other than Pighead has gone to stop Monji, and we've seen that one before. It doesn't really work out in Pighead's favor. So again, play it slow. And DMG, who I keep wanting to call ICO every time I see Steven's name, they need to figure something out. Like, lads, we've got to get out of our jungle, get into the river, try and make a fight, just take the 4v4, see what happens. Don't worry about losing the game, because realistically, you are just going to lose at this rate. There's Bright Stalker is on the wrong side.
He's forced to go golden, but in comes Synapse with a big engage. Shroudy burning down. Ignited is a 1-for-1 jungler for jungler. But in comes Pighead from the side. They're looking for the play. Blade Caller is going to be able to find the lockdown of Brixton, who goes golden out of stasis and immediately shut down as Yang is throwing out the feathers.
He's still alive.
Monge on the backside, able to get one kill back as a 2v3, making a 2v2. Black and Monge, you got the tank, you got the damage, and DMG are no more.
Oh, it's a reasonable fight from DMG, but they just can't reach Blank at all. He's absolutely raining down fire, putting out unstoppable amounts of damage, and now moving on towards the inhibitor turret, towards the inhibitor as well. They're going to try and end the game out. We have Shroudy up in 5 seconds. They may not want to risk it. And they're both going to back away. So DMG get another chance in this game, but just looking at the fight, I mean, it looked pretty good. They got that first initial pick, and now Synapse is in a bit too deep. He's overcommitted. Yang is going crazy with it just in the whole fight, somehow managing to stay alive for an insane amount of time. But just whilst this is all going on, no one can ever reach Blank. He's kited way too far back. Avalon is nowhere near where he needs to be because he's approaching from the front side of the fight after having already blown his cooldowns once and having to back off. And he's not going to go for the Gnar, right? So he's got to try and get past that. It's just, there's a lot of burst for the DMG side. Great at just blowing up that one guy. After that, especially if Shroudy's out, you're starting to struggle a little bit. And so you can see they just had no way to get through Gnar, no way to reach the Ezreal, and now they have to find some way to try and contest this potential Baron.
I think I remember the analyst desk saying that with Monge playing and Synapse, it was looking like Arcadeia wanted to play around that bottom side. Blank deathless in this game. I think 6-0-5 or 5-0-6 at the moment. He is the win con. Monge splitting in the bottom lane. Who can answer the Gnar? They are recalling right now are the members of DMG, and Arcadia say, all right, now this is where we're going to find our fight. Into the back line goes Pride Stalker. He's going to go invisible and just run for the hills. Monge has taken down the final Nexus tower as Pride Stalker is on the run, but nobody can kill this pesky Gnar. He's just dancing around, throwing out autos, the hero for Arcadia as they take their first win of the season.
Alrighty. Arcadia picking up their first dub. DMG losing their second game. And honestly, I mean, that looked pretty dominant from Arcadia. They had the strong showing early on. They got a good snowball going, and then they were playing around that Gnar split incredibly well. So this looks to be a very coordinated team, strong understanding of what they need to do, where they need to be. Really does make you wonder how they ended up with such a poor performance. But maybe this is the roster combination that finally works out.
I mean, it looked really good. Laning phase, they all did very well. They took advantage, particularly in that mid lane, just to unlock the Orianna early on. That's, at the end of the day, how Blank got those 2 kills. And from there on, Arcadia just had complete control over the game and slowly took the win. Very, very solid performance from them.
Really disappointed that I only realized that DMG's mid laner's name was Saber Avalon in the last literal minute of the game. And I feel like there was a lot of wasted like Excalibur sort of related jokes and other such things there that I'll have to be cooking up for future weeks. Shout out to Avalon. That's big ups to the Southwest, allegedly, where it is. I got to do some lore. I got to do some research to find out if me and Saber Avalon are actually neighbors, because that's a rogue kind of name to have. Unless it was just a random name generator.
If you heard some screaming, he might actually be next door, and he's just really happy that he won. But with that, we're going to be heading into a break, and when we return, we'll be having more doctor jokes, but only after we get the analyst desk and some seriousness back in as they break down the game and take us into our second game of the day, which will be Tempest against Verzik.
Well. Winless no longer, Arcadia. No one saw that coming, I'll be honest. With all the changes, the roster swaps, the confusion in the ranks, we did not expect a game like that. Domination, an emphatic win for Arcadia there. Such a strong performance to them, and DMG looking out of sorts like we haven't seen them for a fair few days. So, let's dig into this one, Rail. We start right from the beginning. It was going Arcadia's way from 5 minutes in. We've got a replay teed up here to talk about how they used Brixton to turn those advantages into the rest of the map. It'll show up at some point.
One day. I mean, I can already talk a little bit about it, because it's something that we all highlight behind the scenes, saying that Brixton is one of the key forces to where they do well. And you see Brixton gets a really good angle here. They see him on a ward as well. This is the worst part. But then the flash shockwave catching two of them and pretty much just setting Blank up for success from that point forward. And because that Blank's laning phase was fairly clean, it's really easy for him to just sit back and chill out. And there's something else we said behind the scenes. We was like, oh, we just want Rel to roam all game. We don't want Rel to be playing lane.
Get out of that
lane. It's not worth it. And that paid off for them. The amount of times they tried ganking mid, but Rel's there, but Kha'Zix is there, and it just deterred them so many times. Even though they killed Brixton twice, it did not matter.
Yeah, we love the work they did around the mid and the bot lane in this game, and they put together a very strong early game. I remember saying in the green room to you guys, it felt like a bit of a Tempest game, right? They were 3-3 or something in kills, but they were building up thousands of gold lead, huge advantages through plates, through top and mid tower damage, and that led them to about 60 minutes in the game, where they had a dragon fight that, Synergy, I know you loved the way they played it out. We've got another replay for it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this fight, just the clip loads, it was really like well positioned from Arcadia. The way that they've just taken they've dropped the herald mid, they've taken the tower mid. The way they position themselves off towards mid lane here, they don't actually necessarily care about this dragon. Of course, they want it, but they're positioning themselves in a way that allows them to just peace out, because they've already got that tower mid. They got the second charge on the second mid. That's enough. You don't need this dragon at this point, but they get it anyway, so it's an even bigger win for them. And I think that was a lot of the story of this game, is they looked so much more comfortable than we've seen them in the last few weeks. But they have been a bit all over the place. Here, it just looked comfortable. Macro game was on point. Everyone, there was a few little missteps here and there, but that's going to happen. Everything just kind of, it looked like they had a plan and they executed it. And
yeah, absolutely.
It just looked comfortable. Comfortable is the best way I can describe them there, and it's really good to see, because I think they're trending upwards. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, right. We'd worried that they just weren't gonna find the solution in time, right? But it seems like at the very least they've got something that worked here today. Really love what we saw of so many players, and for anyone who saw it on the minimap in that last replay, you could see Monge pushing his second, his inner turret in that top lane all through that game. He got the Hull Breaker on deck second, had a great split pushing game on the Gnar. We had a bit of a throwback there with the victory to the open qualies, where they would get these base race kind of backdoor victories when they're able to play the map right. So it was a bit of a return to form for Arcadia in that way. So we love to see that from them. Even if it wasn't Synapse doing it, he's certainly still, the team in general is certainly still returning to those winning ways of the past, we can see. But another player we really liked the performance of, we want to highlight it just specifically and talk a little bit more about it. We talked about it in that first replay, is Brixton. We have a spotlight for him just to get the graphic here, and Rail, 5, 6, and 10, it's a lot of deaths on there, but it really undersells the impact he had on this game.
It does, because he died 2 times in lane because he got ganked about 5, 6 times. Like, it's very difficult to avoid every single gank in the game.
Yeah.
The man was ganked consistently and still kept up on CS, kept up in pressure, and was still one of the first to rotate every time to be with his team for these fights, for these objectives. And then there's like key shockwaves he keeps getting off game after game. Even when they're losing games, he is still one of the key factors of saying, we're still in this. By no means we're out of this game.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the fact that we got to set up Blank and Brixton as this centerpiece being built around for Arcadia as these reliable carries, and they both had such a great performance as well. Blank on the Ezreal, fixing up that positioning, doing tons of damage in the fights, not getting caught out, managing to keep himself safe all the way through to the end. So definitely looking up for the side of Arcadia. The last point on this match, we had a lot to talk about in this opening match, as we can maybe get the post-game stats up, I think, while we go over this, is that the Shroudy Talia did not get the value that it found in the past synergy. We really felt that, you know, this was like potentially a game warping pick for them, but ultimately it was just a bit soft, you know, didn't really get any impact.
Yeah, no, I agree there. I think we kind of highlighted during the game while we were just chatting that they obviously put a lot of their eggs in ganking for this Kiana, you know, and they got a few kills, but it didn't really snowball the Kiana at all. And I think Brixton, there's another credit to him, did a good job of maintaining a good CS lead. He was always up at least 20 CS for most of the game. And unfortunately, you know, like we highlighted, if that Rel and that Kha'Zix duo was able to kind of roam around together, then they were kind of going to force the Talia to, you know, stop her from snowballing, really. And that's where she really becomes an issue. We saw a couple of good ults, you know, from Talia. They kind of, it did end badly in the end at that Baron. You know, they got a good split with the ult, but I think it's a weakness has been exposed for sure. I don't think this will be the last time we see it, but we've kind of seen an answer a little bit now.
Yeah, potentially not blind pick.
I was going to say, I actually have a slightly counterpoint for it. I've just thought about it a bit more in depth. This Kiana actually just hasn't been all that other than the first game we've seen it. This is twice now. It's not really lived up to the hype. It is a very niche pick, so it is difficult to pull off. They tried pulling off the combo with a Talia wall about 3-4 times and only hitting it like once. So, I mean, there's also part of the blame towards that Kiana pick.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree a little there. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Fine, go ahead. You're the analyst. This is
I definitely think that the composition that Arcadia had as well was kind of designed to do pretty well into Kiana, unless Kiana obviously snowballs insanely well and she's just one-shotting everyone all over the place. You know, you've got a Rel who can always sack herself to ensure that the Kiana doesn't get onto her carries. Ezreal's one of the safest carries in the game with the mobility. Orianna, relatively tanky as soon as she's got her Zhonya's. You know, it's very hard to assassinate anyone, and the Nars just is never even in the team fights really anyway, because he's inside lane just taking your inhib. So, you know, I think the compositional setup there like just worked massively in Arcadia's favor and really stopped the impact we've seen from that Talia Kiana pairing from DMG before.
Yeah, love what we saw kind of across the board from Arcadia, right? We loved the gameplay, we loved the way they played to their strengths, we loved the way they countered DMG's strengths, and we loved the answers they had in the draft. So some of these strengths that we'd set up for DMG as being so far kind of unanswered, like the draft angles they have and the way they're able to just pull together and outmaneuver and outplay in those big moments, Arcadia had the answer today, and they got their first win. DMG is definitely not out of it just yet, still in that second position, but not quite as... we're not just waiting for the Tempest rematch now, you know? We've got a bit more to consider here. For that, let's move on to our second game, okay? Speaking of Tempest, we have Tempest Gaming versus Verzik Esports. Verzik at 2-3, Tempest still at 5-0, and you know, we thought game one would be a stomp, let's be honest. So, do we have another upset on the cards, Rail? Do you think the Verzik have an angle here? If so, where do you think is a potential way that they could attack Tempest? Any chink in the armor that they can use?
I mean, I still think they'll try to attack top lane. It's not the easiest because Beartree has been solid all around. He has had a couple lane deaths, but it's never really mattered enough to end up him losing the lane or end up him being pressured where he can't fight the laner anymore. So, I mean, I think that will be their focus, with Lars being one of the strong points of Verzik. They will try to match Beartree's pressure. It's hard to even look towards mid lane, because we've said this time and time again. The jungle mid synergy of Tempest is just up there. There's just not much you want to compete with that. They've got synergy together, they've played together for years now. They're just the duo to look at, really.
Yeah, I mean, nothing, we don't have anything against Goldie and Hollow, really. They've had a solid start to the split, you know, 2-3, the wins. We loved Hollow's Orianna in the last game that they had. Well, that was another Lars Fiora against Arcadia, it was. He still fell behind in very much the same way that Brixton did, right? And was still able to be very useful later. Maybe just the power of the champion, we can see why it's so high prio. But yeah, I don't personally have any, I don't really have any notes for Verzik. I don't really see like, oh, this is always going wrong, this needs to be better. they're pretty good. But we haven't seen the high highs outside of Lars. You know, we've seen a bit of Hollow, maybe not too much now. Synergy, I know that you've been, you know, watching all the games pretty closely. For Verzik, what do you think is something else they can use here besides Lars? There's no shot they get Fiora again, let's be real. So where do you think is anywhere that's particularly working well for Verzik? Something they can maybe index into in the same way last game we saw them really put Blank and Brixton to the forefront.
Sure. I mean, I think always the caveat to anything in this game in particular is going to be is like you're dealing with Tempest as well across the board.
Yeah, you can try. Like
yeah, exactly.
Tempest.
And I think this is one of the whole reasons that Tempest have done so well is that everyone on that team is very consistent. Like there's no real weakness to exploit. I mean, if I was going to maybe think about it, you know, I think if you can manage maybe to disrupt Dunlosi's kind of, he's the jungler that's more likely to play for the team, you know, like obviously we have seen back in the old UKL days, he was absolutely that kind of always support the team came first kind of jungler, but we have seen him start to play some carries now. So I would say if that's the angle you want to go down, maybe we can, let's disrupt that kind of, you know, control that they have through their jungler. And then, you know, look to gain a favorable matchup potentially in jungle and really roam, group up, play, and try and deny the jungler, you know, the ability to farm, the ability to even like impact his own lanes, right? And then potentially you might find a little bit of a weakness because I think Kusai is going to be hard to shut down. I think Scream's going to be hard to shut down, and same with Beartree really. And I would love to see Beartree against Lars's Fiora. I would love to see what their answer is to that, because I think if any team's going to beat that Fiora, it would be Tempest. And I think for the rest of the teams in the league, they'd like to know how to do that as well. But I also think they'd be silly to not ban it, given the history.
Yeah, they'd like to win, I'm sure, right? I mean, they've got a decent buff for 5-0. Maybe Tempest will just give us a bit of spice and test it out, right? Think, do we actually need to ban this? Like, we'll just leave it open. We're probably still going to be all right, and then we'll see if we have to ban it if it comes to it later in the round robin or in playoffs. So hopefully, we'll see how confident Beartree is feeling. You know, I don't know if Set beats Fiora. That seems to be Beartree's answer to most things, is to pick Set. Rail, I don't know if Set's the answer here. Is it just a skill matchup? Who's pressing E first?
I mean, Set does have decent kill pressure onto her early, but it really doesn't matter that much with how Lars plays. He's kind of showed even if you have an early lane matchup, he will still beat you. He's just that skilled on that champion.
Yeah.
There is a point I looked at where there's a chance that Verzik might look to try this, because Small Critter has actually been doing really well in their games quite quietly. He hasn't been a flashy player for them, but he's quietly always had good CS, quietly always been in team fights, and is good damage in team fights as well on top of it. So maybe they look to throw some eggs towards the bot lane, but at the same point, it's like you just said, Scream and Buzzy are an extremely scary bot lane to play against.
Yeah, I think I agree with Synergy then. I think the jungle is it's the easiest role, I think, to destabilize by because it has such a different playstyle. It doesn't have a tower to sit behind. You know, you can't just sack a wave and play safe in jungle. You've got to do your camps at some point, or you're just going to do nothing, right? So if you can potentially try and get either an invade or just a really strong early 2v2 with the jungle set Dunlosi behind, you can't affect his lanes as much, and then try and turn that into an advantage. Maybe that's the way they can go. Because, I don't think you're cracking any of these lanes individually just in a straight fair matchup, right? It doesn't seem to be common unless Lars can maybe find the advantage over Beartree. So if we were looking at a strategy to maybe disrupt the jungle, we've seen Hollow play things like Vex before, right? That can be strong in a 2v2 and can easily roam out. What do you think Rail would be a decent champion or a jungle matchup you can try and find, maybe stylistically, or a specific pick that you think would be good for Goldie to try and really win the 1v1 in that jungle that's strong right now?
I mean, when you just said Vex, I was just thinking in my head, Vex Briar, hello?
Yeah, get both.
Mass AoE. I mean, we're yet to see a team bring out Briar, and it honestly would fit the build to what they want. Take away Dunlosi's Zinjao, force him onto something a bit different. If he's forced onto something tanky, they're fine with that. Playing into something tanky, you generally will have a lot more counters to play into it. Just obviously their base early game stats. Something you need to be scared of. But I feel like that's the sort of direction I'd lean to. Push him off his comfort, even if it means sacking a meta ban.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree there in that, if you can... Dunlosion's in Zao has been really good. So taking away the agency and the carry potential, or the early game carry potential for sure, I think if Tempest allowed to snowball early, it's just absolutely done. You know, like you need to be pushing them. They're not going to give you any quarter if you give them a little advantage. I would be thinking maybe, and here's a very rogue suggestion, mostly because I'm just a big enjoyer of this champion myself. Get unless you're on a tank like Sejuani, bust out the Trundle.
Yeah.
I'm a big Trundle enjoyer, but I don't think that's realistically likely to happen. But I think a little bit of a curveball, you know, if you force him onto that a tankier champion, and then you take a champion who can go toe to toe in the 1v1s. There's an angle there to be exploited. I'm just hoping. I don't think it's actually going to happen.
Yeah,
he likes the boring gameplay. That's all right, chat. Don't worry.
No, Trundle is a high skill cap champion. Thank you very much.
Trundle, I have a soft spot for Trundle as well. I like it. I like the way Trundle fits into the meta as like a specific anti-tank pick. I like the way it can be there as a specific counter to a style. Just in terms of kind of draft theory, I like the way it works there. But it is just bonking with right clicks. But you know, you got to sacrifice the fun for a dub at the end of the day sometimes. And we'll see if Goldie is willing to do so. The thing with Dunlosy, right? We have to force him onto a pick. If we 5-banned Dunlosy, the draft is coming up very soon. But I'm just gonna try and run this theory craft very quickly. We're trying to 5-ban out Dunlosy. Okay, what is it we're banning? We're banning Xin Zhao. We're probably banning Lilia. Maybe Jarvan, because we saw them Jarvan Syndra, and that was ungodly. It was so good.
Yep.
So, what else are we taking away to actually just pentaban him and push him onto something?
Sejuani would be another one.
Poppy.
We've seen for sure. Poppy, Poppy as well, I think.
We've got to leave Sejuani to get countered, though. We have to force him onto Sedge. So, Poppy, yes. What's our last Dunlosy ban?
You're not going to get 5 bans for jungle, if we're being real.
Maybe Graves for his throwback pick in the jungle just to BM him and try and break his mental before the game even starts.
I mean, thinking about it now.
No, the prior ban! Tempest! Come on!
They've listened to us too much.
Thinking about it now, there's still another angle. If he does go on to Sejuani, Belfast. She's one of the strongest champions in the meta right now.
That's true.
Not many people know how to deal with her. As soon as she gets a Herald as well, she becomes 10 times the champion she ever was, and she becomes absolutely terrifying at that point. She can go force any lane what she wants to force, and these bans I'm a big fan of.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're really sold around, right? Like we did think the Briar could be that X factor if Verzik wanted to go for something like that. You know, do I need to say anything about Fiora? I don't think so. And Lilia, you know, is taking some carry agency away from Goldie, and I like first pick Jarvan to just ensure a solid jungle pick for themselves.
Yeah, they can get that good 2v2. Jarvan's a good way to go, for sure. And on the Verzik side, the Xin Zhao, the Ezreal is interesting, taking that away from Scream. We have seen him on a lot of different picks, including the Kaisers and the Zayas, and now the Ezreal as well, so they've denied that away. Oh, they've given them the Sejuani without even having to force it. Mind games, but as soon as the Trundle went away, Dunlosy was like, now the path is clear for my massive Sejuani pick. And they've locked that one in the jungle. The Zeri potentially being locked in. I think that has been locked, or it's just been locked about now. As Tristana potentially is the answer. We'll see what they're actually going to pick. It is so back to a carry for Scream. And Zeri has kind of come back into the meta rail. It's not really easily counterable at this point, right? It used to be kind of like you'd have to give it up for Kai'Sa, but now people seem just happy to pick it into most things.
Yeah, generally just with the support meta as well, it sort of helps it. With playing things like Alistair Rel, they're more than happy playing into most things, so it's not really an issue. But I mean, we're going a bit off meta here because we're getting an Aphelios, which is something you don't see as much. Yes, it's
only
played
Gino.
at high level.
Only he plays it. He's done 2 games of it in week 1, dropped it for a little bit, but yeah, no one else in the UK is touching this pick right now.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
This is interesting. Aphelios Lulu, we have not seen this in a little bit, I think. Going back to the old days of some Ardent Sensor gaming.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's ignore.
Dark times.
Yeah, let's just roll back the clock. Let's say we're in patch 12.20, not 13.20. Aphelios Lulu with a Jarvan in the jungle. So they've got a decent team fight front to back building up here. Solo lanes to pick out. They'll get at least one counter as well, as the Rel is locked in, a fairly standard support option down there for Buzzy. So if we're looking, we'll see what the pick is going to be for Tempest, but after these bans. But where are we looking to ban out for Verzik, right? Tempest, we don't really care what they do necessarily. They're just very good. Verzik, what can we target from the solo lanes here?
I think first you take away Alawi, because if Jarvan ults and traps more than one teammate in with Alawi, you're trapping yourself at that point. It's just not the angle. And I think probably even Set as well, because Jarvan just wants to go in. And if you return Jarvan onto the face of Aphelios, Aphelios isn't going to be too pleased with a Jarvan sitting on him.
I mean, I think potentially here could look for a last ban Azir possibly. I mean, Kusai's been pretty solid on Azir. And I'm just thinking if you want some kind of late game scaling to match, Aphelios and make the team fights a little bit more, even, that would be one. But we do get the set, the 2 top lane bans versus 2 mid lane bans. So I guess we see where this might be going. I assume the Syndra's still open, of course, as well for Kusai.
Yeah.
Before we continue, let me give you an interesting way I would have went about this, because there is an interesting angle, and it sort of fits towards the bait in the Surge. Hollow has had traditionally good games on Orianna. I think there's no issue first picking Orianna in this draft. Yes, there is a few matchups that you can worry about. But I feel like if you do that, you get the jungle matchup baited out. They're probably forced to pick jungle support unless they really want Zeri. That way, you get the Sejuani counter. You instantly get that disruption in the jungle, what you want from the draft.
So we could have.
I am liking this Verzik comp a lot.
They've gone for the Vex, right? The Vex Jarvan, it's very strong 2v2, great dive if they want to try and apply pressure once the level 6s are online. This is a great duo to do it. Lara's going onto the Ornn here, blind. So he was blind in top lane. It's not an easy situation to be in. Kusai likely onto his famous Akali is going to be tricky. But the counter in for Bear Tree is the Aatrox, our first Aatrox of this split, and it's not going to be very fun for Lars, I think, Rail.
It's about damn time. I've been waiting way too long for Aatrox to be picked in this meta. Aatrox, Renekton's have kind of been kings of the meta. Obviously, Renekton recently nerfed, but Aatrox, untouched. And all the items around him, which he uses, are buffed, so he is completely fine in this matchup. As long as he rushes Black Cleaver first, he will have a lot of fun with Ornn, and Ornn will not have a lot of fun hitting any minions, because Aatrox will be just bullying him off every single minion if he plays the matchup correctly. Still works fine with Sejuani, even though you don't auto-attack as much. You're able to layer the CC really well with the Aatrox W, having that pullback for Sejuani, so you don't need to use anything. I've got you.
I like that we have. So normally, as we've touched on before, Tempest games, they get so much gold just to pushing lane advantage, right? Getting a ton of plates, getting CS leads, and they end up going into the mid game very far ahead. In this game, we do have the Ornn into Aatrox top side. That's not going to be fun. We're expecting a losing lane there. Mid lane, Vex versus Akali. I feel like Vex does have the tools to at least go even in this lane. It has the range for the Q to farm from safety if need be, plus the personal space W can just get her off, right, with the fear if you manage that. So mid's potentially right. And then I really like what they've done in the bot lane, right, with this throwback Aphelios Lulu with the double range to potentially fully outrange the Rel Zeri, and they might actually get an advantage there, right? So we could have a bot lane lead to playoff or Verzik, which is not common. They just have to crack Scream and Buzzy, which of course is easier said than done. So I don't know if you guys agree. Synergy, if you agree, if you feel like bot lane is a good lane to play through, or if you feel like mid jungle is someone they can actually attack, given the strength that the Tempest has shown there in the past.
Yeah, so I feel like there's a couple of things that the kind of from Verzik's side they want to make sure that they're doing. Like, so obviously Akali early isn't great just purely on the whole like melee versus range matchup in that lane, but is always going to have kill pressure if Sejuani's around. It's about getting to level 6 and getting the roams off from mid, I think, for both mid laners. So that's going to be a huge point of control. I think I like the dive that Verzik have if they're ever able to shove the Aphelios and Lulu shove Rel and Zeri in. I can set up a dive with the large waves and like that. Jarvan plus Vex coming in from the side, like that's a killer combo. So there's a lot of agency, I think, in terms of what Verzik can do. Obviously, top side's a little bit harder, and the reality is they just need Ornn to be like reasonable. They don't need him to do too much. Just do what he usually does. Forge those late game items. And I think that's something nice that Verzik have here is they have a late game scaling option. Now, I wouldn't necessarily want to put all the eggs in that basket just because it's Tempest. They are likely to take advantage if you misstep early, but it's a good insurance policy to have. So I think this bot lane Aphelios, it's something a bit different. We haven't seen it in a while. I would definitely be looking here to see something happening, that's for sure. And if that Aphelios is ahead, you're going to be outranging everyone else on Tempest pretty hard. So it's a very solid win condition for them.
Yeah, it is, as you'd flagged up earlier, Rail, that Gino, or Small Critter, is pretty good at just quietly accruing leads, right? He's not throwing lanes, he's not giving away tons of kills, he's generally accruing value. He's not always able to use it because the rest of the map has been a bit more volatile, but he is a pretty reliable carry to at least get into that mid-game doing all right. and with the Ophelos and Lulu to back him up, maybe he is set up to be that carry element fully himself in this game for the first time. So we are going to get into game in about a minute and a half. For potentially expecting something to happen in the bot lane, the mid lane, we know that there is an expectation of at least a range melee advantage for the Vex, but Kusai Akali can always throw a bit of a spanner in the works. We'll see how the Sejuani can maybe influence that. And so is there V1 rail? Is this something that potentially Dunlosi can be targeted on the Sejuani, or is it just too kind of stable of a pick to really deal with?
Well, you can target him on his pathing. It does sound like the old school meme of Dunlosi pathing. But, with this comp, there's only one place he's going to go first, and that is bot lane, knowing for the fact that when you're picking Aphelios, Verzik are going to want to play around it. So they're going to want to early gank Aphelios. So Sejuani is naturally going to be ready down bot lane for either a counter gank or a gank themselves. So I think you throw them off board and either get an early mid or early top gank in, but it depends how you layer this. Because if you start leashless, it gives less idea of where the Jarvan actually is going to be. The comps are very interesting. Verzik's very standard comp, front to back, stand in front of Aphelios, win the game. That's their comp. On the flip side, Tempest have that chaotic game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can harness the chaos or if Verzik can keep the upsets rolling. For now, let's pass it back over to the casters, Milky, Cereal, and Doctor. Take it away.
Thank you very much for that again, Trajan. We are heading into game for game number 2 of the afternoon. And Doctor, can I level with you for a second?
Go on.
Why is there a Brian? Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. Am I going blind? I swear I saw a Briar locked in.
Banned.
I was banned.
A weird layout.
Yeah. Right. I saw that, but at some point, my brain... It's been a long day, that's my defense. I saw Briar, and I was like, oh, you know what I should do? I should probably work out what this champion does, because I still haven't got around to it. So I've learned what that champion does, and it hasn't been picked. So I'm upset. Either way, we've got 2 teams playing, one of which is undefeated. Tempest Gaming, they're looking good. Meanwhile, Verzik, 2 and 3, they're currently down in 5th spot in the standings.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to watch Dunlosi do it again. Oh
I love
boy,
me some Dunlosi.
He's gonna full clear. He's gonna full clear again, and then he's going to turn up bot when there just happens to be a dive going on, and I refuse to believe that he's actually coordinating with his team, because that's not what my junglers do. So he has to just be getting lucky every single game.
Well, we'll see whether your predictions come through. See, you say full clear, I see Jarvan Sejuani. I refuse to believe that full clear is a thing in this game.
It, bro. He does it every game. Not doing this again.
No.
He's gonna full clear.
Okay.
He's gonna recall. He's gonna full clear again, and then his bot lane is gonna be being dove, and he's gonna get 3 kill participation, and then he's just gonna be ahead for the rest of the game. He's done the same thing every single game for his entire career. Now he always tells me, I bring it up every time, and he tells me he doesn't actually full clear, which we're seeing because he skips the Krugs. I don't care about that because it doesn't fit my narrative, so I'm going to disregard it.
It's the lazy man full clear, right? So
just uninspired.
I want to say though, I'm the savior of the Four Nations, right? I come in, Arcadeia get their first win of the season. I'm here. Tempest are going to get their first loss of the season as well. Sorry, Dunlosi. It's just how it goes.
Just insane to me that he just has disgusting KDA every single game from just like playing the game. I'm never like, oh, that was a crazy Dunlosi moment. I was like, oh, he's just played the game right, and now he's 3-0-7. It's like, right.
You play.
He didn't full clear this time. He did he did 3 camp. You hit level 3 off that. You do hit level 3 off that. Okay. Yeah. But he has got 2 wards actually. So what do I know?
Yeah, the wards count as a camp, right?
No, they count as creeps, but they give a lot of XP.
They do indeed.
I don't know if 2 is enough to push it over, but what do I know?
Kuse just trading into Hollow for now. Both junglers are on the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether that inevitable dive does come through from Goldie and the side of Verzik Esports.
Alright, what's he doing? Oh, look at that. He's making his way out onto the map. Wasn't quite a full clear, but he got there eventually. He's cleared 2 wards already. He's not going to get the 3rd because he doesn't have, you know, another sweeper. He's just waiting for the spawn. As his little crab comes on up, and he'll grab that on spawn. Now, Goldie did manage to get a reset off and grab those 2 long swords. So if Dunlossie tries to go for the double crab, he could be in trouble. But he might actually be able to get there fast enough to finish it off. Battery, good trade. Has to be a little conscious of his health. And we'll see if these junglers meet or if Dunlossie can speed it before Goldie gets here. Smite coming up in a couple of seconds. I think he's already started it. Oh, he's on it. Does he have the smite? Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting for the smite. He
got it.
Oh, they both smited. But Goldie got it.
They did. Goldie did. Goldie comes out on top and is able to get that camp away from Dunlossie. I also want to throw a question to you. The new sweeper, are you a fan?
The new one? Hate it.
Yeah, okay, good. You're based. I mean, I already knew that, of course.
Everyone
It's
does
so
best.
weird.
Despite it for solo queue, it's like just better for comp.
It is.
But it's just because it's shorter, you have to
Yeah.
actually coordinate and get people to come help you. So in comp, it's not really that different. But in solo queue, it means you can't clear out an entire quadrant of your jungle by yourself, which is probably fair.
Absolutely. As Goldie just getting a bit of vision on it to Dunlossie, invading into that red side jungle. As moving a little bit low on the top side of the map, Battery having a little bit of fun in this Aatrox Swarm matchup early on.
Yeah, although Battery he hasn't got too much of an advantage from it, although he may if he crashes this in time and then get a TP advantage. We'll see if he's actually going to be able to use that one. But for the most part, he's been beating down Ikuven and he's actually staying. Oh, he's popped his ult.
He's popped his ult. World Ender. Will it be the World Ender for Hooven? Absolutely not. Goldie is here, though. Battery needs to get over the wall. Will flash, and Goldie will... Well, I'd say give a thumbs up.
He did not have any vision of Goldie there, I think. I think that was raw...
instinct.
Raw know-how, yeah.
Raw fear. Maybe he heard the Jaws music kicking in.
I'm not even sure, but... He gets out, get a little bit keen to go for that dive before buying, but he does still maintain the TP advantage, although losing his flash, of course, in the process. Meanwhile, you hate to see it for Kuse, who has gone crazy on the Akali before, we should note, but he's now forced to come out with the first item Mercs, which you hate to see, and also I don't think are too useful, because I think Vex's Fear is too short. I'm not actually sure if it lasts long enough for Mercs to take effect, but the move speed in either case will be pretty nice, as Dunlossie starts up a Drake and should be able to pick this one up pretty uncontested.
In fairness to Kuse, he's up in CS. He's got a nice, healthy 10 plus CS advantage. I don't think he's going to be complaining too much with the current state of the lane, as Dunlossie starting up the Drake. Will Goldie steal this away like he stole away the Scuttle Crab? I think it's going to be too late to the play, and the Drake has already been secured by Dunlossie.
Alright, he nab that one away, and then back into your jungle. Get that clear on going. Goldie might be trying to look for a little bit of a lane gank here. He's obviously not level 6 yet, and I'll leave him when he is. It's a nice bit of damage, but versus a Rel and a Zeri, probably not going to, keep anyone too trapped. So really at this point, he's just stealing XP, helping the push come on through, and then taking a reset alongside his bot lane. They might be swapping up to top, but I think that's sort of the only real reason you would feel pressure to have to get your jungler to come and help you with that push, is if you wanted to swap top and be really fast about it. Otherwise, that's just kind of giving away information on Goldie and stealing some XP as well. Yeah, they are swapping over at least to mid to play for the Herald, and maybe that's a bit of a giveaway, because we'll see, Buzzy now moving over onto the top side of the map. As, with Goldie turning up to push that wave, so obviously you kind of have to think something might be up. There might be a bit of a plan for Verzik. Buzzy is reacting accordingly.
And no level 6 yet for Small Critter or Jolly Boy. The pair of them both level 5 at the moment. Same cannot be said for Kusei. He is level 7 on the Kali, has the perfect execution available, as Goldie has started now on the Rift Herald. Smite available for Goldie and for Dunlosey as well.
Well, the rest of Tempest are a little bit slow. They're kind of far away and there's no vision near the pit, so Dunlosey doesn't really know what the health is here. He's going to see it now, though. Can he steal it away? He can't.
He can't, but the fight is going to go the way of a Tempest. They're going to pick up a first blood, and now they're looking for Small Critic. He's got the red and white, but it doesn't matter. Tempest are just too strong in the skirmish, and sure, they aren't able to get the Herald, but they are able to get the kill.
All right, they pick up the 1, won't get any more. They do, fortunately, force Hollow to TP up, as Hollow was just left completely alone down in the bot lane, so it could have gone a lot worse for Tempest, but the objective was secured. Goldie's got that Herald, and so even though he gave over 300 gold, he's going to get 375 back with the use, not counting the gold that comes from the Herald itself when you kill that one out, which I think is a 200 or something like that, split between a lot of you. So we'll call that one a dub for Verzik, and we'll see where it is he wants to take it. Probably we're going to funnel that gold onto Small Critter, because this seems to be a little bit of an Aphelios comp.
So you're saying that they want to turn the Small Critter into a big critter? I'm guessing that joke's already been done at some point this season, but,
I think you can't have a big critter, I don't think.
Can you not?
Oh, because he's critting. I get it. Oh, maybe.
Ah, yes,
I feel like
yes.
that's what you meant, clearly, yes.
Yeah. Oh, dear God. What have we succumbed to? Either way, it's still a 1k goalie for Tempest Gaming, so they will be happy with the game state for now. I guess the one kind of negative for them in that fight is, well, aside from the fact that Verzik were able to get that Rift Herald, is the fact that it was Buzzy who picked up first blood and not someone like Kusei or Beartree on that Aatrox.
I mean, it would have been, a little bit nicer if it had gone over to anyone else. But now Buzzy gets his boots too, at least. Admittedly, he had those far in advance. Maybe he'll hit an important spike, Maybe he'll finish something off a little bit faster, which will be able to share with the team. And he goes and makes some sort of roam. Right now, though, all he's doing is crashing on in this bot wave and getting a little bit of vision up there. We'll see if Goldie ends up walking on top of that Tri-Brush ward. And we'll see what Dunlosey wants to do. Because again, right now, Dunlosey has just done nothing except sort of play the game. He's sitting around, mind his own business, getting a bit of clear. He turns up to a couple of, objectives as and when they spawn, and he's going to get away with it. He just is. Like, see, he's now moving down to the bot side of the map, and Goldie's here, and Goldie's going to take too long. There's going to be some random Drake fight, and Dunlosey's going to go crazy, and he's going to get 4 assists, and his team's going to take over, and he's just going to coast the rest of the game with 12 KDA.
Okay,
it's going to happen
Doctor.
again.
I want to believe you, but you were wrong about that level 3 dive thing bot lane. So
Actually,
I'm going to say you're going to be wrong about
this.
this.
The second clear, I think you'll find. I said he was going to full clear, reset, clear again, and then go for the dive.
Still didn't happen, did it?
And instead he went for the Drake.
Yeah.
Look, the point is, he has now done a full clear. He's ended up bot when there's more than 2 other people here, and he's now going to get himself 5 kill participation.
Yeah, because Goldie's sitting on a ward and didn't know, as here comes Hollow into the top lane, the fear into the knock-up, and Hollow says, thank you very much for the kill.
Alright, maybe he's not going to get himself 12 kill participation. He's backed away from the bot lane, and he's made his way on over to Drake, which is surely where those 12 kills will turn up. Drake being started ahead now.
This
yes,
is a 4v4
you do a
if
consistent
Hollow
Drake.
comes down.
You are?
It's a 4v4 if Hollow comes down.
Oh, very true. And, I mean, I don't love the Herald on bot, because it's a Zeri. She can just sort of glide across the wall, get to the fight very quickly, and it's now a Small Critter is too far away. He's not going to be getting local gold from that one, but it's still maybe enough to draw away Dunlosey and the rest of the squad. Dunlosey, no, he's moving in.
Glacial Prison will not find anyone.
Oh.
Drake has been secured, and here comes the TP from Hooven. Zoldyck finally making his way into the play. Buzzy's already going to fall, but what can Kusei do on the Akali? Stuck in a really tough spot as Beartree now showing up so much damage onto Small Critter. Hollow forced to flash. Beartree will flash in a chase. Another kill as well for Tempest on the top side of the fight, and it is an ace for the side of Tempest. 5-4-0.
And it's 1-0-5. It's happened again. This is crazy. I don't get it, man. He turns out he doesn't
You
even
called it
steal
as well.
the Drake. He gets zoned off by Jolly Boy's Wild Growth, knocks him up, stops him getting into the pit. Nice play from the Lulu. But now his team's just... And, you know, I gave him the benefit of the doubt in DMs, you know. And he messaged me after. I've been on this rant before. He messaged me after. He got in DMs. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and he's like, "Nah, it's actually team diff." And I'm like, "I knew it. I knew it. I didn't mean anything I said. Knew it was team diff." It's insane. He can't keep getting away with it. It's now, as you said, it's
Well, he
a clean
can,
5
and he
kills
will.
picked up for the team. They're now 4,000 gold ahead, and platings are still up.
Oh, Battery in a 1v2. This might be a little bit tricky. No Cataclysm available, but the Flag and Dragon will get a nice knock-up into the Searing charge from the Ornn. A bit of healing from the Aatrox, but surely not enough, and will eventually die. No, Dunlozy is here, but a little bit too late, and Hooven will get the kill.
Or if he hits the Q2 there, he gets the heal, maybe he can get a Q3 or a passive proc off that as well.
Ooh, just out of range anyway. As now it is top laner versus support, and maybe Dunlozy in a sticky situation. Never mind, Kusei is here. Is this what we call Team Diff, Doctor?
Is because why would a Sejuani ever want to 1v1 an Ornn? It's obvious. There's clearly an... Oh, I hate it. Let's see the actual fight itself. I mean, really, this is sort of, as we said...
How
right,
does
nothing's actually
Kusei not
stopping
die
Zeri.
here?
Yeah, Kusei goes crazy on the Akali, dude. That's all you need to know. But it's just a completely untouched... Oh, what do you call it? Untouched Zeri. And it's a, you know, nice and TP'd in, I think. I'm not sure if he had his item finished yet, but it's still, you know, a level 9 Aatrox coming on through. He's going to be doing a pretty hefty amount of work early on into the game. You're not used to saying Aatrox in the early team fight, but he's pretty menacing there. Stun Lossy now. Picks himself up.
Let's be real. You're not used to saying Ornn in the early team fight either.
Depends how bad his lane's going, but yeah, true.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, I'm more inclined to
moment.
TP out as the Ornn, but...
Yeah. Big ult, big presence, but then again, Aatrox, even once you've got the, not the Gore Drinker, the Iron Spike Whip, you can be still super, super strong in any skirmish.
Well, we'll see what the plan is for Beartree from here on out. The thing is that Aatrox was the sort of classic way back when. He was the classic Ornn counter, but that was mostly because you could just zone Ornn off the entire game. That man could be down just 4 levels and never get a creep if you freeze properly. Beartree has instead opted to just shove his way straight forward to the turret and in the process get himself 4 plates, which is all well and good. So we'll have to see if he can now take that lead, because he hasn't actually set the Ornn behind. You can see the CS is, you know, there's only 1 wave in it. He has, however, gotten himself very far ahead. So if Beartree can take this lead elsewhere on the map, he's going to be chilling. But in terms of like the raw 1v1, Ikuven is going to be able to just one-hit the wave and then dash out, right? So there's a little bit of pressure on Beartree to now try and find something, but honestly, he may also just end up going for a hole breaker and just perma-slamming the waves, but getting 1 or 2 autos off on the turret each time he does it, and that will be his win con.
I mean, Ikuven is getting a nice little bit of armor coming through, which will help massively against Beartree and against the Zeri as well. But Kusei 2, 0, and 3 on this Akali. Nearly 40 CS up on Hollow's Vex.
Oh, it's a rough one. He's, look at this. Oh, he's zoned. Oh, it's a kingdom. Oh, Hollow can't get a creep. He can't get a thing. He can't even get the cannon. Oh, Goldie spotted out bot. Lads, it's not looking great. Oh, Dunlossy's walking towards mid lane. He's just going to get a free kill because Hollow has no flash. Oh,
I call that good gank timing. Flag and drag from Goldie. This one is not good. Goldie forced the flash under the safety of his tower, but it might not be safe for too much longer. Beartree from one side, Buzzy from the other. Surely there is a dead Jarvan incoming, locked down by the permafrost. Thank you very much.
I don't get it.
I do.
I get it. You know, when I played comp jungle, I try very hard for these kinds of things. Yeah, I tried. I mean, I hinted it, let's be honest. But you'd go for all the coordination, all the setup, you know, you're trying your best, and then you get AO's done loss. It's like, yeah, no, I'll turn off. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, you're fighting mid? No, sure, yeah, I'll just come win it for you. That's fine.
I mean,
again, there's probably more to it than that. I thought there was more to it than that. But then Dunloss is like, no, it's just team.
Is the screen also a bit weird for you as well right now?
We're back.
We're back. We're back, baby. I mean, I'm going to be honest, Verzik aren't back. They are 6k gold down, and right now Tempest are showing exactly why they are 5-0 in the standings, and currently leading the standings as well.
This just reminds me, like, I used to, I was casting the LCL.
Okay,
back in
the Russian,
whichever year that was still running, 2022, right?
Yeah, 1 year ago.
Well, almost 2, but yeah. Yeah, because it was at the start of the year.
Right, okay.
I had casting the Russian
I'll give
league.
You that one.
And the CIS. And who was playing in that league but none other than Diamond Prox, the father of the jungle, the inventor of the modern day jungle strategy. And so I have to watch this man lock in Jarvan and do red, blue, Gromp mid lane. The same path that he has been doing for 8 years. And it worked. And I'm just saying, it's like, fellas, we can't be dying to the level 2, the level 3 Jarvan gankers. Oh, Petri gets a little bit ruined in 2v1. Hang about.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive now is the Zeri. Oh, somehow the others are land. Vex is down. They're all falling. It's absolutely terrible for the side of Verzik. Somehow, Ikuven survives, but there is no way that Zeri right now isn't just thinking, how on earth did I not die?
That's a little bit disgusting. They get away with that, but you know, there's enough help from the back side or the front line of the team turning up on the backside of the fight to keep Killua nice and alive, and then ended up picking up that tier 2 as well. My point is, Diamond got away with it for 8 years straight. He literally invented the technique and still does it. And I'm seeing the same thing with Dunlossie. Is Dunlossie the next coming of Diamond Prox? Who's to say? But I hate that it keeps working. I also don't know how you would punish it, because he's literally he doesn't do anything. But he has to be doing something. But he's not doing anything. But that doesn't make sense, because if he wasn't doing something, he wouldn't be winning. I don't get it. It doesn't...
Harry, did you ever try in your competitive games?
What?
The Diamond Proc strategy.
Nah, I was a Graves Trundle 2 trick. That was no...
Yeah.
There was
now,
no
and then
ganking
you
to be
wonder
done.
why your competitive strategies didn't work when you played two champions.
Hey, they were meta at the time.
Right.
There was no ganking in that season.
If you're a 2-trick, you're not allowed to talk about meta. Simple as that.
God, I was nasty with it on the Trundle, though, it has to be said.
Fair. I mean, that's like me saying I'm a Yuumi main, and then saying, but the Yuumi's meta, and I'm a good player.
It's just you and me, Book.
Oh my god, please don't. Ever. 10-4 though, Tempest Gaming, leading by...
You're
oh my god.
Use Yuumi to support your favorite teammate Vigabot.
Wait, what? I don't get that reference.
Vigabot at LAN.
Oh my... Vega, don't say... Ugh. Sometimes I question our friendship.
Yeah.
Why would you say
you
that?
hate people who are different to you?
No, I
different?
hate people who say Vega as Viga.
It's kind of weird, bro.
What?
No!
Anyway, we've got a Baron.
Tables returned!
Stop doing terrible renditions
I will
of champion
show you
quick
gnomes.
slimes.
I got nothing. I got nothing left.
Yeah.
He's broken me mentally, Dunlossie has us. Goldie, he might be trying to make a bit of redemption. He's moving on over. Trying to
He
get
ain't
a steal.
going
Never
nowhere.
mind.
Oh, the turn is beautiful.
Oh,
Goldie is down. There's no jungler. And, well, Tempest are just going to keep on pushing for this Baron.
Well, they'll take the free kill and then move right back on over towards the objective. Go ahead, pick this one up. What's the trade going to be? What's the transaction going on here? Ikuven teleported down bot and is now trying to take out the tier 2. Ooh, Kusei is going to go and get involved, but Kusei's going in without full mana, full energy, and gets knocked out of their E. That's the flash as well. That's
But here is Battery, the hero. This is looking big on the Aatrox.
Ooh.
And it's a 2v3. However, Tempest have kept their tower alive somehow. Was it worth the 2 TPs? Hell yeah.
I don't think it was even 2 TPs. I think Battery TP'd to the Baron.
Oh, and then he just ran
walked
down.
all the way back. I think. I'm pretty sure he was splitting beforehand.
Yeah, I think he did, because that TP is a little bit longer than Kusei. And Tempest are saying, hey, Verzik, you want to take this Drake? Go for it, because we're going to get top lane in a tower, and we're going to get the top lane inhibitor tower as well. We don't care about that second Drake.
Yeah, they're saying, fellas, we don't care about that soul in 10 minutes. This game isn't lasting 10 minutes. It's not lasting 5 minutes for even Tempest to get the soul themselves had they secured that last Drake. They've moved on forward. They've picked up 2 turrets. Whilst this is going on, Kusei's splitting up a storm down in the bot lane. Going to get a bit of pressure on over there. We'll see if the plan is... I was thinking maybe we would try and converge on the mid lane to try and use some more of that Baron and then apply pressure to the map once Kusei gets to the tier 2. But Kusei still has to get through the tier 1 first. So everyone's going to take the opportunity to reset and then get right back out onto the map with nearly 3 items across the board.
It is looking very scary, and Kusei is about to get that Rabadon's death cap. The only sad thing for Kusei right now is he's only got 1 stack on that Dark Seal. It's pitiful, really. I expected more from Kusei.
You picked that one up pretty late, it's true. That kind of sucks. You got 8 KP and 1 stack on the steel. It's like, brother.
Also, Bear Tree, 3 deaths, 75% of his kills deaths on the top laner. We expected so much from Bear Tree. The ironclad top laner for Tempest Gaming. Oh, the stun is beautiful. It denies a flag and drag, and Buzzy showing his class.
What even was that stun? Was it just a...
It was just a Q, yeah.
Just a rail Q. For some reason, I thought it was the... Oh, it was because of the Jarvan W. I thought for stun, honestly, ulted for that. I was like, that's crazy. But it was just Jarvan's W. It's a big blue circle. It's close enough.
Is Jarvan R unstoppable?
Jarvan R unstoppable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so how is he going to stop Jarvan R? You can't even Gragas either, and Gragas is the most broken ability in the game.
True.
Well,
especially once you've spent 20,000 gold on a hodgepodge of support and also AD Bruiser items to get yourself 235 ability haste, and also sacked 2 dragons so that you can stack 4 Hex Drakes on the off chance that's the map you got. Are you familiar with the concept of this?
I feel like this has happened to you somewhere.
No, this is Sloppy Royce's new build, new Gragas build, the name of which probably cannot be said.
Yes, let's not say
and
it.
It's support Gragas, because you need the support item, you need the Vigilant Wardstone, and then you just build like Shojin, Cleaver, but also Shirelias, but also Vigilant Wardstone, and you need to get 4 Hex Drakes. But if you do it and you get to 235 ability haste, your E is permanent. If you get your E below a 3-second cooldown, or 2 or 3 second cooldown, then when it hits, it's instantly up, and it has a 1-second stun on it. So I think you need to get into like a 4-second cooldown, and it's just permanent. It's insanely funny to watch. You can also only like ever basically get this in an intentionally drawn out 5-stack normal Q game.
Yeah. It's when you play Ultimate Rapid Fire and you get Morgana and you just spam Q and it's forever lasting. Those are fun times. If you're playing with Morgana. If you're against Morgana, it's terrible. And Verzik might be feeling that kind of terrible feeling against Tempest Gaming at the moment. 9,000 gold behind as Tempest slowly push in the waves. And I'm going to be honest, Doctor. Maybe they needed that Drake. They could have had us all in a minute's time because this game is not over just yet.
We did talk a big game about that game's going to be over within 5 minutes, let alone 10.
Yeah.
And then we saw...
That's what you said 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, we haven't lost steam, and this is still categorically dominant position for Tempest. Yes. They've just got complete control of the map. They can wait for a Baron spawn if they want. They can wait for a Drake. They're probably going to wait for the Baron because there's no reason not to. And they are struggling a little bit to push in, versus the Vex, and especially depending on like Aphelios guns and stuff like that. So they may want to just play a bit slow because they're still getting access to jungle camps and Verzik aren't. So if you run this situation, ad nauseum, Tempest are still chilling, right? They're still coming out on top. That's usually a good question to ask yourself when it comes to assessing a league game. You say, hey, if nobody does anything, if we just both keep making this trade, what happens? And the answer is, Tempest still keep winning.
Okay.
And so, with that in mind, they've got no real incentive to ever actually win the game.
Oh,
but
Jolly
Jolly's
boy,
a bit
you've gone too far forward. That ult is not going to save him. Now it's a 5v4. And this might be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The camel being Verzik Esports in this particular scenario. as Tempest push forward in the mid lane. They will get the inhibitor tower. They're going to get the inhibitor as well. And Verzik need to set 4 members strong as Tempest look to take their second inhibitor.
All right, well, they've picked up both the inhibs. Are they going to go through all the hassle of going and getting a Baron? Looks like it. We've got KDAs to preserve, fellas. No need to throw. No need to... It's not even a throw, but no need to, take the fight. We're still up a man. We've still got huge amounts of vision control in and around this west quadrant. Let's just make our way on over to the Baron instead. Unless he didn't even pick up the blue. This is what I mean. Oh,
yeah.
Criminal.
He's saving it for battery.
They're just going to go ahead and get the blue. I'll get the Baron instead. They might go for both. They might try for the Drake. Again, they may just make the same trade of, hey, you guys get Drake. We're just going to run straight towards your base. And it looks like the split that they've set up of just having 2 people in the bot side jungle is enough to scare Verzik. Because they don't know how many people went top side, how many people went bot side. They could be running bot, and they're running into 4 or 5 people. So they don't get control of any side of the map. They don't get to reclaim any of their jungle camps during that play. And now the Baron has once again gone on over to Tempest, who surely will now use this one to try and make an attempt at closing out this game.
Okay, hear me out here, Doctor. Let's run the slim possibility. Aphelios, 3 items. Big fight going his way, big Moonlight Vigil. Goldie somehow lands a Cataclysm when Zeri doesn't have E available. Zeri's locked in, they get a kill. Maybe they come back. Ornaments are coming in as well. There is a Cataclysm. Is it going to be big enough? They're looking for the kill, but the Zeri is still alive. Goes Golden. Can they kill that Zeri? And yes, they can. Is it going to be enough, though, for the side of a Verzik? As the Orn is buying as much time as he humanly can, it's still a double kill for Kusei. Moonlight Vigil will not land onto Buzzy or Dunlozi, and it's just a wasted ult by the Aphelios. 2 kills for 1, and Tempest now marching forward with 4 members.
Even with the Zeri going down, Tempest still find a way to win the fight. Kusei massive here with the death cap picked up as well. They are not going to continue on the push. They've got both those top inhibs, but they don't want to risk it without their ADC. Everyone's far too short range. All these melee champs, they're not going to be able to safely hit those turrets. So just, again, take the 2 kills and back off. However, I do think that was a pretty hefty shutdown. I'm not sure if it was a full 1k, but given that Killua still has a 250 bounty, which is pretty high, somebody got a pretty penny out of that kill. Is that going to be enough to help Verzik? I think, to be honest, it was Ikuven who got it, so maybe not. They've at least, managed to take down Zeri once, and they've blown the flash, so maybe this time around you can get that Cataclysm you were talking about.
So a little bit gone then for, Scream on that Zeri. And now Small Critter has an item upgraded, Hollow has his item upgraded, Goldie has an item upgraded, those ornaments are coming in. And yes, I'm not going to lie, we're not lying to our viewers, Tempest are still in the driving seat. But I want to bring up the idea that there is a way back in for Verzik as Tempest Gaming get their 3rd Drake of the game. But critically, not Soul yet.
I mean, I'm being honest, I don't think Cloud Soul's doing a huge amount for Tempest here.
There's
so little space on the map for Verzik that move speed doesn't really matter anymore,
Fair enough. I see. Kusei in the bottom lane, no teleport available just yet. Maybe a small window that Verzik could look for a fight, but right now, Tempest are just going to usher waves into those Nexus towers, and all the while, Small Critter and Hollow just eating up these waves, getting out as much gold as they can. Who pulls the trigger? Kusei already taking a bit of damage as Dunlozi looking to go in for a potential play. Forced to back out, and Verzik standing strong still.
Well, they're trying to hold it, but they do have 6 supers coming in at a time. Can Killua get a little bit of damage onto these towers? Oh, it's a proper fight.
Big engage from Buzzy, 4 members with the Magnets gone, but what can Small Critter do? Nothing, blown to pieces by Scream, and the fight is all going to go the way of a Tempest. It's a 4v2, a lockdown is Yawn, can't get to the safety of his next tower. He gets 1, is he going to be able to stay alive? He is. Johnny Boy cannot outplay the 1v1 against an Aatrox. And it is 3 members strong of Tempest Gaming in the end. Small Critter blown to pieces, Scream the MVP of the fight. And that will be the next going to Tempest Gaming as they take their 6th win of the Four Nations Autumn season.
Once again, another dub for Tempest. Dunlossie does end up going down at the end. He ruins the KDA a little bit, but also shout out. I love the positioning coming through from Scream at the end of that fight. There, you have the opportunity to just run into the tanks, free hit the front line, as you would often do on Zero. He's like, hang on, I can just walk around this Nexus thing. He gets around the back, one shot small critter, calls it a day. Nice little switch up there, and again, unfortunately, a pretty well-deserved dub for Tempest across the board. Like I don't want to be a Tempest hater. I'm not. It's just felt. Just put some spice in it. I don't hate the team. I hate the concept of just lads. We've just got other ways to. We don't have other ways. They're just playing well. That's the problem. Throw once. Make it interesting. Don't make me sit here 5 minutes in, or whatever it was, 10 minutes in, when they get their first 5 kills off a Drake and be like, all right, well, we're going to win this game in 25 minutes, boys. Like, let's get a little bit of spice going in there. Let's switch up the script a little bit, as I believe they are. Are they undefeated? So, a perfect record so far. Yeah, it is 6-0 now. It's like, lads, they're making a good run for the full, the full first round
undefeated split
of the round robin, yeah.
Well, only one more game left in the round robin, or one more day left in the round robin. Either way, what Doctor said, I disagree. Tempest, keep it up. Clean work. I've had enough G2 in my life. I don't need more throws to occur. And with that, we're going to be throwing into a short break. And when we return, Belfast Storm will be taking on Ruddy in our penultimate game of the evening.
Okay, so it wasn't 2 upsets in a row. You know, we got back to normality a little bit here. Tempest Gaming sweeping Verzik Esports aside without too much of an issue. They moved to 6-0, Tempest to 2-4. Let's look at this game, break it down a little bit more, find what we can out of this one. Let's go first to a replay that I know, Synergy, you wanted to pull out of a dragon fight around the 12-minute mark where we really just weren't sure. We didn't like the way the Verzik approached that one.
Yeah, for sure. I think Verzik kind of, by their composition design, had all their eggs in the Aphelios basket. And at this point, Aphelios does not have, I don't even think he had one item at this point. You know, if he had, it was just one. You're not in a position ready to fight yet. It's just one dragon. Taking a fight like this, I think, is just playing like adversely to their win conditions. And in the end, it's Tempest showing their natural mechanical prowess as well as their like kind of team cohesion. At least the positive is they got the dragon, but it was the only dragon they got the whole game. The rest from there, it was the big swing in gold, right? And everything there was just kept going on and getting worse and worse. Up to that point, they were doing all right. Yeah, I think that was just a fight they didn't need to take, and would have been a lot better off just waiting for that Aphelios to scale.
Yeah, seeing how much time Kusai buys on the Akali as well, just hanging out on the Shroud for years and then gets away from Lars on 1 HP, man. It's classic Akali tilt gaming. And Tempest were happy to take the advantage there. So Verzik struggling to get into that mid game all right. But one of the main issue I think that we all had when we were talking about it watching this game is that we really just weren't comfortable with the draft as it matches up into Tempest. We didn't love the direction that Verzik took it. So we're going to get the draft up again just to review it a little bit and see what maybe we could have fixed some of this one. So we can see, I think, Rail, a lot of the issue that you and I have, especially me, because I play a lot of Vex, okay? And this champion, I'd be the first to tell you how little damage it does, but we really just didn't love it into this comp.
Yeah, I think we're all just sat here like Vex is just not the champion you need for this comp, just because it makes your comp too one-dimensional. You don't have much to really help it either. So, in terms of helping the Aphelios succeed, it's just not what it's here for. So it completely deters the draft in a way. You're better off with Orianna, Lysandra, even Annie would do better here. You just have much better picks you could have dropped in, and it would have done a bit better for the team comp itself. And even in the early levels, didn't really have much pressure over Kusai's Akali at all. So Kusai just had free reign of the entire lane, and it just became a point where, exactly what you said, Vex just wasn't dealing enough damage, and it just reflects back to the draft.
Yeah, and you know, we wouldn't begrudge anyone for struggling in lane versus Kusai. The guy's a little bit cracked, but yeah, when the pivot in the build goes into Liandry's and then into Seraph's, it feels like we don't have enough damage and the champion is nothing utility, and it just really struggled to get the value there. And the Aphelios, had a decent lane. Once again, Gino not really falling behind at all, but not really being able to get any decent advantage to be that sole carry that it kind of ended up as this comp finished off. And meanwhile, on the other side, Synergy Tempest Gaming, they were just it was doing what they want, right? They drafted all these lanes with individual self-sufficient carries and they were just running around the Rift killing people.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the only thing we highlighted when we were chatting was that had they fallen behind, their comp lacked wave clear. So, if they had been getting sieged upon by an Aphelios, Lulu, and let's say Vex got strong or something like that, they may have struggled in that case, but it was... I would say they back themselves, and as I think going into the game, we kind of did just based on their own, what we've seen from them so far this tournament, really. That they weren't realistically going to end up in that situation. And even if they were slightly behind, it probably wasn't going to be too much, just again, based off their own individual kind of skill of the players. So they also just had a lot of easy ways to engage, with Sejuani, Aatrox was always going to offer a side lane threat as well. And Zeri and Rel very content to just kind of chill, and wait, see what happened. And the reality was, as we went to look at that dragon, it was Verzik that overforced, didn't go well. And as soon as that advantage was there, game is now on a downward spiral.
It's just that chaotic game comp in a way, because you have an Aatrox to worry about. While you're worrying about an Aatrox, there's also an Akali who's going to play around Shroud till an opening comes. And Zeri gets kind of that sort of freedom because you've got a Sejuani, Aatrox, Akali in your face. You need to decide which one to focus, but there's too many to focus. So you don't really have the facilities to deal with it, and it just falls into Tempest's hands to say we can play as aggressive as we want because we have a multi-threat comp.
Yeah,
and I think also when with the Aphelios being the only threat, right, is that all Kusai had to do was get in on the Aphelios, zone him off. Then it's free. It's free. Like there's nothing else really threatening on at least on Verzik. Sorry, on Tempest backline. If you can get the Aphelios chunked or zoned out, it's just too easy to execute against, I would say.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at the post-game stats just across the board, just to get a proper sense of, I think, how we can see Tempest just kind of outperforming across the board, right? There's no one that's really behind. Beartree with 3, 4, and 6, it's not the cleanest scoreline, and it is an Aatrox, so you can maybe get a little bit deep diving on there, and it does reflect, I think, how we've been feeling about Beartree, right? A lot of the rest of Tempest are super stable, very dependable, very reliable, very consistent, whereas Beartree, there is a little bit more volatility there. He likes to play on the edge, he likes to go for the 1v2s, and sometimes it does bite him in the ass, but ultimately it's still fine, right? It's still Beartree, he's still going to come out on top, and that's just kind of a microcosm, I guess, of Tempest's season so far. Everyone just outperforming on an individual level, and then being able to play together as a team super, super cleanly. So we haven't found yet the break in the armor for Tempest yet. We haven't found a way to counter the draft. In game 1, we did see DMG's strong kind of zany drafting get out-foxed by Arcadeia, but Tempest still... It feels like, right, Rail, they don't really have this kind of zany, they're not pulling cheese picks, they're not doing strange things, they're picking very standard, very normal, understandable champions, but they've just always got an answer, and somehow their comp always ends out in the favorable position.
Yeah, they just know really well on how they want to draft, and it's also a bit of a credit to Sama, who's worked with a bunch of these players a lot already, and they sort of just know what they want from every draft already. They're saying, all right, we know we're putting Dunlosi on something controlling or something to assist the team. He's necessarily not going to always be the main carry, but he's always going to be a big factor, and he always is. That's the problem. It doesn't matter what you put him on, he's always a factor. And
you just can't push him out of the game, right? It's just not really possible. We do have to move on to the next game, so I'm afraid I have to cut you short there, Rail, but we do have our match of the day coming up. Unofficially, but let's be honest, it's Ruddy versus Belfast. What else could it really have been? Both 3-2, both contesting for those top spots. Let's talk a little bit about both of these rosters, because the main thing that we need to hit on here is both of them have made a notable substitution. We've had Rengis out in top lane, Sojin coming back in for Belfast Storm, and then Crisis out in mid lane, Brexit is over, and Ketsuo is back in mid lane. So people who have been around the UKL for a long time may remember these names. We've got a little graphic to bring up to just give you a little taste of their histories. Both of these players have been seen in the UKL before, and we'll see kind of if this does change anything, if either of these teams who do seem to be maybe trying to find a bit of a solution to turn around not the perfect season so far to get them back on track. And I'll come to you first, Rail, because I cut you off before. For Belfast Storm, Rengis out, Sojin in. What do you think of this substitution? Does it change anything? Do you think this is a good pick? Do you think there's anything that we need to adjust in our expectations for Belfast now?
Well, it's definitely an interesting one because Rengis was one of the key factors to one of their last games. The Renekton top from him was pretty much game changing. He was an absolute monster, constantly getting them beautiful, beautiful flanks where turning the team fight on his own behalf. It's just whether or not Sojin is going to have that same impact and same synergy with Unknown Sweet, or if they're just going to say, you're playing Renekton, you're playing Ornn, we're focusing bot lane, we're not going to worry about top. But it just falls into the fact that does he have the same carry potential? And it's all going to depend on really matchup on what he's put on.
Yeah, I remember things like the Sojin Vlad top back in the olden days, so there is some unorthodox picks waiting in the pool, but he is also someone who can happily go back to an Ornn in a kind of similar style to Rengis, right? He can just do what his team needs him to do, or he can step up into the carry trees if required. And as a note, this is a player who has won a UKEL championship before back on Nuclear Storm Gaming with Wilhelm, or Unknown Sweet as you'd put it, with Vanegod before. They do have inbuilt synergy here, so it should be a fairly easy plug-and-play kind of substitution for them. Now, synergy, let's look at Ruddy. Crisis out in the mid lane, had role swapped into mid, and generally I thought had been doing okay, but wasn't dominating maybe as much as some others. And Ketsuo back in, someone who was on a previous X7 roster, right, who was quite a mechanical player for us back in the day.
Yeah, and I think Ketsuo is interesting because it sort of reminds me of quite similar to Kusai, actually, from Tempest, in that they play sort of similar champion pools. I do think Kusai leans a little more towards like the Akali kind of thing, but I would expect to see a bit more of a control mage style possibly today from Ruddy. And in comparison to what we've maybe seen when Crisis has played mid, of course, and we've had the Yasuo. But to say that, Ketsuo does also play Yasuo and Yone, so I'm pretty sure that Yone could be one of the bad boys. Let me tell you.
I was gonna say, I thought it was an interesting take because I was sat there like, he does play these melee champions and he loves them. He loves the Yasuo and the Yone. His Yone was extremely good every time he got his hands on it, so it was always one what teams had to worry about. But Yone traditionally has moved more towards top lane and less from mid, so if anything, it could fall back to the Yasuo comp, just with a different mid laner in the back for them.
For sure, yeah, I think so, and I think it'll be interesting also seeing Crisis back in the jungle role as we kind of knew him before this split, right? So it'll be. I'm curious with regards to Ruddy how how does this team now look when they've lost, say, Tyrion as well? He's not playing today because Tyrion's a player that's been playing competitive league since about 2015 or so. Goes all the way back. That's a veteran shot calling experience. Yeah. Is that going to be missed? We don't quite know yet, but I'll be interested to find out.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe Crisis can give us the Udyr he's been hovering every single game so far, now that he's in a role that he can traditionally pick it in. Who knows? But yeah, Ketsuo, I think the one other pick that I really would be watching out for Ketsuo is something we have seen pop up a couple times is the Sylas mid lane. I remember this being something that when Ketsuo came in for X7, started really highly performing on. This is something he could outplay people in the 1v1. He was very useful in team fights, and this is something that has been very useful for players like Dandy in our league so far in this season. And it's something that's definitely playable and viable right now and can certainly get those 1v1 advantages depending on how Limsey is going to be picking, right? He's probably going to be going to the mages. We've seen a lot of mages out of Limsey, and they can potentially get pressured by the Sylas if that's the way they want to go. So we are going to get to the draft very, very quickly. I think it is Ruddy on the blue side, as we can see by the graphic on our left. So looking for a first pick and a priority here. Now that we have Ketsuo in mid, now that we have Crisis in jungle, do you think that we can potentially move to prioritize something for either of these players, or is the mid jungle still very much something you want to leave in the favor of other lanes, Rail?
I mean, I feel like it's just going to be the return to the Zinzal. I won't lie to you. Crisis was always really good on this champion, same as the Losi. Also had Hecarim in his back pocket as well. Oh, yeah. These were two of his very, very strong jungle champions. And we've seen how good Zinzal is right now and seen how good it can be in the right hand. So I wouldn't put it past him to play something like that, especially with every time we've seen Jarvan early pick. I think it's lost every time.
Yes.
We'll have to pull that stat up from somewhere, I guess, to see what happens. But yeah, I think just now going into these bans, Yone gone, Aurelia's gone straight away. I think I like the Bard ban for Ruddy as well. I think so. It's been pretty good on that so far.
I can't get a single Aurelia game, man. What do I have to do? Who do I have to pay? Like, what's going on?
They're even like specifically battering it, and the players are hovering it and they're not picking it today. The whole everyone in the UKL is anti-railed. They're trying to tilt them as much as possible, I think, on this draft. They couldn't even just leave it unpicked and unhovered. They have to show it to him and then take it away. Fairly rude, but Crisis back on the Sejuani. Here we go. Okie doke. So we're playing very much bog standard jungle. We'll get the draft back up in just a little second. We've had just a small bug there. But what we could also see is we saw the Bard ban away from Zerg. He's been going back to that more than once. And the Vayne ban, obviously, from the titular Vayne God. So I'm wondering if we're going to see the Zerg Thresh, which has not been banned yet. And honestly, I've actually preferred his Thresh. I think that's his best pick by far. And we'll see if they want to push on that one. Jamsu having the Rakan banned away from him. And the Sin Jamsu Vayne God Zerg matchup is something that's very interesting to me. We saw earlier in the trivia in the pregame. 1 and 2 in kill leading is Vayne God and Sin. These guys are both very much the carry heavy AD carries, and I want to see who's going to come out on top today.
And on top of that, they've both played against each other so many times. They know each other inside out. Both supports played against each other like hundreds of times. Both AD carries played against each other about 100 times. So they know each other's pool, they know each other's play style, and they know how teams like to play around them at the same point. For example, Sin knows that Belfast Storm will be playing for Vayne God. They'll be playing around bot lane. That'll be their primary focus 9 times out of 10. Whereas on the flip side, Sin's shown he can play weak side if he needs to. Even on previous rosters, most of the time he was playing weak side. It's only recently we've seen an iteration where he's been allowed to play more aggressive, and then it showed his potential and what he can do.
Yeah, back on that old X7 roster that Ketsuo was a part of, Sin was also on that roster. He was the bot lane. Sin and Royal were the bot duo there, but it was a roster that had big like personalities like Raider in top lane and then Anonymous in jungle, and a top side that very much wanted to carry for themselves, right? So you're absolutely right, Rail. They didn't really get that much resource, but now maybe they'll have a chance. The Maokai locked in, we assume, for Wilhelm in the jungle. Still a very, very powerful high priority jungler in the pro level, and it is the Zerg Thresh, so I'm happy. We're still hovering the Udyr, but instead it's going to be the Renekton. Akers is sick of playing tanks. He's back on the carry synergy.
Yeah, I think, especially like now that Belfast have lost their almost like rock in the top lane, you know, Regis has been obviously incredibly solid for them throughout their entire history. You know, bringing someone new in like that, while it's maybe the best role in a way to plug and play someone new, you know, because top lane often spends a bit more time on its own, you know. It's not like trying to teach some synergy to some like a new bot lane matchup, you know. But I think trying to put some pressure onto Sujin here and look to set him behind early. So, you know, it's potentially an easier way to exploit the team because it's the one person who might lack a little bit of more in practice with the team, I should say, in recent weeks. But I want to see a few more carry games from Akers as well. There we go. We got there in the end.
Okay, that's to be expected, honestly. This man Sujin is known for picking wacky, wonderful tops. Like he will play something like Rise top if he feels like it does well into it, which Alawi is decent into Renekton. Most of the time you should be able to bully him, but obviously Renekton's early game not to be understated. And for Belfast, their game, they played a Renekton into Alawi, and the Alawi got absolutely hammered. He got smashed out of the game and wasn't allowed to play the game. So if there's a champion you can exploit anyone with on top lane, it's Renekton, because it is such strong early game setup. And Renekton, Sejuani, free stuns for days.
I think we're seeing where early jungle pressure is already likely to go this game, and we haven't seen the bot lanes really at all. It's like, well, we've seen the supports, I guess, you know. It's going to be, if something doesn't happen top in the first 5 minutes, I will be quite surprised, because both junglers want to be up there. They both want to be getting their top laner ahead, because if they allow the other to get ahead, it's going to easily snowball in that person's favor, and it could in theory get out of control. And we've already seen what Alawi can do when she gets ahead, and it's disgusting.
I'm wondering if they're trying. We have to just step forward just because we had some more picks going forward before we get too far behind here. The Kai'Sa locked in for Vayne God is just a fairly standard pick for him. This is just what he'll go back to. Now the Varus in for Sin is something that he has played a lot in the past and does give him a decent matching late game threat, especially if he goes for the DPS build. And then the last pick, the Orianna for Ketsuo, very solid pick. We've seen a lot of her right now. It's just a great thing to slot into Renekton Sejuani topside, right?
It's very interesting because we haven't seen a Varus for a while now. I think we had one recently picked.
Maybe one.
But
yeah.
He's kind of fell out of meta a bit, but he's always good because you have that versatility of being able to flex between 2 different builds. And in history, he has a lot of popularity in terms of beating Kai'Sa, especially during laner phase, because how strong his laner phase is. So,
and his ult's always useful, right? As well, like he always adds that CC element, and it's a relatively long range engage. But look at the CC already, the follow up they have. If anything lands, well, everything's coming down on top of you. You know, like they've got a very nice heavy CC heavy comp here.
Yeah,
it's solid, right?
It's a CC chain that you can potentially actually chain CC the Alawi to the point where you can kill her before she gets abilities off, because you literally have Sejuani ult into Nautilus ult into Renekton stun into, you know, and she's already dead. Like, the Orianna hasn't even been used yet and she's already died. So there is a good way to focus a single target like the Alawi that needs focused, or the Kai'Sa, Vanguard, obviously, this one-man win condition that he has been set up, and this is the style that Belfast always play. They can take either of these important pieces out, they're likely going to be winning any fight. So I love the focus and the 5-man cohesion that Ruddy has put together. They are going to try and fight, and it's all going to be about execution right there. And against Belfast Storm, walking into them and saying, we are going to out-team fight you, it's a bold claim, but not one that I think Ruddy are not, you know, I think they could be up to the task, real.
So, off that, actually, I want to steal your role for a second, Mr. Trajan.
Yeah, take it away.
Because I have a question for Alex, and it revolves around that jungle matchup. Yes, both jungles want to gank top lane early, but as Maokai, do you really want to risk a 2v2 into Renekton Sejuani with that being so deadly?
No, I mean, like, you definitely spotted that. Yeah, for sure. Like, Renekton Sejuani is going to absolutely batter Maokai Alawi, you know, early on in the game, just purely off the amount of CC and stuns you can stack with Sejuani E and so on and so forth. I think what Maokai needs to be able to do is, like, if he's going to give up that top pressure early and maybe accept that gank is going to be there, or he's either going to be there to cover and make sure that a dive doesn't happen, or can at least deflect the gank, you know, defensively, rather than actually all out look for the 2v2, or do you go completely the other way and say, right, we can't match here early, we're going to go for a play somewhere else, maybe look to get a lead in the mid lane, because I think this Jace has good potential, you know, if he gets ahead, to be a massive threat in the mid game and just start poking people down. Equally, there's nothing wrong. There's a lot of CC in this bot lane for both teams. Loads of easy gank setup. So, you know, Lantern in from Thresh, you've got a lot of options. So I would expect that they'd probably go top, but I think it could go either way.
I do like the angle of mid as well, because if Maokai gets the root, Jace also has good CC in his own kit. He can jump on, get the slow, and he can also knock them back into the lane again. So if they've not flashed already, they're kind of dead to rights.
Yeah, we had so much mid focus in that second ban phase, 4 mids banned away, and Limsey having a lot of the best mages denied. So we're seeing him now on the Jace, and we have not seen the AD mids out of him just yet in this split. He's always been known as more of a mage player, and a very good one at that. He has now got to show us something a little different. He can still play it as poke, right? He's still very much a caster champion and not like a traditional AD mid in that sense, maybe, but he is certainly a little bit of a different speed for Limsey. We'll see how he handles it. And I guess to talk on the jungle pathing point, yeah, as it's a Belfast Storm game, and if I don't see their jungler in bot lane at least 2 or 3 times throughout the lane, I'm like asking, is this really Belfast Storm? So we'll see if he wants to abandon Alawi and they're just going, Alawi's a 1v2 champion, right? He'll be fine. Just get level 6, please. Just please don't kill him before he gets level 6, and we'll see how Southern's gonna deal with that.
I think that's one of the things when I was watching these comps unfold, obviously from the early parts of the draft, thinking, top lane is clearly going to be an early game focus here, is that I think both bot lanes, they are both kind of, if they're going to all in, they have to all in. They're not poke lanes really. Varus a little bit more so, of course, but they're both relatively self-sufficient, both relatively safe if they want to be. I don't think they can force if they really want to force, but I have a feeling, given what we've kind of said already, both teams will just be looking to play, scale a little bit, because if these teams' top laners aren't quite online, that threat in the side lane is not there, and it's kind of taking a sort of win condition away from each team. And again, both AD carries need scale, so I would expect a more chill bot lane, but as you've said, it's a Belfast Storm game. Highly likely we're getting a party in the bot lane at, I'll say 7 minutes, because we were getting a party in the top at 5.
Yeah, it's a Zerg Thresh as well, right? We've seen so many highlights out of him on this champion. just being able to find those angles in and set up so well. And with the lantern plays that you mentioned, right, they do love to use that to get things started in their favor. I guess we have had apparently a small pause at the start of this game, just a couple of minutes of extra delay, which is why I'm still looking at our phases, not listening to our casters. But to look more into the mid lane, I think, just to address this matchup specifically, we've talked about a bit of the jungle aspect there, and this is with Ketsuo coming in. He's onto the Orianna, so he's onto a mage necessarily, and going into the Jace of Limsey. Limsey is someone who, despite the fact he's not on a mage, he has been very strong in the laning phase. He's been getting great advantages in that stage. Rail, just quickly before we get into game, I guess, do you have any inkling as to who's likely to come out on top here from what you've seen of Ketsuo in the past and the Orianna specifically, how strong it is right now, or do you think Limsey is still going to be able to find that advantage individual?
I mean, the problem is Orianna is pretty much what you said. She's so solid right now.
She's a problem.
What you get. Yeah, she is a problem. And Jace will have decent early pressure in terms of killing her because her base armor is really, really low. So that does affect some of her trading. But in terms of really punishing her, getting kill pressure on her, I don't think it'll end up that way. But at the same point, we don't know what type of player Limsey is on AD Champions yet. We don't know if he's going to be 10 times more aggressive because he's been playing stuff like Azir.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he can manage on this chase into this matchup. We'll see how these subs do, and we'll see how both of these 3-2 teams can match up against each other to start chasing down DMG and Tempest. For now, let's go into game. Milky Cereal and Brackish Brit on color this time. Let's go.
Thank you very much for that, Trajan, and good to have you alongside me, Brackish, jumping in for Doctor for the remaining 2 games. I know, it's good to be alongside you. 2 play-by-plays, best kind of cast possible.
Oh, yeah. We'll see how little I'm able to step on your feet this cast, but honestly, I'm just hyped to get a cast with you, because obviously we've worked sort of in parallel on VCS at different points, but of course, both being play-by-plays, we've never had a chance like this. Oh,
Jamu, where is the flash hook? That's not the kind of energy I wanted coming into this game from Ruddy. I expected more. Exactly. You need the full-on commitment, flash hook, get the flash out of Wilhelm straight away. But kind of going into this game, narrative-wise, our analyst desk mentioned the fact that Rengis subbed out, Sojin coming in for the side of Belfast Storm, and this is a way to jump into a game and make a statement, say, look, my first game with the team, we're going to play the Alawi.
Absolutely. But as it was also pointed out, this is a particularly very, very exploitable Alawi because of just how strong the CC that Akers and Crisis will be able to put out when they pair up towards that top side of the map. Ward will spot out Sojin on towards the red buff, but I mean, I would like to think Ruddy were already sort of fairly of the opinion that they were expecting Wilhelm to go towards bot lane. I mean, as the desk said, this is a Belfast Storm game. Vanegod, this is I'm going to blow your mind, right? Vanegod is not in the top lane.
Right.
So why would you even bother going there?
Oh yeah, very, very true. That's very good point. Jamu landing a very nice stretch line onto Vanegod. See, Jamu knew exactly where Vanegod was, lands a hook onto Vanegod, and a nice little solid trade for the side of Ruddy.
Yeah, play out of Zerg there was very nice. It denied Jamsu from getting the extra rooting auto to come down, so Sin didn't get quite as much damage down. That said, Sin and Jamsu are going to have absolutely none of it.
And a beautiful flash forward to secure the kill from Sin or Ruddy Esports, playing the bot lane 2v2 perfectly.
Well, I suppose we didn't really think about the possibility of Ruddy breaking open the bot lane matchup before jungler intervention can happen. And now we have the potential concern of Belfast Storm falling apart across the map. We now have the situation where you could absolutely just have Crisis go anywhere, really. It doesn't feel like Akers is being terribly pressured right now. Obviously, he's going to fall behind early. That's how good Alawi's early trading is. Crisis, however, has found Wilhelm. Flash auto, gets the permafrost, forces the flashback out. And I'm doing play-by-play, Ian.
Yeah, well, the smite to pick up the objective, and now it's turning towards third. Vermicrest is going to land, and Sin is turning his attention directly onto the Thresh. Vanguard can't get into the play, but Limsey can. Sin is low, and Wilhelm will get the first kill for Belfast Storm. No way for Tyrant to play the 1v3, and Belfast Storm bait Ruddy into a full sense of security.
Limsey comes out of nowhere, and Ruddy are suddenly looking like ducks out of water. They try to get the damage down to finish off Zerg, but it does not come through, and they're able to find that fantastic trade. They get themselves back onto the board, and importantly, they get a kill onto Vanguard.
There we go, weird little freeze, good hook, Limsey flashing out of the command attack, otherwise that would have been a kill, going the way of a Ketsuo on this Orianna. And an interesting start to the game, because it looked like it was really good for the side of Ruddy. I was going to expect, loads of aggression. They kind of did that, but they didn't really have enough to back up the aggression. Now it's a Hex Flash over the wall, straight into the dredge line. That's a kill! Beautifully played by Ketsuo, and Jamsu won't even fall to the tower.
Fantastic persistence out of the Ruddy support, although might find himself in a little bit of trouble. No, he's going to take a sapling for his trouble and will be able to wander on out there. Limsey doesn't lose too much, thanks to having that teleport available, but of course, they're not really wanting to give across that kill early. Sin getting that first blood is perfectly comfortable to chill in this bot lane, to boogie up against Vanguard for now, so that frees up Jamsu to influence the rest of the map, as we just saw.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Akka's doing relatively fine into Surgeon, somewhat of an even lane. I'm looking towards that first Drake of the game that will be spawning in about 15 seconds time. Infernal, and right now it is Wilhelm who's on the top side of the map, whereas Tyrant is on the bottom side looking towards that Drake already.
Yeah, Crisis going to clear out that ward immediately as it was put down by Limsey. And well, right now, Sin and Jamsu, of course, are on that reset timer, but it feels like there's no real punish available for Belfast Storm. Obviously, Vanguard is catching that bot wave. To give it up would be extremely unwise. And so it seems right now, at least, Ruddy will be very happy to have that vision dominance over the bot side river. And in fact, it seems that Crisis feels confident enough to just start this one up.
Yeah, 10 CS lead for Sin in the bottom lane, and Vanguard not shoving that wave in, just trying to maintain a decent wave state, means that Sin and Jamsu can rotate up if they need to, having now arrived to the bottom lane. So this is going to be an easy pickup for Tyrant and the side of Ruddy Esports.
I just want to double check. I thought Brexit was Crisis, the mid lane, the formerly mid lane that got role swapped back out of mid lane.
Oh, is it Crisis?
I believe yes.
Okay.
From what I passed from the desk, I believe Crisis has been role swapped back into the jungle.
Okay, right. So Crisis is in the jungle then. Sorry, I just had my mind on Tyrant. I forgot that. Yes, it is Crisis who does have the name of Brexit. You know what? Okay, what would be really helpful?
Make sure we're on the same page.
If the players actually had their names, yeah, it would be helpful.
First cast problems.
I'm going to put a message out. I know Don Jake's listening in. Your team's in shambles, mate. Like, give them some blue essence so they can change their names.
Wow, Akers didn't take kindly to that, apparently.
No,
I think that might be the cause of that earlier, that pause before we came into the game. But right now, we're actually pretty chill situation. Yeah, we've had some Barney in back and forth, but 2 kills apiece. Dead even on the gold. Yeah, okay, Ruddy got first Drake. There's a minute until first Herald comes up. We'll see if that ends up being a delayed trade of objectives. Then, of course, we still kind of have to be careful about the situation of if Akers can get out of top lane, you've still got that very scary combination with the Sejuani should a Herald fight break out.
And we do have to just remember how strong that duo is between Akers and Ketsuo. Or pardon me, not Ketsuo, Crisis. I'll get it right eventually. I'll eventually come through. But
it's good.
It comes down to, where do you want to play on the map, right? Because you can look to try to play around this bot side. That's where, you have Sin and Jamsu who are very strong. Or you can try to play towards that 2v2 strength of this Renekton Sejuani. Or maybe you can try to play around both.
If they were firmly in the lead right now, I think you could try and do both. But there is of course the inherent risk, because they are even right now, that if you try and do both, you end up doing neither terribly well.
Yes.
And so I think I would like to see them prioritize one thing right now. We can see that Belfast Storm are prioritizing at least having some vision control for this Herald that is about to come up.
Jamsu
We have got the roam-up from Jamsu.
Yeah, he's just having a little howdy into the mid lane. Just letting Limsey know that he's around, and Zerg is around that mid lane as well. Both sides sending their supports up to fight over this Rift Herald. That is the next objective, and they're looking for the play onto Limsey. The Ignite burning down. No ward to stop the path out for Limsey.
Side step from Jamsu, very clean. I was going to note the fact that level 6 has not been hit yet for Crisis, but unfortunately, Limsey taking all of that damage means that Wilhelm can't really leverage the fact that he's got the Nature's Grasp available.
So taking a lot of damage here from Ketsuo, but can't really follow up. Ilaoi very strong as soon as she uses the Leap of Faith, and now it is the engage. It is the turn onto Wilhelm, hooked in the middle of the Dark Passage, and a beautiful pick up for Ruddy as they get their 4th kill of the game. They turn onto Sojin, and no Ilaoi ult will save Sojin from that play.
Too much CC, Milky. Get a couple of nice hits off, a nice little bit of healing, but as soon as Ilaoi is no longer able to attack, no longer able to have those tentacles flailing away, she is just as squishy as any other champion on the Rift.
And this is exactly what you said as well at the start of the game. There's a lot of CC for the side of Ruddy. They unleash that CC on to Sojin. No way out for the Ilaoi. Ruddy get 2 more kills. Ruddy get the Rift Herald. Everything going their way right now.
Fantastic start for them. Of course, we have to see them convert it. It's good to see, of course, Belfast Storm's usual win con, the perennial carry in Vanguard, is not some kind of crazy advantage. It is basically dead even with Sin right now. Of course, this recall will, I think, well, not quite, see Vanguard able to finish up the static shivs. So we do have a sizable power advantage for Sin here with that Kraken completed.
Nearly a 1k gold lead for the side of Ruddy. We can see exactly where those gold advantages are. 500 in the mid lane for Ketsuo, 300 for Sin in the bottom lane, and relatively even in both the jungle and the top lanes.
Ooh, Crisis. They
Again,
know about
he's done this before. Wilhelm following in the play, and surely that is a very dead Sejuani. And once again, it is Crisis stepping too far forward into the enemy jungle and being punished for it.
10 seconds before the Drake comes up as well, Milky. You cannot be dying so close to these objectives coming up. I'm not sure how easily Belfast Storm would be able to start this one up. Of course, Vanguard is ultless and currently under tower. Zerg still without his ult right now. Seems that they are confident enough to start this one up. Sin and Jamsu, I think, are going to try and get some... I was going to say pity plates? Just some extra gold in there.
Some pity plates. I like the term of that. However, already are making their way up. Do they want to fight over this? Oh, he steals it away! Crisis! You mad lad! Piercing arrow! Wilhelm falls! It was all bait! All along from the side of Ruddy as they are destroying the side of Belfast Storm. In the end, Limsey able to get a kill onto Jamsu, but that is all Belfast Storm will get.
Okay then. All is forgiven. Crisis comes over the wall, takes the Drake, gets that, continues that stacking going. Herald's going to get dropped. Vanguard is completely alone here. Can he outplay it?
There is no way out. There is no... Well, he's got a cleanse and he saves it, which I think is probably the smart decision. First tower is going to be picked up by the side of Ruddy. 3 and 1 for Sin on this Varus. And with first tower gold going into his pocket, he's going to be looking very, very strong indeed.
An absolute eruption of play from Ruddy coming out there. And Ketsuo been doing absolutely superbly on this Orianna. 2-0-3, a little bit down in the farm, but it's Nature's Grasp gets sent towards bot side, and then all of a sudden, there's a Crisis there, there's a Drake taken down, and it basically feels like Ketsuo is just walking in here for shield assists. Like, he did not necessarily need to even be there. It's just how damning that play ended up turning out for Belfast Storm.
Well, it's quite literally an incoming crisis for Belfast Storm, as the Drake was stolen away. 2 Drakes now for Ruddy. They continue to have their 100% objective control in this game with a first tower as well. And Crisis playing very aggressive, just trying to steal away as many camps as he can from Wilhelm, although currently 10 CS down on his jungle counterpart.
Trying to just keep on even, but you can't really be saying that Crisis has not been getting his hands dirty this game. He has
not
been involved in a vast majority
Oh,
of no,
Jamzu! That is a dirty as all hell. Is he going to be able to survive? No, he can't. It doesn't matter. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here from Crisis as Zerg is showing up. Very nice play onto Sin, who flashes out of the death sentence. Now in a 1v3, can't land in the piercing arrow onto Limsey, and surely there is no way for him to outplay the 1v3. Wilhelm locks him down and shuts him down.
The cavalry comes with Belfast Storm, and it will rumble down over the members of Ruddy. I think the kill count might be slightly off. In fact, I think the gold is too, but
no, it's definitely
that is a
100%.
Yes. Right now, really good to see Belfast Storm fight back so convincingly. We forgot to mention just how good the CC coming out of not just the top jungle is, though. We saw it there. On to Vanguard, Jamsu and Sin, murdering. Absolutely murdering Vanguard. If they could have absconded before Retribution had arrived, then perhaps it would have looked a little bit better, but still 2k up, still have that first tower in pocket. Feeling pretty good, and we've already got about minute 40 until that first Mountain Drake comes up.
And Ruddy will be looking towards that Mountain Soul. It is now fixed. 8 kills to 6, a 2k goal lead for Ruddy, who are still in control over this game. And despite a lot of aggression that we've been seeing around the map, it is currently actually Ketsuo who is unkilled in this game, the only member not to have died, alongside Akaz actually.
Very excited to see that the static Shiv first on Kaiser has not been picked up this game. We've actually got a Stormraiser first coming out for Vanguard.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? It's Belfast
absolutely.
Storm, yeah. So you got to pick the Stormraiser, live up to the namesake.
Something mechanical here.
No,
Limsey.
You've known me for a while, Brackish. You know I don't make actual sensible points.
Yeah, no, that's meant to be my job, and that gives me like a degree of anxiety.
Well, it is still 8 kills to 6. Another tower has been secured by the side of Ruddy. And this Orianna for Ketsuo is looking strong and will only get stronger and stronger. We saw it in our first game of the day from the side of Arcadeia. That Orianna can be an absolute nuisance, especially once it starts getting a few more items.
Akaz did have to give up pressure towards the bottom lane, had to give up his tier 1. He knew Wilhelm was in his bot side jungle, but not exactly where, and could not risk getting dove.
But now another Rift Herald has been secured, and that's probably going to be the final outer tower picked up for the side of Ruddy. Looking towards that mid lane, Jamsu has a dredge line available. I don't think this is good news for Belfast Storm. The Thresh is going to get absolutely whopped. Zerg flashing over the wall is coming in from the side. Is Akaz looking for the play, the lockdown onto Wilhelm. The front to back, and Wilhelm able to get 1 kill. It's a double kill, though, for Sin on the other side of the fight. Limsey on the run. 2 kills for 3 with Ruddy Esports coming out top. Piercing arrow, though, sniping down Limsey for a Varus triple kill.
Cold as ice. Sin holds the arrow. No amount of juking was going to get Limsey out of that one. And it looked good for a second there for Sojin. Drops the ultimate on top of the entirety of Ruddy. It didn't... I was waiting for, one person to absolutely melt to tentacle damage, and it didn't happen. I'll need to see that again to try and figure out why.
When you think that the damage is going to come out and then absolutely nothing happens and you're like, oh, I guess it's a wallet death right now. And for Sojin, he's not in the strongest of spots on the Alawi. Currently 1, 2, and 1. Does have a rather healthy CS lead over Akaz, but not quite enough to be able to make a difference in this early to mid-game team skirmish.
Okay, so let's see this again. Zerg gets turbo melted, we don't need to worry about that. Akaz get held out by the Nature's Grasp, which is already timed out by the time the rest of the fight comes forward. Sojin goes forward. Okay, he is doing good damage, but it's very split out. among the members of Ruddy. And at the end of the day, the most important member of all, the, now 722 Varus, who is going full on hit max DPS, absolutely melt your face, got completely untouched.
Yeah, if you can kill Sin on that Varus, then you're going to be doing fairly well for a team fight. That being said, if you let any more time go, all of a sudden we're going to be in a spot where Ketsuo is going to be doing a huge chunk of damage on that Orianna. The Ludin's completed, and now looking towards that second item as well.
Yeah, but the looks of that's going to be the...
It's a weird one I always forget. The one that does, like, grievous wounds or... No, not grievous wounds. Magic pen, magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why am I forgetting
I always
it?
forget.
It's completely lost my mind.
I hate the item.
In my defense, I have come off a 9.5-hour shift at work to do this, so...
You know it's getting bad when you've got two play-by-plays and neither of them can remember the name of something.
It's Shadow something?
Is it Shadow? Maybe. I don't know. Well, I'm sure one of the color casters and
I'm sure everybody in chat is going, oh, these casters are idiots. It's clearly this. It's fine.
Probably.
I'm used to it.
I'm sure Trajan can tell us in the chat. He'll know this stuff inside out. Probably.
CJ, save us.
You can sub in for me. No, 12 kills to a 3k goal lead for the side of Ruddy Esports at the moment. 3 Drakes looking for that Mountain Soul as well in 2.5 minutes time. And right now, Sojin just in the bottom lane, trying to get a little bit of CS and some extra gold as he looks towards that second item.
Ah, yes, look, it's that item that we knew that they were going to build.
Yes. Shadow Flame. There we go.
Yes. Okay, so it's Shadow...
I needed to see it to remember it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing World of Warcraft at the moment, so Shadow Flame is a Warlock spell. I've been playing WoW Classic Hardcore. Because there was no end to my suffering.
I'd like to say I know what that is, but I don't.
Permadeath WoW, but classic version.
Very limited game knowledge. If you're not talking about League, I don't know what it is, essentially.
So, World of Warcraft, as it was in like 2004, 2005, and also permadeath. One life.
I'm going to be honest, that still doesn't really mean too much to me. But you do you, Brackish.
Okay, pain, Milky.
Okay,
I don't know why I chose to do it. I am actually having some fun. But anyway, Ruddy has started off Baron.
Well, if you've got pain, I hear that Ruddy, this team of Ruddy, is called the Painkiller. So, maybe get yourself a little prescription from Mr. Don Jake, and you can get some of that pain removed. The Baron has been started, though, and the turn is instant. But is it going to be good enough to get 1 kill on to Zerg? Akazo is incredibly low, but it doesn't matter. Another Dredge line comes through. It's a double kill. Probably a triple kill as well for Sin. Sadly, no Penta in this game just yet. And Ruddy turned back towards the Nasher.
And so, basically, what we need to think of this Ruddy composition as, it's 3 meatballs who don't care how low health they go, as long as this Varus gets to free hit you down, which Sin has been doing all game long. Now, 10-2-2 is absolutely immense. This recall should give him that back, which I believe is looking towards a Blade the Ruin King. Yeah. And, he's going to be ruining things.
He's already ruining things for the side of Belfast.
Even more so.
Yes, and I'm looking towards Red Side thinking, okay, how do they come back in? Lindsay's got 2 items. He's got his tier completed on the Muramana. Vayne God's on 2 items, but they're still at such a huge gold deficit. And right now they are 7,000, 6,000 gold behind on Ruddy Esports. But that gold disadvantage is only going to get larger now that Ruddy have this Baron Nashor and can start to throw some waves forward.
Well, worse yet, 5 seconds until the Drake comes up. This is Mountain Soul at 22 minutes, and Belfast Storm, outside of a miracle, are almost completely unprepared for it. Sin is a full item up onto Vayne God, and they're already starting it up.
What do? Give away Mountain Soul to keep yourselves alive, or lose Mountain Soul by going in for a fight? And the answer is you die no matter what you do. Akers onto the backside, on top of Vayne God, flashes over the wall, but flashing forward. The damage from the Orianna is disgusting. Ruddy Esports get themselves 3 kills for nothing, and they get themselves a Mountain Soul as well.
Ketsuo flashing forward saying Pexuo as he destroys Vanguard. Wilhelm fleeing, but I don't think any amount of running will save you. Glacial Prison. There's a sound effect that's playing in my head as he goes down. 19 kills to 8, and Ruddy are looking to end their woes. They've taken a healthy dose of aspirin and they want to close out this game cleanly.
Solid game for the side of Ruddy Esports. The only mistakes were a couple of overextensions in the bottom side jungle for Crisis, but I think we can forgive him considering his role swapping back into the jungle for his first game in the jungle in quite a while, I'd imagine.
He has done his job perfectly admirably. Outside of that one slight blunder in the jungle, that led to the potential Drake going across. I mean, that he, immediately redeemed himself for by stealing it back.
Oh yeah, it was a tactical death, 100% tactical death.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Of course, the Babba's philosophy.
Yeah, it's, when you watch pro players and you're like, oh, they've done this weird thing here, that doesn't make sense. But you're like, pro player, they probably know what they're doing. It's the same thing with Crisis. Like, was it in? No, it's calculated.
Well,
at least
he's doing more than enough to secure Ruddy this very comfortable situation. They're 9,000 up. Belfast Storm, they need to try and find the fight. And crucially, like, only one fight, one specific fight scenario will be good enough in this game. Sin has to get caught and erupted to give Belfast Storm any hope. Any hope.
Right now, Crisis is sticking to Sin like glue, as is as is Jamsu as well. It is very difficult to find a way to get on top of this virus with a Mountain Soul as well, against the Locket, against the Knight's Vow. Belfast Storm need an absolute miracle right now. They need it to storm for Ruddy.
Right now, the storm is rumbling, but it's only sheet lightning. Nothing actually coming down from the sky right now. They need to make this fight happen. Never mind, Wilhelm's got caught.
And Ruddy find another pick. They look for one. They turn towards Vanguard. They get another. Sin is still alive. He got very low, but he is still alive. He doesn't even care about the fight. He's just got to throw orders out at the tower as the rest of the team clean up Belfast Storm in a storm of their own. Down go the Nexus towers, and Ruddy Esports, 25 minutes into the game, will be targeting the Nexus, and Ruddy Esports will be securing themselves that third place spot in the Four Nations autumn season.
I wish I had some fancier glasses right now, because Sin's feeling a bit like Elton John. He's still standing after that fight.
I'm going to be honest, I should know that reference, but my references just aren't at it today. It sounded very good, though.
It's basically Elton John's most famous song.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's not a good day for me in references.
I'm too old. It's fine.
Look, you're talking about songs right now. The New World song has been released. You think I can think about any other song right now? Like,
true, though. Honestly, like single manly tear for the Beryl Sacrifice.
The carrier. Well, right now it is Ruddy Esports who will be seeing themselves as the gods that are rising up through the tournament, and they have now displaced Belfast Storm from that third place spot. They were both tied with 3 wins and 2 defeats, but Ruddy Esports are now solely in that third place position. With that, though, we're going to be jumping into another break. Sorry, I'll get there in the end. Long day. And we'll then be heading on into our 4th and final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
about this Nautilus, man?
I mean, this guy has been a monster the entire split already. And then this game already, the early hooks in lane sealed the fate of that lane. The lane was already done at that point. It was like, oh, how do we come back? The answer is you don't. Not when hooks like that are hitting. And then, because of that kill, gives Jamsu all the freedom to just move around the map. And that's exactly what you want. And this is the player we're talking about. You just have the perfect setup. Jamsu finds the angle, catches Vanguard, and just waits for the reset, and is able to catch him the second time.
So disgusting.
Yeah. It's just setting up this first blood for Sin really tells the story. And he wasn't even done here, right? He's still going into the mid lane, Hex flashing behind towers, Hex flashing under top lane, right? It's just never missing an opportunity to set up Sin for some extra goal in this map. So excellent player by Jamsu. We've seen the Nautilus from him before. I'm sure we'll be seeing it again. He really is just a bit crazy on it. But let's move forward deeper into the game, Sinchi. Let's look at a fight which I think really encapsulates kind of the story of this game in 130 minutes, 130-second stretch. It was a 20-minute Baron fight where really Sin he could do no wrong here.
Yeah, and at this point, Sin's already like insanely strong. Realistically, Belfast kind of need a Hail Mary. The Sejuani ult still misses as well. I think the Alawi ult here is not bad as well, but there's just this complete lack of damage, and they can't get past the front line of Ruddy. The Sejuani, the Renekton, they're just body blocking for Sin at all points. All Sin needs to do is auto attack whoever's closest to him at the front, stay safe. And then he just murders them. And there's the result. It just got worse from there, the more kills he got.
Yeah, you could see Sin free firing, right clicking, not a care in the world, and then Kai'Sa daring, can I fire one auto here? No hook? No one hook me, please? One auto? Okay, and I have to run away, and that's it, right? Just such a difference in how they're able to play out these fights. Sin went crazy in it. And we are going to take a little bit of a quicker look at that matchup, right? We set both of these players up as primary carries for their teams, first and second in the overall kill count rail, and this is the head-to-head of how their stats stacked up in this game.
Yeah, it's just pretty much perfect.
Look at those damage numbers!
Sin just couldn't do anything wrong.
Triple the damage.
Oh my word.
You're disgusting. And I feel like they set up for the Kai'Sa to be picked, knowing that Belfast Storm has been relying a lot on the Kai'Sa pick in general. They've played it a lot in these games. The first pick in it a lot of the time went on blue side as well. It kind of just said that Ruddy can just wait, bait the Kai'Sa pick, play Varus even though he's not as strong as he used to be. Sin made him look like he's a top tier AD carry.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. Sin going really, really nuts on it. Now I imagine probably the kill leader here, as I believe you pointed out, Ray. So he's probably leapfrogged Vayne there. Kusai's probably done so as well with that early game. So sadly, Vayne got knocked down into the bronze position, but he'll be able to fight back for it later on in the season, I don't doubt. For now, let's move on. Let's look at the next game. Our last game of the day coming up here. Lionscreed versus Venomcrest Serpents. Both of them sort of languishing around the mid to bottom side of the table, Synergy. But Lionscreed, we have been seeing some steady improvement, right? We're not getting blown out by 15 minutes anymore. We're making these games run a bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things when I'm looking at Lionscreed's kind of early schedule in terms of the round robin, they have played a lot of what we would consider the more difficult teams, or realistically more difficult teams early. So there's maybe an element of that. But their last match, which they won, they actually, for the first time, looked like they were in control of the game. They had a plan, able to execute on that. And that's obviously a positive. And it's kind of the same thing we said about Arcadeia earlier today. We hadn't seen that yet. Now we have seen it. We know it's there. Now it's like, can they maintain that? And against Venomcrest, these are two teams that Venomcrest obviously came to the open quals. There's a few players on the Lionscreed roster who'd made that same run with G5. So they kind of feel like these players definitely like have matched up already in some regard. I think these are kind of evenly matched teams. So let's see who's actually got that development. These kind of like 5 or 6 matches into the split. Who's going to actually come out on top. And I think it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get the Lionscreed roster up really quickly just to confirm them here. And this is something that we've touched on already today. Is this is a roster that has stayed the same 5 members so far. There's been no shuffling like with the likes of Ruddy and Belfast and Arcadeia, and this is the kind of what we wanted to see, right? We want to see that synergy building. When you keep these 5 players on the roster, you can get a sense of how you want to play the game, and they do seem to be getting a little bit more definition there, Rail, and they're still playing their own style, right? They've got the Kumu Zigs coming out, they've got Cormac back on the Bruisers, they've got Craney playing whatever he needs to play.
Yeah, Kumu Zigs was actually kind of nuts. It made the champion look really
crazy.
scary, as the champion is getting buffed as well, so like, it's gonna get even better. He just needed that little bit more protection, because there was a couple of times where he was caught out of position, and if he wasn't, could have changed the entire dynamic of the game, but nonetheless his Ezreal still looked good. And Craney sacrificing lane when he needs to put others ahead as well.
Yeah, we love to see that.
That Ziggs as well, just touch on that, is something I think having that in your pocket at any point is always great, because it allows you a bit more diversity in the champ select, right? You know, whether you want to pick an AD mid, whether you just need some wave clear in your composition, you can actually set up a kind of late game stalling composition with Ziggs, and actually the champ's just annoying as hell. So it's always a little bit of a tilting factor, I think, when Ziggs is in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, just watching, because I play a lot of Ziggs mid and bot lane, and the satchel charges from Kumu were so good. They were so annoying, right? Every time he's about to die, whoops, suddenly the entire dynamic has changed from this one ability. So we do love to see that, and maybe we'll see it again earlier on later in future drafts. But to take the lens over to Venomcrest just a little bit, this is a team that maybe seems to have had the biggest gap between the ceiling and the floor, I think, that we've seen. We have seen, we'll get the roster up just to take a quick look at it. From players like Inno, from Dandy, and Fastlane, we've seen massive high highs, lane domination, massive team fights. We've also seen games that just kind of fall apart or never really get off the launching pad synergy. Like, we just don't really know. I guess, what is your read on the actual potential of Venomcrest? Do you think they are going to be able to get up to that top side to contest with Ruddy and DMG and Tempest, or do you think that it's that inconsistency is going to hold them back?
So I think they actually have. I wouldn't maybe say that they. I don't think they're necessarily going to be challenging Tempest fully for that first spot, but I think they can be challenging for the top half of the table, absolutely. The kind of reason I might say that is, well, one of their losses was to Verzik. Well, what do we know about Verzik's 2 wins? Fiora was left open. They aren't going to make that mistake again. And I think actually in that, without that Fiora presence in that game, that's a game that's very, very winnable for them in the second round robin. And just looking at the games they have left, obviously Lionscreed today, and they'll be playing Belfast Storm next week. Belfast Storm maybe not as hot as we'd initially thought as well. And I think these guys have a lot of history, as you mentioned about Fastleg. KZ's been around a long time. Same with Inno, Dandy, and so on. They've been also playing through open quals. They've got a lot of games in their belt before the split even started. So they're warmed up already, and I think that's why we're seeing them already sat mid-table. Arguably, they should have had one more win if they'd just banned Fiora, but alas.
Lessons were learned, I hope, for going
I would hope so, yeah.
Yeah, but at this point, 2 times in a row, fool me twice. Hopefully there will not be a third fool on the Rift so far. But for Venomcrest, going into Lionscreed specifically, Rail, we know that Inno has had some very strong performances on the Bruisers, but Cormac as well as someone who really looks best on that archetype of champion. And then I guess for these lane matchups, the top, mid, and bot, just to give general advantage across the lane, this is obviously pre-draft, but from what we've seen out of these players, give me your read on top, mid, and bot as to who you think might be favored just in performance and where you think these teams are likely to find most success either side.
I mean, in general, I've been liking Inno in top as it is. Inno has stood out really well for this team, even though, yes, he got slapped by Lars's Fiora, but I imagine most people
we've all been
by
there.
Lars's Fiora. I felt like I got slapped by Lars's Fiora, even in the
just
game.
watching. Literally.
And I feel like he's definitely stood up in the other 2 performances for Venomcrest, especially when he's allowed to play stuff like Camille. But I'm also a big fan of KZ. I find he enters their fights right place, right time. And his position generally is really good. It's just a couple lane mistakes here and there, but he's had time to clear it up, and it's definitely been getting better.
Yeah, it's an interesting difference there that KZ, we one of the things we love about him is his teamfight positioning is so good, whereas Kumu, that's kind of the only big problem, right? We've seen some great fights out of him, we've seen some fine laning, some good champion pool depth. It's just getting caught out. It just happens one too many times every single game. So let's see if he can clear it up, or KZ will find the punishment, or Fastlane more likely will find the punishment on some engager supports as we are into the draft. He will not be given the Rel. Fastlane Rel is a bit of a demon, and we'll see if any of these bruisers do touch the ban phase, even in this first phase, to see if they can try and get an advantage up in that top lane. For now, it's back to the jungle focus. Rel still technically being it, Talia technically being it, Jarvan as well. that is honestly a lot of jungle focus, considering, you know, some of the impactful solo lane performances we have seen synergy out of both of these players.
Yeah, for sure. I think the top lane, again, as the highlighter, is something that both teams have, you know, advantage in. We've seen when LC have done well. I think Cormac's also done very well. And, you know, there's a notorious meme that's been going around Twitch chat the last few days regarding a certain champion who likes to throw his axe above his head. So I'd be interested to see. I am slightly surprised to not see maybe those bans going, even at this stage, going towards at least 1 or 2 picks potentially on each, or at least one on either side, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the Ziggs ban. I would be doing the same. You know, you can remove that X factor, and there it is. Actually, there's a Darius ban. Interesting.
Yeah, it will be callback off Darius again for another game in the book. So we'll see if what the choices are going to be up there. If they want to take a blind bruiser for the top lane matchup, we know that Inno is happy to default onto a tank if required. I don't necessarily love the results that come out of that one, but he did solo kill Bear Tree on Ornn, so, you know, how mad can we be? Looks like the first pick potentially going to be the Maokai. We have seen that pop up a lot more today than previously. It's previously been banned a lot. Now a lot of junglers getting their hands on it, and it's just one of these champions that does everything, right? It has damage, it has CC, it has engage, disengage. It's a pretty great blind fake to have in the jungle.
Yeah, pretty much jack of all trades. Still flexible as well. Can go to the top even though you don't notoriously see him there anymore. Can go to support as well. I'm personally not that big on the Darius ban. I get why they've done it now because they've installed Renekton. But it's a game of cat and mouse because it's been left open a couple of times and they've not picked it. And there's been memes in chat about Mac Darius ? And then it still just ends up getting banned because it's left to phase 2 and it's just a free ban at that point. So
So it's kind of the opposite thing we've had with Kiana earlier, right? Where when that's been left open, we've instantly seen it.
Yeah.
And then here we're like, you know, create a little bit of mystery around this Darius pick. So one day, I'm hoping it's going to get the pop-off that it deserves, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's been built up too much now. Unless it goes like 10-0, no one's going to be happy with the Cormac Darius if it comes through. In the same way, I would not be happy with the Craney Fizz unless it went 10-0, but I don't know if we're going to get that one. It's just too niche of a pick right here. They've gone back to the Kumukum Ezreal, which I love. That was his best game of the split, bar none, was the Ezreal game. It's good into the Xayah, outranges it, has a strong mid-game spike to contend, and can deal with the potential dive of the Renekton, as the Jax is the option here. I think we've seen one Jax so far. Came off of Sheeta. It did not go super well, but Rail, how do you like the Jax here instead into the Renekton, considering it's in Cormac's hands?
I like it, but they need to round out their comp with some solid engage. You've just got the Maokai at the moment, so it's really not enough.
Bit telegraphed.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed, and that's the problem what I'm looking at right now, but I'm sure they'll round it out. If they do, then the Jax is fine. You will get bullied early, and I mean, Renekton Sejuani again.
Yeah.
You're never winning that 2v2. You don't ever want to force the 2v2. The only way you do something there is if you swing free towards top lane, get an early kill on Jax. That can be an angle, but I don't want it to be an angle, even though they've got an Ezreal, so it's not going to be bot lane focused either. So if I'm Lionscreed, I kind of want to get Craney ahead, and then rotate Craney's lead into top lane. That would be my angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, I think, and so as well that partially I reckon where they might be wanting to take this Ezreal is it is a safe champion to be able to be left alone sort of, 10 minutes onwards. And if they're realizing they're going to have to invest in this Jax, I mean, you don't pick a strong split pusher like that without wanting to invest in it, because it is one of your win conditions, right? Especially when Renekton early game is going to bully Jax. And the jungle matchup as well is not helping. I would say whatever mid Lionscreed look to take here is something that is going to be able to facilitate either wave clear wise to allow Jax to split later, or it's going to be something that can impact that top lane kind of in the mid game.
Yeah.
That's just bullying. That's just bullying what they're doing right now. There's so much frontline and CC in this comp that it's actually terrifying from Venomcrest. Like, they have freedom to pick whatever support they want. If they want to pick something aggressive like the hover of the Pike, they can. If they want to pick something like Senna, they can. They have options to play something completely different, which we haven't seen a counter-pick support yet.
Yeah. So we have this massive Venomcrest.
Hey, yeah,
that's true.
Actually, I forget about that.
It's been done. We could see it come through. As the Orianna once again just kind of slots in for Craney there. No other good option. It does give us a decent follow-up to the team fight. If things like a Jax and a Maokai, right, with the engage, it does give it a little bit more oomph with the Orianna ult coming in behind it, and gives it a bit more damage in the team fight. However, it is against the Xerath, and this is something I was talking to you guys in the green room about, is the Orianna right now super strong, doesn't really have any bad matchups to any of the mages, except for Xerath, because you get giga outranged, and this champion does not have to go anywhere near the ball to either farm the wave or poke you. So I like this answer for Dandy. I think this is a really good individual matchup to hold Craney down, and then I think that puts a lot of pressure on Cormac and Kumikun to perform. Cormac, obviously, against Renekton and Sejuani, yikes. Kumikun into Lissandra support, as it turns out, into the Xayah and Lissandra. He's got Arcane Shift, but he's only got one, and Lissandra has Glacial Path, so, you know.
Well, I think what I like about this Lissandra, actually, is that A, it is obviously offering you counter roam potential to kind of maybe attempt to, like, match mid lane, but also, if Alistair is wanting to invest in Jax and, you know, put time into either mid or top, then Lissandra is the perfect champ to just dive this Ezreal repeatedly. Like, she's like the one champion that could really pull that off, you know? So there's options here for them.
On top of that is when we talked about sometimes Kumikun mispositioning and being punished for it, is there a champion what punishes you almost as much as Lissandra? Yeah. It's absolutely horrid, because even if you Arcane Shift and she just gets that Ring of Frost down, she can just walk you down, and then you're either going to have to flash. If you don't flash, you get Glacial Tuned. If you do flash, you're still getting Glacial Tuned anyway. So, like, you're kind of at a lose-lose in that scenario. So, I'm really interested to see how much they invest into bot lane, if they want to or not. But I still feel like if you're Lionscreed, invest in Craney, kill the Xerath early, especially with that matchup, rotate that lead into top lane.
Yeah, try and fix that mid lane matchup for sure. I think, we spoke of the effect that Lissandra, the threat Lissandra has on Kumikun on the Ezreal. This isn't even to speak of the Renekton and the Sejuani as part of this as well, right? There's just so much threat again on that dive. Very tricky, and Kumikun's going to have the positioning on lock. It's a necessity. It's a must, okay? Or it's not going to work out. We have seen a big Ezreal game from him. We're going to have to see another if Lionscreed want to get their second win on the board. They have been inches away from getting wins over Belfast Storm in their last game, and you know, we know they've got it in them. We know they have. Some of these players have got UKLC experience, a lot of games in this scene, and you know, championships under their belt in the form of Craney. So I think we'll see if Lionscreed can do it. Otherwise, for Venomcrest, this is where we want to see, I think, whether they can show us a bit more of a consistency, show us that high level to prove they can also go to toe-to-toe with the Belfast Storms and the Ruddys and DMGs and the Tempests of this league. And we'll see who's able to really get the major advantage up there. I'm personally very interested in top lane, just because of the variance we've seen out of both these players, both stylistically and performance-wise. And then we'll see if they want to focus into that mid lane as much as possible. I guess Rail, I think since, once again, I don't like to do this too often, but since we just have our last game of the day, I might end up just making it a tradition that for the last game of the day, I actually get hard predictions out of you. For the last game, Venomcrest, Lionscreed, give me your prediction. Who is winning this last game?
Venomcrest. I'm pretty confident on their comp and what they have. I feel like with the issues of positioning of Kumikun, if he does not have a good game, then Kumikun will be punished, and then that will hurt Lionscreed a lot in terms of pushing their lead or trying to make things sustainable. The main factor is to worry about the Jax, because Jax is still a ticking time bomb.
Synergy?
Yeah,
thoughts?
I would also agree. I think I would be firmly in the Venomcrest camp just based off the draft. I think, and my reason really would be just a kind of better, easier to execute composition early. They have the winning matchup top early game, and they have the winning jungle matchup, so they can support it. Xerath, yes, might take a little bit to get online, but it's the same with Orianna. She's not like a strong champ early, and actually Xerath's probably going to outpush her a little bit early. And then in the bot lane, it's the same. You've got so much setup. There's so many ways of executing what they want to do. And overall, if this Jax does not get ahead, there is what I would say is a pretty big lack of damage in the other four to actually be able to kill Sejuani and deal with the lockdown, of Lissandra and so on. So if that Jax gets shut down, the game is very, very hard. Lionscreed, so I think it's an easier one for Venomcrest.
See if they can get to 3-3 for now. Let's pass it over to our casters for the last game of the day. Milky Cereal and Brackish Brit Venomcrest versus Serpents versus Lionscreed Academy. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Trajan. Our final game of the day, Brackish, and I think our analyst desk was quite unanimous, right? They very much like the draft of Venomcrest. However, Brackish, you and I, we both casted VCS. Do you know what our saying over in the VCS English is?
I mean, I've heard a couple, but which one are you going for?
Better draft always loses.
You know, true. Well, I mean, we did hear the angles where Lionscreed Academy can come out on top here, and if Kumakum can have as good an Ezreal game as his previous one, then things could look very sunshiny for the Pride here. But there are a lot of marks against them, as the desk also said. Like, this mid lane matchup is no fun for Craney. Like, Dandy can sit pretty much half the map away and just spam the laugh emote as he Arcano pulses and Eye of Destructions, and, you know, there's nothing Craney can actually do to trade back.
It's one of the things I like to look at when you kind of talk about mid lane matchups, just saying essentially who's got bigger range, right? Are we talking about mid lane range mages, or sorry, mid range mages or long range mages? Xerath well and truly falls into those long range mages. Kind of the only other mid lane that matches him in terms of that range is probably stuff like Vel'Koz maybe, whereas Orianna sits in that kind of mid range.
I would very much refer to Xerath as the long range mage.
Yes.
There is no one who does it quite like Xerath. And okay, sure, like you can have like Ziggs can throw bombs from miles away, but he also has a really, really tiny auto attack range.
Yep. What's Xerath's auto attack range like, actually?
That's a great question, actually. I don't know. Most of the time, he doesn't need to bother. Like, okay, every so often he'll auto attack a minion just to get the passive mana back.
Yeah.
It's probably around 550 as well, honestly. Like, I would imagine it to be pretty average. But all of his ability ranges are crazy.
Oh, they're absolutely disgusting. Or if the Xerath is feeling really feisty, auto attack an enemy champion to get even more mana back. As Bart makes his way over to the Raptors. You know, for a second, Brackish, I saw the Sejuani's name and I almost said Brackish Brit. That's the point of the night that we're getting to. At this point, kind of in the distance, the name faded into one and the same.
I am not a Sedge player. I'm also not a jungler anymore.
Everyone is a Sedge player.
I mean, that's true. Like, you know what? I was about to put the other BB, Black Bloxer, on blast because he has been turbo grinding Sejuani games.
Fair enough.
Granted, he is higher actually in plat than I am right now, but I'm going to say he's getting carried by Sejuani.
Ha! Noobs in plat, I'm in emerald.
Meanwhile, I don't know. I'm not going to be that solo queue guy who's like, oh, I could probably hit emerald. Maybe I could. I don't care to play enough ranked to find out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just like to delude myself into saying if I tried, I'd hit diamond.
Yeah, it's like I got plat. I'm happy. Even though plat obviously doesn't mean what it used to last season. I got to 100 LP, gold 1.
Well, Balding Bart going over the wall.
Hang on.
Looking towards Obsidian, flashing forward, looking for the play. Obsidian flashes away defensively. That smite coming from Balding Bart, and he might be moulding now because he is engaged, and he is taken down. Craney securing first blood for Lionscreed Academy.
Fantastic roams from the top and mid lane of Lionscreed. Cormac and Craney immediately to the play, and they will be able to secure that first kill. That softens the blow on mid lane. Craney, of course, getting that 400 gold that he is likely to fall behind in CS. He's also got a red buff, so if a situation were to arise where he would actually able to, you know, land auto attacks onto Dandy, that could actually lead to a bit more.
Yeah, Cormac just trying to trade a little bit into Inno. Again, you're playing Jackson to Renekton early. It's not the easiest thing, I would imagine. I always see, despite the changes that got made to Renekton, I will still always see Renekton as that early game champion. It's now fast-legged, looking for this play onto Kumakum balding bark coming in from the side, but Fastlegged is already down. Really nice blade caller from KZ, and down will go the Alistair. Kumakum, there is not much he can do here. He does have the cleanse, he does have the flash, and he also has a jungler. He has a mid laner as well. Here comes the engage from Obsidian, but there is not enough damage. There is not enough lockdown. The Arcane Pulse, the flash forward, the Arcane Shift out of the damage, and the Xerath is now the focus, but they're turning on to Crady, who is forced to flash away, and Lionscreed Academy are looking like they might be able to escape. Crady just needs to sidestep the final Arcane Pulse. Kumakum is so incredibly low, but so is the Xerath. Another Arcane Shift, the final auto, the feathers get thrown out, KZ gets the kill. Crady, what am I watching? The sidestep at the end, a double kill for Lionscreed Academy, and that was absolute insanity.
That was slivers. That was last crumb at the bottom of the Pringles packet health numbers, Milky. But it ends up with 3 kills on Craney. This Orianna, who we expected to suffer through this lane, just says, you know what? It's fine. I'm going to get out of this lane and get myself the kills that I was going to, get myself the gold that I was going to lose in CS just in kills.
It's weird because it feels like it's a situation where if Venomcrest just say, look, we are going to play only towards the lanes, they'll naturally get that lane advantage, but they've tried to essentially flex that strength and turn that into a bigger lead by finding these fights. And Lionscreed Academy have matched that aggression and said, look, we lose in the lanes, but if we have a full-on skirmish, we can pick up kills. And Craney now finds himself with 3 kills and a 400 goal lead as in comes the engage into the mid lane. However, there is no shockwave available for Craney and no follow-up for Lionscreed.
Had that been a level 6 Orianna, that would have been a grey screen, I think, for Dandy, but not quite having hit it just yet, Craney. That means that the Xerath will escape moderately unharmed. Meanwhile, of course, Inno has had absolutely no reason to leave top lane, really, thus far. Wasn't able to help Obsidian out, Bartholdi out at all when he got caught out in the opposing jungle. And so, is just continuing to grind up that CS advantage. No assistance of any kind has gone top lane just yet.
I'm loving in the chat, there are some spams going out around Brainies for Cranies and Broom for Kumakum. Right now, the Lionscreed Academy fans going strong in the chat. Venomcrest need to get their fans going. Right now, Venomcrest, though, have the goal lead. Somewhat surprisingly, considering how the first 7 minutes have gone.
That was... Oh, no. He even tries to go forwards.
Well, maybe the turn on to Bart. Lockdown, cleanse comes through, and there is the right of the Arcane. And it is an easy pickup. Kumakum is now incredibly low, needs to back away. Otherwise, Bartholdi might be looking for another engage.
Yeah, Venomcrest, they pulled the trigger at the perfect time. Heathen was trying to look for KZ. Will not be able to find him. And of course, with Obsidian being... pretty much entirely forced away from this situation. I do not expect to see him try and flash for a Drake steal. In fact, Venomcrest currently somewhat dithering about whether they are actually going to take the Drake. Obsidian is still here, still very aware of what's going on. In fact, flashes onto Dandy.
Engaging. They really want this kill. Shockwave comes in. Surely they get the kill. Indeed, they do. Kumakum, though, is resetting. But in goes the Alistair Cased, using the Feather Stormer beautifully. Cleanses, pulls the blades back, and it's another kill going the way of Venomcrest.
Obsidian is far too low to do anything about this. In fact, Bartholdi might even consider chasing instead. Just gonna watch him run away. And Venomcrest, after a bit of a Barney, will come back around to pick up their first Drake of the game. They do have a gold lead back in their favor, but still gotta look towards Craney. 4-0 on this Orianna has been so instrumental to this Lionscreed early game.
And I think the thing that Lionscreed Academy have to remember, and even Venomcrest as well to some degree, is the fact that even though there are kills for some of the members of Lionscreed, they're still not stronger. There are still big CS deficits. You look particularly towards the mid lane and the top lane. Sure, Craney has a few kills. Okay, Craney has a lot of kills, let's be real, but he's still down 30 CS, and it's the same when you look towards the top side of the map. 25 or so CS lead for, a lot of tower plate as well for that Renekton. Things are still okay for Venomcrest. We haven't got past that point of no return yet.
The thing for Lionscreed Academy is that they're fine with waiting. Like,
yeah,
we're talking about the Jax. Cormac isn't going to come online for another item and a half. Like, finish Mythic, get a second item, possibly even wait for a third before he's a real terror. So, with Craney being accelerated, this is basically just softening the blow right now. Oh,
sorry, Brackish. Did you say wait? We don't do that here in the Four Nations. We fight to really nice play from Obsidian to deny the Glacial Prison from landing. And the Rift Herald will be stopped for now as both teams make their return to their respective lanes.
Yeah, Herald denied. But as I was saying, as Lionscreed Academy, them being 1,000 gold behind is not a problem. Because, on paper at least, they very much outscale in this game. Ezreal is going to scale up to do just as much, if not more damage than the Kai'Sa of KZ. Cormac is going to be bigger. It is going to, as long as he gets to late game, he is going to be more of a threat than this Renekton, at least on paper.
But what about Xerath against Orianna? Because, sure, Orianna scales amazingly, but so does Xerath, and Xerath can throw out those Arcana pulses from so far away, or if you're feeling really confident before a fight, right of the Arcane, you can land 4 of those 5 ult shots onto Kuma Craney. That is massive, maybe a bit too aggressive though from Bart. Can he find the kill? There's a right of the Arcane, Obsidian dies, flash forward, and Cormac pulls one back, and it's a shutdown as well for the Jax.
Yeah, and this is the big reason Bartholdi is allowed to go so aggressive, because, well, yeah, Dandy has the range of whatever he feels like, effectively. He can be under his tower in mid lane and assist Bartholdi towards that top side of the map, secure that kill, at least make sure that was an even trade.
Well, 6-5. Lionscreed Academy, I think we'll be happy with how that played has gone, getting a kill into Cormac. And, we talk about that scaling. If, for Lionscreed, if they can consistently get those fights where it is 1-for-1 trades, and in that case, a flash for a flash as well, they're happy because it accelerates them. It gives them more gold to get towards that late game quicker.
Absolutely. Right now, we're seeing the game mellow out a little bit. Of course, we have got Herald on Bartholdi right now. It looks like he's going to go top lane with it. Just break open that first brick before the plates go down. I like it. Potentially, if Cormac disrespects, you could even see a dive coming through here. The entirety of the rest of Lionscreed Academy is the other side of the map.
There is very little way out here for Cormac. He's going to get slowed down the flash forward. There is absolutely nothing Cormac can do whatsoever.
Fantastic infusion of gold into Venomcrest, and now the resets have come through, so Heathen is going to at least prevent a second tower going all the way down. There's still going to be a big chunk.
Well, maybe
you can't really dive
from
in, Alistair.
Lionscreed Academy is coming in. Craney is making his way up, decides against it, and instead Lionscreed are going to head towards the bottom side. A good play for Venomcrest. They're able to get a tower. They're able to get a second charge with the Rift Herald, a kill, and there's nothing that Lionscreed can do across the map.
Well, right now, it's a pretty desolate situation. There are no objectives to take as of yet, although 30 seconds until that second Drake comes up. It's not an ocean. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but
we'll find out
soon. The rules
of
Drakes mean it physically can't be.
No. Imagine if it actually is now.
I think it's a chem. I think I saw a Chemtech.
Yeah, Chemtech usually breaks. I think Chemtech usually breaks
Chemtech and
the
Hextech.
Observer.
Yeah. It has to be one or the other. I think it's Chemtech.
Well, we'll see whether the 50-50 is right, and we'll see what does spawn up onto the map for now. Lionscreed making their way over to the mid lane, just trying to dissuade Venomcrest somewhat. Keep your eyes on Craney. Those big shockwaves can be absolutely massive. And remember, this Orianna has already been accelerated. Lionscreed, though, going to say, you know what, we can't contest this Drake. They're going to give it over to Venomcrest and instead look to push in the top and mid wave.
I mean, delayance is what we were already saying for Lionscreed. As long as they don't fall too far behind in gold, then they're feeling pretty okay.
Nature's Grasp is being used. Fastlane is not going to go in for the play, and Lionscreed just looking for this 4v1 onto Bartholdi. No members of Venomcrest there to help their jungler out, and Lionscreed say, okay, we'll just take this free kill.
Yep. They won't be able to push it into a tower, unfortunately, and now, of course, Cormac has to make his way back to top lane, else, wreak greater destruction. In fact, he might be able to knock down this tower before Cormac gets back.
A lot of damage with the Demolish proc, but Obsidian is making his way over. Cormac is not far away. Yes, it is a tower picked up for Inno, but can Lionscreed get a kill back? Can Obsidian get into range? And, well, a little bit of minion blocking, I think, might have kept Inno alive.
I think that looks to me like Cormac was going, I do not want to chase this guy down. Yes. I just want to catch my waves. I just want to keep scaling up. He's got the Divine Sundra completed. He's well on his way to becoming a real threat. And Kumakum might look for Dandy here. Got a red buff. He can walk it out.
He can indeed. Could have maybe gone more aggressive, but decided against it. Gave a little bit of respect to that shocking orb. And we'll just go back to farming this wave in peace. Has an item completed in the form of the Trinity Force, and that tier almost completed as well, which means that Muramana will be following for the Ezreal shortly. And once those two items are in, Kumakum is going to start doing a lot of work on this Ezreal.
He is absolutely off to the races at that point, indeed. It's going to be a little while yet, I think, before he finishes that one up, but might be able to pick up a brick here, although the Goon Squad for Venomcrest are looking to come in. I think Kumakum just...
Oh, teleport coming in, and Heathen is on the other side. He just needs to sidestep these rights of the Arcane, but he is locked down in place. Oh, the final right of the Arcane. Is there enough burn from a Leandries? There is indeed, and it will be a kill going the way of Dandy.
A shield out of Craney, not quite enough to keep the Ezreal alive, and it means they concede the mid lane tower as well to the side of Venomcrest. Serpents, KZ, Fastblood can keep shoving this one in. Bartholdi can shadow them, and now easy enough for them to peel back, look towards picking up this second Rift Herald when it spawns up in just a moment's time.
Fortunately for Lionscreed, no shutdown on Kumakum, so not too much gold going the way of Dandy as Craney looking for the play onto Inno, flashes up forward to land the CC, and now there's no outer tower, the flasher forward, the headbutt, the pulverize, the trample. Inno is CC'd for days, and it's a shutdown for Cormac.
Very big commitment towards the bottom side of the map. It does indeed give the shutdown to Cormac. Does mean that the second Rift Herald is secured for Venomcrest. Craney got to be careful, has to flash away from Fastlane. Fastlane theoretically could have flash frozen tombed himself, opts against doing that.
Yep. Well, I think that's just a lot of respect, knowing that Fastlane could flash forward with the W, throw out an icicle to get a slow, or flash forward with the ult as well. And Craney did not want to take any chances. Has a shutdown as well, although it's not a huge shutdown. And I think there is a second item almost completed here for Craney. We'll see what he wants to turn that blasting wand into. I can't remember what blasting wand goes into. Here. Are we going to be playing once again, try to figure out the name of mid lane items? Because it didn't work well in the last game.
I was trying to think just what's best here. A little shockwave straight onto Bartholdi.
And the focus is all on it to this Sejuani. It's a tanky piggy, but it doesn't matter because it's a dead piggy. As he then sidestepping the rights of the Arcane beautifully. Going in, looking towards Obsidian. That is a tanky Maokai, and there are still a few members, but the feathers absolutely shred through the tree. It's a kill for the side of Venomcrest, the shocking orb land. There is no cleanse, there is no flash, and it's a double kill for KZ.
Perfect. Fantastic punish for Venomcrest Serpents there. Obsidian goes down. Kumakum right on the very extremity of the shocking orb out of Dandy. And now the map pivots back into Venomcrest control. They are 4k up. 15 seconds until the first Mountain Drake spawns onto the Rift as well, and we can already see they are more than prepared to take it.
The goal lead has been hovering around 4 to 5k for the last 5 or so minutes, and Venomcrest slowly eking out more and more of an advantage. Now with the Mountain Drake up, if Venomcrest can secure that, they will be on to Soul Point. It's so important that Venomcrest, while they don't accelerate the game in terms of Lionscreed and themselves getting gold, they accelerate the game in terms of being able to stack up these Drakes and get towards that Soul Point, and then critically the Elder Soul after it.
Yeah, and it's going to be too little too late, I think, for Lionscreed Academy. Kumakum going to see if he can do anything spicy, but it's not going to matter. Soul Point secured for Venomcrest Vipers. They're still looking, and I respect it immensely. I don't think they're going to get this tower.
Right up the Arcane. Can just shred through the wave, although we're just going to see Dandy getting so much damage onto Kumakum. This is what we were talking about. That Xerath ult before the fight, and the Orianna ult is big, but it's nowhere near big enough. And Venomcrest just say, look, we hands down win this fight. Heathen sacrifices himself with a 3-man headbutt. Pulverize, can they get the kill onto Fast-Legged? No, they can't. Nope. Cormac is locked down. It's just 3 kills for Venomcrest. They got themselves a Drake, they win the fight, and now they're going to be taking the Nasher.
And Lionscreed Academy fighting again before their means fully allow them to do it. I don't think they were expecting the Inno TP to come out there. They seem utterly unprepared for it. And from that, they are absolutely mauled in the team fight. Nobody drops from the side of the Venomcrest Serpents. They will be able to pick up that full Baron on all 5 members, and they've got a sizable, tidy chunk of gold to go into future items here. There we go, second item. In fact, the Mythic finally picked up for Fastlane. We've got the Everfrost, even more ridiculous CC coming out.
And that stopwatch in as well for Fastlane. We talked about this potential complacency for Lionscreed. We wondered whether it would happen. The fact that they had so many kills onto the Orianna, would they forget, the fact that they are not a stronger team than Venomcrest? And maybe they got a little bit greedy. Maybe they started to think, hey, things have been going well, the kills are even, and not realizing the fact that they were 5k gold down. Now they find themselves 7,000 gold down. It's going to be so much harder to get back into this game. Craney still hasn't got that second item completed. It's felt like he's been on just that single item for about 10 minutes now.
Okay, I very much respect the Void Staff second. Into the Sejuani, into the Renekton. It's going to be very, very good. Right now, the mid lane being sieged into, is able to secure that tier 2 bot lane. So that last piece of standing gold with that mid tier 2 is the target now for Venomcrest. Altholdy, again, playing very, very aggressive, but he knows that, well, Dandy's like a screen slightly more away. That's close enough.
Yes. Cormac, though, just pushing in the top lane. Nobody going to answer this. Jack's pushing, and Cormac doesn't want to go any further because Venomcrest have sieged into the mid lane. Down has gone the inner tower, and they're looking towards the mid lane inhibitor tower as well.
Taking it slow, not over-forcing. Of course, they have that range to make it really annoying for the members of Lionscreed Academy to step up and face them. Kumakum taking Arcano Pulses to the face every time he looks to try and hit that cannon.
The bot just getting locked down. No way to follow, though, for Lionscreed Academy. Just because of the amount of zoning coming through from Dandy. Cormac now looking for the play onto Inno. Will not flash forward to ensure that the stun lands as in it goes. The Alistair, very nice Feather Storm. As the Heathen forced away, but locked down consistently as the feathers are flying from KZ. No kills though for the side of Venomcrest. And now, just pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the fact is that Lionscreed Academy have to commit all 5 members to the mid lane. And so Inno is like, all right, bet, I'll just push in this bot wave. You are going to lose this bot inhibitor eventually. And if you go to defend that one, then you'll lose your mid one.
Yep, and now Fast-Legged says, hey, we're going to look for the play. In comes Inno, but Fast-Legged has already gone down. Knocked under the tower. This is a perfect fight for Lionscreed. They get 2 kills. The flash forward is done. Cleanse flash away from KZ. Can Lionscreed find anything more? And the answer is no, they can't. Drake is a minute away. So Inno and Fast-Legged will both be able to respawn in time for it.
The difference between victory and defeat is literally stopwatch on Fast-Legged.
Yes.
He died before he could hit the stopwatch or Frozen Tomb on himself, and that meant Inno ends up finding himself in the middle of the entire enemy team with most of his damage dealers like a whole screen away, gets yoked under the tower, and that is a sizable blunder from the side of the Venomcrest Serpents. They're going to have to maybe shed the skin or something, do whatever it is that snakes do to, you know, rejuvenate themselves ahead of this next play.
Kill a tree might be a way back in. As Bartoldi looks for the play on to Obsidian. As Danny just throwing out those Arcana Pulses, doing some work, and maybe Bartoldi going a bit too far forward. Cormac just getting out of the range of Fast-Legged's potential engage. As Craney looking for a way in. Venomcrest flashing over the Drake Pit wall as out comes the Nature's Frost right of the Arcane now, just to zone away the members. Obsidian is incredibly low, but in goes Heathen. Oh, the True Shot Barrage is beautiful, but will it be enough? Inno wants to play. Kumakum is on the run. The Dominus is looking big. The Dominus is looking scary, and the Renekton is snapping up the members of Lionscreed. There is no way out for Craney. It's an ace for one. You got Dandy, but Venomcrest are dandy and happy. 4 members strong, marching down the mid lane as they look to hand Lionscreed their 5th defeat of the split.
Dandy went down, as you say, but they committed so much to it. They left an opening for Inno to give check on the back line, and there was no good response for Lionscreed Academy. It will be checkmate, and Venomcrest Serpents will claim their victory.
I think with that,
you held him playing chess.
I have to give an apology towards our analyst desk. Best draft doesn't lose. Best draft wins in this case, and
we're not VCS here.
No, we're not. I'm not going to say anything more on that because otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. Venomcrest Academy with a good win against Lionscreed. For a second, it looked like maybe Lionscreed had a way in, but again, the comp depth was just too big. And they found those big CS leads in lanes, able to get so many tower plates, and Lionscreed just were not able to play into that.
Yeah, the later game fights, the early game, sorry, specifically the mid lane, of course. The early game was really great from Craney. But the later the game went, the more damage Dandy did, the harder and harder it became for Craney to find the place where he was safe to deal damage. It was kind of what we saw like in last game with Vanguard. The Kai'Sa was not able to find herself in a position to do damage, and it was kind of similar for Craney. So heavily outranged by Dandy that the Xerath did a lot to kind of nullify, despite how strong Craney was.
Absolutely. With that, we're going to be heading into a short break, and when we return, our analyst desk will be breaking down that final game. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back in a short bit.
And that's another day of UKL in the books, everybody. Week 3 comes to a close with Venomcrest Serpents taking the win over Lionscreed Academy. And it was a pretty confident win. There was some scuffles. There was a bit of messiness in the early stage, but overall Venomcrest came out of it looking pretty damn good. Let's take a look at some of that craziness first though, Rail. We've got a bot lane fight around the 5-minute mark that just we didn't know how it was going to end.
Yeah, it's an interesting one from the start of this fight, and to be honest, I was really not sure where this game was going in the end. We expected to just start, not Tristana, fucking Lissandra support in the end from Fast Legs. It looked like a good engage at the start, but then just got completely caught out. But the return from the Sejuani actually just turned everything around. Kimi thought he got everything he wanted from the gank originally, but just not the way they initially planned it out.
Yeah, the Maokai and Orianna come from stage left, Craney burning the TP, and then Xerath wanders down. At this point, I was like, Synergy, this is done, right? Surely this is just going for Venomcrest.
Yeah, you and me both. And then, he does get the stun. And we're just like, surely now, they're going to back up. They're all low. It just continued. I think it was interesting in comparison to the earlier games where, it's just everyone's going wild to it, I love this. It was a great game to end on, and it really felt like the last slot of the day. People may be a little bit more tired. The action was great, but it did feel a little bit less structured than some of the earlier games where we'd actually seen pretty clean early game from quite a few of the teams. This was a change of pace, but I think as the game went on, we saw especially Venomcrest really take hold and start executing those proper rotations and so on.
Yeah, I like the phrasing. It was less structured. There was maybe less of a defined game plan there, but you're absolutely right.
Having fun.
Yeah, a bit of a happy game. But we did actually have, you're absolutely right, we did have a lot of strong, effectively executed early game strategies today, and hopefully we can only see more of that in the weeks to come. But let's roll the clock forward into the end of the game. Let's bookend this one with replays. Rail, we'll go back to you when we saw Lionscreed try to find a clutch engage around the dragon, but Inno just had something else to say about it.
He definitely did. They needed to call pest control for this crocodile because he was an absolute menace the entire game. And even just from the counter pick into the Jax couldn't match his pressure. And it shows here, they get a good engage onto Xerath. You think Xerath's out of the picture. This looks great. But meanwhile, Renekton's just living in your backline. No one else can even follow this. 3 members have to run from this man. That's how strong he is.
Yeah, you can see him. He's coming around there. Craney had such a strong early game. 4 kills and 0 to his name at one point, even into a tough Xerath matchup. But you can see him just caught like a mouse in a trap there. Nowhere to go. And Inno with another massive Renekton game. I love this guy on the bruises, man. I cannot wait to see him do more of it. I just hope he keeps being allowed to pick them. As let's take a look at the post-game stats as a whole. I know, Synergy, you had some thoughts about the draft and how it kind of played out in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Maokai first pick from Lionscreed was something that we all kind of questioned a little. Is like, is this the right pick? Is it really that high priority? And I think the result of the game, like the Lionscreed have a split pusher and they need to enable Jax. The rest of their team was kind of built to facilitate that. You've got a wave clearing mid who can provide protection. You've got an engage support or appeal support, but also just a bit of both. And Ezreal, very safe AD carry. And then the jungle matchup just needed a bit more from it, I think, to be able to facilitate the Jax. I actually would have loved to see Lionscreed take the Sejuani first here and actually flip that kind of 2v2 on its head a little bit. And then you've got, the classic melee plus Sejuani thing going for the Jax this. And that may have allowed them a little bit more freedom to engage, a little bit more freedom, or given space even to the Jax if they're making plays elsewhere, where I really feel like they lacked that kind of go button. Maokai wasn't quite enough for that. Even maybe something like Xin Zhao, Poppy. I think there are other choices out there that could have gone a little bit better for on the side of Lionscreed.
I was sat there, I was like, don't you dare say Trundle. Because that is not the angle of this game.
I would pick Trundle, therefore it's correct.
It would be a Trundle angle.
If you had something like the Zac, even though it's not hard meta anymore, that is the prime example of what they needed. They needed something to facilitate a long-range engage, which is not so easily telegraphed. Something like Zac, something like Fiddlesticks, which is where you have to constantly worry where they're going to come from, which angle can they take. I feel like they just were missing that sort of champion in their comp. And Alex is completely right. There's nothing to facilitate Jax in this comp. So even though you pick a Jax into Renekton and you outscale later, you don't get to later.
Yeah, I think there's one thing I'd also add there, which is just to credit and Venomcrest as well, in that the way they responded to the draft, that Lissandra pick, we were like kind of just assuming it was going mid, right? And then actually we saw, maybe it could be a support angle. And actually that flex pick, they get the Xerath. Now Xerath is great into Orianna just from a pure range standpoint. And we saw the fact that Orianna, even though she got 4 kills quite early, could not do anything with it. Xerath was always ahead in CS, always a threat. We saw this like half the time we'd just be watching a bot lane fight and you suddenly see the arcane barrage just open up. You're like, here we go. Yeah. And actually just provide a great cross-map impact. So yeah, well drafted from Venomcrest, I think.
Yeah, nothing like the sinking feeling when you see the red circle go past your honorable 1v1. You're like, no, man. No, come on. This is not... I don't deserve this.
Get those happy feet out,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it plays back into what you said about not having reliable long-range engage, right? There's just no threat on Xerath at any point. He can stand wherever he wants and just ult, and no one can stop him. And at that point, he's got 7 ult charges. You can't really miss enough of them, So I think, definitely a slight draft error, potentially just trying to pivot too much in Lionscreed's way, locking in the Maokai early, not having a good way to use it later on, or just great answers by Venomcrest as well with the answers. The flexibility of the Lissandra, and a very well played out game for them. A deserved win, up to 3-3 they go. Lionscreed still languishing down near around the bottom. In Arcadeia, they've got their first win now, so they cannot be expecting to avoid that last place spot for long. For now, though, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see who's down there. Lionscreed, in fact, tied at the bottom for Arcadeia. Verzik still waiting at 2 and 4. Venomcrest and Belfast Storm rounding out the middle at 3 and 3 apiece. DMG being handed an unexpected loss today at 4 and 2. Ruddy Esports getting the win over Belfast to 4 and 2 themselves, and Tempest Gaming still crowning the group stage at the top 6 and 0. Still waiting to see who can challenge them, if anyone. Rail, I'll come back to you. Any final thoughts on the day? Any specific highlights of any of the games that we haven't touched on? Or any interesting developments you think that we've gotten out of this day's games?
I was just still in shock about DMG. I've never seen them play an early game that bad, to be honest. And it just felt like everything they planned just didn't go to how they wanted it. They had the right ideas in theory, but it just wasn't there on the day. Does show a little bit of weakness in them, and they are beaten on their Talia, which was one of the picks we were already scared about when it got locked in. So it really does shuffle up the teams now. Other than Tempest, anyone can beat anyone at the moment. Obviously, someone may check Tempest down, but I'm liking where we're standing.
Yeah, for sure. Synergy, how about you? Having taken the broadcast desk instead in front of the camera, not behind it, how does the Four Nations strike you after today?
Yeah, I think today especially the games are sort of somewhat summed up by like critical kind of almost draft errors a little bit. Like in that last game we highlight the Maokai, there was a few picks each game, I think, mostly that especially on the losing team, that we were like, yeah, just this doesn't got quite, you know, and the game with the Aphelios and stuff, you know, it just wasn't quite there. There was a plan, but it wasn't quite done correctly, and I also think just not quite playing to win condition up a little bit. However, in terms of overall standings, I think Tempest, you know, fully solidified themselves at the top now. That's cool. I think we've got a nice little group tucked below them with the likes of Ruddy, with Belfast, with DMG as well. But I think we've also had some cool, Arcadeia today, they could now be challenging. If they start taking games off those mid-pack, they could start climbing, other people could start falling. I think the second round robin is going to be very interesting, you know, especially in that middle of the pack. There's a lot of games that could go either way now. Looking forward to it.
For sure.
I reckon we need to put a poll out of who actually will take Tempest down in terms of their undefeated streak and see how it's received.
He's going to do it. Yeah, we should do that. We can put a poll out and then we'll put the results of the next broadcast maybe and see what the community thinks, who they think, if anyone, can take down Tempest before long. And I like the re-bringing up of Arcadeia there. We said earlier before the game, you know, they're only 2 games behind 6th, you know, playoffs still very much out of the picture. Now they're only 1 game behind, and they took down the second place team in the league. So very much still in the contesting for that picture. And we do have that top 4 potentially looking that we expected, potentially looking for the upper bracket, 2 spots in the lower bracket as well, very much up for grabs. And we'll have to come back next week to see how the season continues to develop, who's going to be looking to lock up those spots as we head towards the middle of the split. But that's going to be us for tonight, gents. Thank you very much, Rail. Thank you, Synergy, for coming on the desk, guesting for us and offering that insight. We love to see it. Thank you, Project Gap on production, as always, and the UKL for putting on the Four Nations in the first place. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And if you want to follow more, see more updates from us on social media, and follow the league and join the community, follow us at Twitter at the UKL on Twitter, the website ukl.gg, discord.gg/the UKL to join the Discord server, or at _UKL on Instagram. For now, we've got a post-game highlight package for you to send you off into the night. We will see you all on Monday.